Chapter 1100 Dao Yen Celestial Emperor Central Mainland. On this vast mainland, there were many terrifying cultivators. At this very moment, countless Dan Fighting Realm cultivators, Eternal Life Realm cultivators, and Transcendence Realm cultivators were rushing in the same direction. That was the most famous place in Central Mainland, the Great Yen Celestial Realm. Today was the day that the master of the Great Yen Celestial Realm, Dao Yen, ascended to the throne. After millions of years, the Central Mainland would once again have a celestial emperor that could rule the heavens. The Great Yen Celestial Realm. Countless Transcendence Realm cultivators had already gathered there. Every Transcendence Realm cultivator was a well-known figure in the 4 sacred continents. All the geniuses were gathered there. Their eyes were all on the tallest figure in the center. That figure was the publicly recognized #1 expert in Central Mainland, Dao Yen. Congratulations, Dao Yen, Celestial Emperor. A loud voice was heard. Everyone turned to look at the newcomer, and their bodies trembled. It's the 9th Serenity Demon Lord. Even he is here. It seems that Dao Yen Celestial Emperor's ascension has been recognized by the Masters of Creation. Isn't that right? More than 10 years ago, the 9th Serenity Demon Lord led the 9th Serenity Demon sect. It was the strongest existence in this mainland. Which family didn't want to avoid it? Even the other Masters of Creation didn't dare to offend the 9th Serenity Demon Lord. Do you know the Wang family of the Azure Dragon mainland? A disciple of the Wang family killed a disciple of the 9th Serenity Demon sect for a mid-grade magic treasure. In the end, his branch was brought to the 9th Serenity Demon sect by the patriarch of the Wang family. None of them survived. Even so, the Wang family paid a huge price to be forgiven by the 9th Serenity Demon Lord. Look, the patriarch of the Wang family is over there. The group of Transcendence Realm experts looked in the direction that person pointed. They saw a person with white hair and a ruddy complexion standing quietly on the spot. Behind him were 2 other Transcendence Realm cultivators. Everyone knew that these 2 were the most beloved son and daughter-in-law of the Wang family. They were famous geniuses of the Azure Dragon mainland. At a young age, they had already condensed the Wang family's ancestral Vajradharma. Their physical bodies were terrifying. Ordinary Transcendence Realm cultivators couldn't compare. Congratulations, Dao Yen Immortal Emperor. Another master of creation had descended. Many cultivators present had a fanatical look in their eyes. It was rare to see a master of creation, but 2 had already appeared. According to their understanding, there were a total of 7 masters of creation in the Central Mainland, so the remaining 5 should be arriving soon. 10 breaths later, the 3rd creator descended. 10 minutes later, the number of masters of creation present had already exceeded 7 people. All the law, characteristic, realm cultivators were secretly shocked. It seemed that there were many masters of creation cultivating in seclusion in the Central Mainland that they had never heard of or seen before. If the law characteristic realm cultivators were so shocked, then the Eternal Life realm cultivators and Battle Dan realm cultivators were even more shocked. They looked at the 20 over masters of creation fervently. Other than Dao Yen Celestial Emperor, these 20 over people should be the strongest combat power in this world. Very good, everyone is here. Dao Yen, who had been silent all this while, slowly opened his mouth. A ripple suddenly appeared in the void, and a little donkey walked out and stood beside Dao Yen. The 20 over masters of creation and all the law characteristic realm cultivators present gasped when they saw this. This extremely ordinary-looking donkey was also a master of creation. Dao Yen gently stroked the neck of the little donkey and calmly said to the crowd, "I am Dao Yen. Today, I have ascended to the throne as Dao Yen Celestial Emperor and become the ruler of this world. If there is anyone who disagrees, just say it. No matter which mainland you are on, you will be able to hear it directly." Boom! His voice rumbled in all directions like thunder, as if it had broken through the barrier of the world. Every mainland fragment that had his shadow could hear it. Countless cultivators on the mainland fragments were shocked, terrified, and confused. Inner district. As soon as Dao Yan's voice was heard, the cultivators below the eternal life realm felt a sense of fear from the bottom of their hearts. They could not help but kneel on the ground and stare blankly at the shadow. The cultivators at the eternal life realm, such as Mulan and Gongha, were in a better situation. At this moment, they were outside Dongxian City, desperately mobilizing the power of laws to resist the mighty pressure coming from the phantom. Dao Yan, Celestial Emperor. What kind of existence is this guy? Mulan, Hung He, and the others were extremely shocked. There was even a faint trace of fear in their hearts. Just a single sentence from an illusory figure required them to mobilize all the power of laws in their bodies to block it. Just what level of cultivation did the illusory figure have? Ning Qi should have knelt down as well, but little Six, who was next to him, patted his shoulder lightly, and the pressure from the shadow had no effect on Ning Qi. So powerful. Little Six, is this guy really the master of the little donkey? Ning Qi could not help but exclaim. What powerful? I was much more powerful than him when I was at my peak. Little Six's face showed a trace of unwillingness. Unfortunately, a dragon in shallow waters would be toyed with by prawns, and a tiger in a flat land would be bullied by dogs. Wu Yin, who was standing next to the two of them, had an extremely solemn expression. She stared at the shadow and muttered to herself, "He's definitely a creator. He's definitely a creator. However, why have I never heard of the name Dao Yan, Celestial Emperor? He's not among the 7 great creators." Little Six glanced at him mockingly. How could a junior like him have heard of the name Dao Yan? Other than him, the others who were in the same generation as Dao Yan had already turned into dust. Or perhaps they had already left this world. After a while, the shadow spoke again. Since there are no different voices, I will let the central mainland return to its original state today. Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, the world barriers were directly smashed, and every fragment of the mainland began to shake violently. Countless living beings fell at this moment, and countless demons that were suppressed also broke free at this moment. The ancient restrictive spell that had been set up in the inner area did not even last for a breath's time before it shattered, like glass falling to the ground. This scene could only be felt by cultivators in the eternal life realm. The restrictive spell is gone. Wu Yin took a deep breath. He had a better understanding of the power of a creator. He was afraid that the creator was no different from a god at that realm. Rumble! After the world barriers were broken, the fragments of the mainland continued to merge together. The turmoil lasted for half a year, during which the cultivators could only fly in the sky and stare at the scene with their eyes wide open. Half a year later, the turmoil finally subsided. What is that place? The 6-eared monarch beast suddenly pointed into the distance and asked in a daze. Chapter 11:01. Return a new continent, Mulan Gongha said in shock. Everyone felt a sense of relief in their hearts. After all, they could finally leave this small place called the inner area. However, they were still a little worried. The world had become vaster, and cultivators stronger than them would naturally appear one by one. It was unknown whether they could live a better life than when they were in the inner area. Little Six, let's go back. Ning Qi looked at Little Six, seeking his opinion. 1 month. You can only stay in Dongxian for a month before you have to leave. Little Six hesitated for a moment and nodded in the end. 1 month was already the limit. With 10x's ability, it would only take 1.5 months at most to reach Dongxian from the central continent. All right. Ning Qi nodded. After that, he returned to the courtyard of the Dongxian Alliance. Meng Qingling and the others had already sensed him and were waiting for him there. When Ning Qi arrived, everyone's gazes landed on him. Master, If you have time in the future, you can come and take a look at the sundry goods store here. I'll give you all the goods in one go. They should be able to be sold for 30 to 50 years. Ning Qi said to Meng Qingling. Meng Qingling nodded. Don't worry, I will look after it. Xu Donglai is a cunning man. It's okay to let him do some small things, but we can't let him have power. If Luo Qingyi is still in Dongxian City, we can still work with him. Ning Qi gave a few more instructions and then transmitted his voice to everyone. The restrictive spell here has disappeared. The token can be activated at any time. Those who want to return to the War God Temple can do so now. Everyone exchanged glances with one another, after which numerous figures accompanied the white light and disappeared from the courtyard. When the curious Wu Yin saw this scene, he could not help but widen his eyes. He also had such a method to instantly teleport thousands of miles. However, this group of people's cultivation had not even reached the Dodan realm. Without the support of the power of law, how did they grasp such a teleportation method? In the end, only a few people remained in the courtyard. The rest of the people had basically returned to the War God Temple, and they could use the token to come here at any time. Sect leader, there are many experts in the inner region. It's suitable for the two of us to cultivate. Fang Mo cupped his hands and said, In that case, the both of you can stay here. Wu Jin and Tai Tan, I will stay here. You can ask them about any problems you have regarding cultivation. I hope that the both of you can break through to the Dodan realm as soon as possible. Ning Qi smiled and nodded. Fang Mo nodded firmly and said, I will. You want to return to Dongxian? How about I go with you? Wu Yin said with a smile. Now that the restrictive spell of the inner district is gone, why aren't you returning to your hometown? Why are you following me to Dongxian? Ning Qi frowned. Without waiting for Wu Yin's reply, Ning Qi already understood. He was still convinced that Feng Jiuxian was related to him and wanted to find her through him. If I go back now, I will be chased by the Wang family's patriarch. I think it's better not to go back first. Let's wait until my cultivation base is higher. Isn't it good to have me with you? Now the Dao Yan Celestial Emperor has ascended the throne. All the mainland fragments have returned to their original form under his divine power. Not only will the Greedy Wolf sect cultivators come to find you, but there will also be cultivators from Dongxian. Oh, do you still remember Meng Tianlin? The first-generation patriarch of the Meng family has already remembered your aura. You have cut off his inheritance in the inner region. I'm afraid he will come to the inner region with the Meng family's ancestral teachings to find you. With me by your side, you will have a free bodyguard. What's wrong with that? Wu Yin analyzed for Ning Qi. It's up to you. Ning Qi thought about it and nodded in agreement. However, if Wu Yin wanted to go with him, he could not use the sect leader's token to return. The War God Temple was the most important place to him. Before he saw through Wu Yin, Ning Qi would not let an expert, who was far more powerful than him, have the means to come and go to the War God Temple at any time. Finally, we can go back. Tuoba Shun and Wenren Mu followed behind Ing Qingning, who had a pale face. The great change in the world this time could be considered as a blessing and a misfortune. However, for Dan realm cultivators, the change was not too big. Instead, they were quite happy to be able to leave the inner region. In the Greedy Wolf sect, they were the outer sect elders. However, in the inner region, because of the relationship between Ning Qi and Wu Yin, even Ing Qingning had to be careful. They were afraid that Wu Yin would find them. As for them, they lived in seclusion. Even the cultivators in Dongxian had a much better life than them. White Emperor Tower, the forbidden area. Ing Qingning arrived with a group of people. Zhou Xiantian hurriedly went forward to welcome them. Eldering, how was the trip to the dragon field? Zhou Xiantian casually asked. As a result, he found that Ing Qingning was looking at him with a cold gaze. Zhou Xiantian was so scared that he almost knelt down on the ground. He knew that even a Dan realm cultivator like Tuobachan was respectful to Ing Qingning. Zhou Xiantian naturally knew what level of cultivation she had reached. Humph! Ing Qingning coldly snorted. She ignored Zhou Xiantian and led the group through the passage, disappearing from the forbidden area of the White Emperor Tower. Zhou Xiantian reached out and wiped the sweat on his forehead. He sighed. This is really inhumane. I have no idea where the two girls went. There's no news of them until now. After Su Hengtao and the others returned to the 9 prefectures empire, there was a huge change. The 7th prince, who had already ascended the throne, was personally removed by Su Hengtao. The initial stage Do Dan realm cultivator, who was supporting the 7th prince, was severely injured by Zhu Shiji, who had returned with Su Hengtao. Su Hengtao immediately sighed. The world was going to be in chaos. In the past, even if he left the 9 states empire for 100 years, no one would dare to ascend to the throne and snatch his throne. This time, the great change of the world made the reputation of the 9 great clans rise again. No matter which clan it was, there was a Dan realm ancestor who followed them back to Dongxian. Some cultivators who did not know the inside story even thought that Ningqi was about to die and his war god temple was about to be destroyed. Only the cultivators who came from the inner domain knew that even the eternal life realm experts couldn't do anything to Ningqi. Moreover, he was accompanied by the strongest expert in the inner domain, Chaotic World Devil Senior, who would dare to look for trouble and find trouble with the war god temple. Don't run anymore. Ha ha ha! I didn't expect the Slaughter Immortal Hall to meet the remnants of the war god temple today. I should have killed all of you hundreds of thousands of years ago. The 2 of you have such beautiful lives. Why don't you follow me and keep your lives? Chapter 11:02. A girl grows up, Elder Amo. Do you want me to go and capture the 2 of them? The late-stage battle Dan realm cultivator was followed by a group of people. The weakest among them was an early-stage battle Dan realm cultivator. 3 of them were mid-stage battle Dan realm cultivators. No need, I'm just teasing them. Our real goal is to find out where the war god shrine is. The 3 strongest holy lands in the Lingwu continent have already been absorbed by our Slaughter Immortal Hall. As long as we get rid of the war god shrine, this continent will fall into our hands. This time the world is changing, so we must be the fastest to be far ahead of them. Mo Qing said with a faint smile. Yes. Everyone quickly nodded. Let's go and catch up. Mo Qing smiled faintly as he watched the 2 women's figures disappear from his field of vision. Aren't they the 2 saintesses of the war god temple? Why are they in such a panic? You're not well informed. I heard that a strong enemy has invaded our Lingwu mainland. The 3 holy lands have already been absorbed. I think the 2 saintesses are rushing back to the war god temple to report the news. I wonder if the North Mysterious Overlord is a match for those strong enemies. A few of the Do-Di realm cultivators raised their heads and watched the 2 women flash past them. They started to discuss in low voices. In the end, when Mo Qing led the group of Do-Dan realm cultivators and flew past their heads, the few Do-Di realm cultivators were so frightened that they shrunk their necks. This was because the power of law that was emitted by a group of Do-Dan realm cultivators was too terrifying. Even though they were dozens of miles away, they could still feel a kind of fear in their hearts. The people from the Slaughter God Temple, that group of cultivators, must be people from the Kill Immortal Hall. Previously, I met a woman who escaped from the Cold Song's sacred land. She told me that the power that invaded our Lingwu continent is called the Kill Immortal Hall. A dozen Do-Dan realm cultivators came together. It must be them. The 2 saintesses of the War God Temple are being hunted. A Emperor realm cultivator suddenly said with a face full of shock. Let's follow them and take a look. Someone suggested. It's better not to join in the fun. Someone was slightly worried. What's there to be afraid of? They're just trying to suppress us. They won't kill the innocent. To us, What's the difference between the 3 holy lands and the Slaughter Immortal Hall? On the contrary, the more chaotic it is, the better it is for us. Then let's go take a look. Not long after, more and more people in the Ling Wu continent discovered that the 2 saintesses were being chased. Among them were some young men who were infatuated with the 2 saintesses. They overestimated their capabilities and wanted to stand up for the 2 saintesses. As a result, they were killed on the spot. These young men were initial stage Do Dan realm cultivators from other continents. Since then, no one dared to act arbitrarily. The majestic Ling Wu continent's tens of thousands of cultivators just quietly followed behind the Slaughter Immortal Hall. They wanted to see what would happen to the War God Temple. Elder Mo, should we kill this group of tails? No need. Mo Qing turned around with a faint smile and shook his head. He wanted to let the people of the Ling Wu mainland know how powerful the Slaughter Immortal Hall was. After today, even if there were people who were dissatisfied with the Slaughter Immortal Hall, they would not dare to show it. Sister Yu Er, they have been following behind us. Do they want to know where the War God Temple is? Zueling Er glanced behind her worriedly and asked little Yu Er, who was beside her. Now that 6 to 7 years had passed, the 2 girls had already grown up. According to the rules of the past, they were already at the age of marriage. Zueling Er's small face was very fair, and her facial features were as exquisite as a doll's, because she had already reached the initial stage of the Do Dan realm. The bewitching aura on her body was even stronger than when she was 10 years old. Otherwise, she and little Yu would not have become the 2 most beloved little princesses of the War God Shrine. After breaking through to the initial stage of the Do Dan realm, they had even become the 2 publicly acknowledged saintesses of the Ling Wu continent. They were true saintesses, and they were not people that the saints and saintesses of the 3 great holy lands could compare with. Therefore, we need to run as far as possible. Later, we will use the command token to return and let them slowly find it. The corner of little Yu Er's mouth curled into a proud smile. The direction that the 2 of them escaped in was completely different from the direction of the War God Temple. This was because they had considered the other party's true goal. If only young Master was here, young Master would definitely be able to defeat them. A trace of longing flashed across Zueling Er's eyes. In her heart, she had always thought that Ning Qi was invincible. No matter what enemy it was, they were not Ning Qi's match. However, in terms of temperament, little Yu was much more mature than Zueling. After all, when she was young, she had followed her brother Deguzi to hang around in the city. She had matured a little earlier. Now that she was also a Do Dan realm cultivator, she naturally knew that before Ning Qi went to the Dragon Field, his cultivation was similar to hers. Even if Ning Qi returned, he would not be a match for her. That's right, if young Master was here, he would definitely beat all of them into pig heads. Little Yu Er looked at Zueling Er dotingly. In little Yu Er's heart, this little follower who had been following her since she was young was already as important as Ning Qi and Deguzi. The 2 of them brought Mo Qing and the others around the garden. On the other side, some cultivators who had a good relationship with the War God Temple had already found some outer sect disciples of the War God Temple. Luo Tianhua, the cultivators of the Immortal Slaughter Hall, are hunting down the saintesses of the War God Temple. A cultivator arrived at Azure Ox City, panting heavily. The first thing he saw was Luo Tianhua, who was surrounded by a crowd and explaining some common cultivation problems to everyone. He was one of the outer sect disciples of the War God Temple, who often traveled the Jianghu. What? The Immortal Slaughter Hall is hunting down the 2 saintesses? Luo Tianhua's expression immediately changed. He hurriedly said goodbye to the crowd and turned into a white light, disappearing in front of everyone. Many people gloated. Even though they seemed to be on good terms with Luo Tianhua, they were actually a little jealous of him. In fact, they were envious of Luo Tianhua's identity. Not only was he an outer sect disciple of the war god temple, but he was also an in-name disciple of the North mystic demon lord. The war god temple is going to follow in the footsteps of the 3 sacred grounds. A well-informed cultivator said with a faint smile, "Many figures return to the war god temple." Luo Tianhua saw Dongfang Haojie and Li Minji, whom he hadn't seen for a few years. He immediately went up to them and told them what had happened. "Who dares to hunt down my niece?" Chapter 1103. Stall for time, Martial Uncle Duan, it's the slaughter immortal hall. Luo Tianhua smiled bitterly. His shoulder was in great pain. Martial Uncle Duan's cultivation had advanced by leaps and bounds in the past few years. From an ordinary Emperor realm cultivator, he had made successive breakthroughs. Now, even Dongfang Beitian and the others were no longer a match for him. Within the war god temple, his cultivation was second only to a few people. 10th rank qi refining? Dongfang Haojie and Li Minji looked at Duan Yingjun curiously. After staying in the inner region for a long time, they were already used to using the 10th rank of the qi refinement realm to evaluate a person's strength. After all, the Do Di Dosheng and the like were only divided by the dragon's continent. Most places did not have these levels, but simply used the qi refinement realm. Above that was the Dan realm. In these few years, Li Minji had already entered the 10th rank of the qi refinement realm. As for Dongfang Haojie, he had also broken through to the 10th rank of the qi refinement realm under the guidance of the 2 middle stage Do Dan realm cultivators. However, the 2 of them did not expect that Duan Yingjun, who had been staying in the war god temple, could actually increase his cultivation so quickly. This caused the 2 of them to have a whole new level of respect for him. Duan Feifei had also come along with Duan Yingjun. Her cultivation was slightly weaker. However, many years ago, she was also an existence of the Dosheng realm. She had never imagined that she would one day become a Dosheng. In this lifetime, she would be satisfied as long as she could break through to the initial stage of the Do Dan realm. Slaughter Immortal Hall? What the hell is this? Duan Yingjun frowned slightly. Martial Uncle Duan rarely roams the Lingwu mainland, so you naturally don't know about the Slaughter Immortal Hall. This sect seems to be a new sect that came from a new continent after the Phantom descended. This disciple didn't notice them before because they were very careful. If it wasn't for a message from a cultivator saying that the 2 saintesses were being chased by them, I wouldn't have been able to react, and the 3 holy lands had already been absorbed by them. Now their target is naturally our war god temple. Luo Tianhua quickly explained. This Slaughter Immortal Hall is very strong. Those 2 girls can't beat them? Duan Yingjun said in surprise. Little Yu, and Zuoling were now the strongest existences in the war god temple besides Ningqi. They were at the initial stage of the Battle Dan realm. When they broke through to the initial stage of the Battle Dan realm, everyone was shocked. They didn't expect that the 2 girls would quietly break through to the Battle Dan realm. However, when they thought of Ningqi's love for the 2 girls and how he taught them since they were young, everyone felt that it was normal. Didn't Ningqi himself also break through to the Battle Dan realm in a short period of 10 years? I heard that an elder from the Slaughter Immortal Hall has come. He is a late-stage Do Dan realm cultivator. Luo Tianhua smiled bitterly. Late-stage Do Dan realm? Duan Yingjun immediately sucked in a breath of cold air. Together with Duan Feifei, their expressions became extremely grave. The combat god temple was probably no match for such an existence. However, Dongfang Haojie and Li Minji were very calm. Send out spies to find out where the 2 girls are now. No matter what, we must protect them. When the sect master returns, forget about a late-stage Do Dan realm cultivator. Even an eternal stage cultivator would not be able to overturn the situation. Li Minji said in a low voice. What? Boss is so powerful now. He is not afraid of a late-stage Do Dan Realm Cultivator? Duan Ingjun reacted and looked at Li Minji and Dongfang Haojie with a dumbfounded expression. They had followed Ning Qi to the dragon territory for 6 to 7 years. Could it be that Ning Qi's cultivation had advanced by leaps and bounds during this period of time? Of course. Li Minji smiled proudly. He felt that his decision back then was truly wise. At that time, all the cultivators of the Lingwu mainland would never have thought that in just a mere 10 years, Ning Qi's cultivation had already reached such a level. With the power of 5 laws, even the greedy wolf sect's eternal life realm cultivator, Ing Qingning, couldn't take him down in a short time. Instead, Ning Qi took out his mysterious artifact and beheaded more than 200 people. Moreover, during this period of time in the inner domain, he often saw Empress Han Ge and the present world Buddha Emperor coming to ask Ning Qi for advice on cultivation. Their attitude was very respectful. If this was known by the cultivators of the Lingwu mainland, it would definitely cause a crazy discussion. Palace Master Dongfang? Duan Ingjun did not believe Li Minji and looked directly at Dongfang Haojie. Dongfang Haojie nodded and said, "Elderly is right. With the return of the sect master, there is no need for the slaughter immortal hall to exist. Since you are all back, where is the old master?" Duan Ingjun finally believed that Ning Qi could resist a late-stage battle Dan Realm cultivator. He quickly asked about Ning Qi's whereabouts. "Oh, he is bringing a good friend back. He is not with us. I believe that in 10 days to half a month, he will be able to reach the Lingwu mainland." Dongfang Haojie touched his chin and said, "If that person came together, even if the Slaughter Immortal Hall had a few eternal stage cultivators, it would be useless. The most important thing now was to think of a way to delay the time before Ning Qi arrived. How many people do we have in the War God Temple? Other than old Master Ning and the others, the rest will all be dispatched to spread rumors and harass the Slaughter Immortal Hall. No matter what the rumors are, as long as they can delay the time, it will be fine." Li Minji said, "Other than this method, there is no other way. As for the rumors, let's say that a mid-grade artifact has appeared." "Oh, a high-grade artifact." Dongfang Haojie nodded. "All right, that's what I'm best at." Duan Ingjun hurriedly nodded and left with Duan Feifei. Not long after, thousands of disciples of the War God Temple moved out in all directions of the Lingwu mainland. In less than a day, rumors had spread everywhere in the Lingwu mainland. The kings of the 3 sacred lands have returned, and among them are eternal stage cultivators. They have sworn to destroy the Slaughter Immortal Hall. A high-grade artifact has been unearthed in the north. It is said that it was left behind by the Dao Yan Immortal Emperor 1,000,000 years ago. The North mysterious demon lord has returned to the Lingwu mainland, and he has already broken through to the eternal life realm. A divine object has been unearthed in the south. That divine object is 100 meters tall, and there are millions of fish of laws inside. Elder Mo, these are the rumors that have spread far and wide in the Lingwu mainland. There are already countless cultivators flocking towards the north and south. I heard that the disciples of the sects that are as famous as our Slaughter Immortal Hall have also appeared in the Lingwu mainland. A middle-stage battle Dan Realm cultivator stood beside Mo Qing and said in a low voice. Everyone was still chasing after the 2 girls, but they maintained a speed that they could not catch up to, nor could they shake off. Hearing that, Mo Qing's face became gloomy. "There is no smoke without fire. You guys continue to hang on to them. I will go to the north and south to take a look at the situation. As for the 3 sacred lands having eternal stage cultivators, TSK, that is pure nonsense, and that whatever north profound demon venerable, I heard that he is the sect leader of the War God Temple. Wait until I personally capture this person and ask him if there are any remnants of the War God Temple." "Yes." Elder Mo. Chapter 1104. Play Aten, the northernmost part of the Lingwu continent. There was a city that was under the jurisdiction of the Cold Song Sacred Land. Its name was Heavenly Treasure City. Many sects and forces gathered in Heavenly Treasure City, and there were hundreds of large and small market squares. This was because there were many demon beasts, spirit materials, and spirit treasures in the green light forest near Heavenly Treasure City. After some cultivators obtained good things from there, they could sell them in Heavenly Treasure City. Today, it was unknown who spread the news that a high-grade magic artifact had appeared in this place. Countless cultivators flocked over, and there was no lack of Dan realm cultivators among them. These were experts that came from other continents after the world's metamorphosis. The local experts of Heavenly Treasure City were trembling with fear and did not dare to show themselves. However, the temptation of a high-grade magic tool still made them send their strongest subordinates to scout the Green Light Forest. Green Light Forest. Is that where the high-grade magic tool was unearthed? 7 to 8 initial stage Dan realm cultivators came together. One of them randomly grabbed a Do Zune below and asked while the Do Zune had a terrified expression. That's right. I've also just heard about it. I just want to go over and see the elegance of the celestial artifact. I definitely have no intention of getting involved. That Do Zune was so frightened that he stuttered. With your cultivation, you think you can get your hands on it? What a joke. The initial stage Dan realm cultivator casually flung him away before flying forward with everyone else. Not long later, they saw a huge pit. In the vicinity of the large pit, there were many cultivators surrounding it. Everyone was afraid of each other, and no one dared to enter the large pit to investigate. After all, magic tools contain the power of the law. The power of the law was strange and varied. Some of the laws were extremely sinister and ruthless. Just being slightly touched by it would cause one's soul to fly and scatter. Even a Dan realm cultivator would have to weigh the pros and cons. The 7 to 8 initial stage Dan realm cultivators took advantage of the fact that they had more people on their side. Without any scruples, they directly entered the huge pit. Inside was a somewhat strange underground palace. Why is this place so new? It doesn't look like it's been here for a long time. One of them said doubtfully, perhaps it is because of the nourishment from the power of law. It is hard to say. Let's take advantage of the fact that there are no experts here to see if there are any high-grade magic tools. Look, other than us, there are more than 30 initial stage Dan realm cultivators. Don't let them get ahead of us. That's true. Let's go and search. Not long after, an initial stage Dan realm cultivator left this place with a strange expression. However, just as he left the cave, someone exclaimed, "The magic tool was taken by that fellow!" Run. When the initial stage Dan realm cultivator saw this, he immediately ran. Like a cannonball, he charged towards the sky. Behind him was a large group of initial stage Dan realm cultivators with angry faces. In the end, just as that guy left the huge pit, he felt a suction force coming towards him. When he came back to his senses, he was already caught by someone. Late stage Dan realm? Once he felt the aura of the person who had arrived. The initial stage Dan realm cultivator was so scared that his small face turned pale. A layer of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. The rest of the cultivators immediately stopped moving and stood on the spot. They looked at this scene with some disappointment. The appearance of a late-stage Dan realm cultivator meant that they were not fated with the artifact. Mo Ching said coldly, "Take out your Dharma artifact and let me see." Yes. The guy quickly took out the thing he had obtained from below and handed it to Mo Ching. It was a square box that seemed to be made of a special metal. There was not a trace of law on it. Mo Ching couldn't help but frown slightly. He tentatively reached out to open the box. Puff! A fist flew out from the box and hit Mo Ching's nose. However, the strength of this fist was not enough to hurt a mortal, let alone Mo Ching. Everyone was speechless when they saw this scene. Mo Ching looked at the box with an ashen face. After confirming that there was nothing special about it, he silently kept the box and flew away. Among the crowd below, Duaningjun looked at this scene with a smile. He thought to himself, I didn't expect that the toy that boss gave to the two little girls would be put to use today. In the south of the Lingwu mainland, Mo Qing also did not see the divine artifact. Immediately, a trace of anger appeared in his eyes. If he guessed correctly, he was afraid that he had been fooled. Then, the news of an eternal life realm cultivator returning from the three holy lands was also false. The North mysterious archdevil's breakthrough to the eternal life realm was also false. It must be the war god temple. Mo Qing let out a long roar and chased after Little Yu. And Zhuoling with an ashen face. That big bad guy is gone. Now his subordinates are chasing us. Zhuoling looked behind her in surprise. 3 mid-stage battle Dan realm and 12 initial stage battle Dan realm cultivators. We might be able to fight them. Little Yu turned her head and did not see Mo Qing's figure. Her eyes immediately lit up. Ling, are you afraid? Little Yu whispered. Sister Yu, are we going to fight them to the death? Ling is not afraid. Zhuoling immediately reacted. Then let's fight. Little Yu laughed and held hands with Zhuoling. They stopped in midair. At this moment, Mo Qing's subordinates also flew in front of them. Ha ha ha, aren't you going to run away? The faces of the 3 middle stage Dan realm cultivators revealed a mocking expression. Greed flashed across their eyes as they looked at the two ladies. No wonder the serious Mo Qing in front of them was tempted when he saw the two ladies. The two ladies had an indescribable attractive aura on them, as if they were born with a charming body. The 12 early-stage battle Dan realm cultivators were a serious expression. Although they were tempted, they did not dare to show it. After all, the two girls were already Mo Qing's exclusive property. The two saintesses are not going to run away. Are they going to fight the people of the Slaughter Immortal Hall? I'm afraid they are in danger. Many cultivators who came to watch the show and also wanted to know where the War God Temple was looked at Little Yu, and Zhuoling, with worry. The two girls had been roaming the Jianghu for the past few years and made quite a name for themselves. They had also made a lot of friends. At this moment, a few of their friends rushed to the two girls while panting. Sister Yu, Sisterling, we are late. There was a total of 8 people, 4 men and 4 women. Their cultivation was between the Dosheng and Dodi realm. However, they were not old. They were not cultivators from the Lingwu mainland. They were young people who came from different continents to roam the world. Due to various reasons, they had gathered together. What are you doing here? Leave quickly. Little Yu, his eyes flashed with anxiety. We are friends. We will live and die together. The 8 of them said in unison. Hee, there are still ants who dare to come and die. Chapter 1105. The law of Yin-Yang then stand behind us. They are all Battle Dan realm cultivators. You are not their match. Little Yu knew that she could not persuade her companions. She was touched that they were willing to die to support her. All right. The 8 of them nodded and stood behind the 2 girls. They hoped that the 2 girls could deal with them. If they were not their match, they would die together. Arrogant. Seeing that Little Yu and Zhuoling were really going to fight them, the 3 middle stage battle Dan realm cultivators revealed a trace of anger. Arrogant or not, it is not up to you. Little Yu looked at them coldly. Mere early stage battle Dan realm cultivators. Any one of us can take you down. Chu San, go and take them down. One of the middle stage battle Dan realm cultivators said coldly. But didn't Elder Mo Qing say the early stage battle Dan realm cultivator called Chu? San hesitated for a moment. When he noticed that the 3 middle stage battle Dan realm cultivators were looking at him, He gritted his teeth and braced himself. He was not afraid of the two girls. He was just afraid that his actions would go against Elder Mo Qing's instructions. Mo Qing's instructions were for everyone to follow the two girls to their lair and then wipe out the war god temple. I did not attack the two of you. I do not wish to hurt you. Surrender yourselves. Chu San stood in front of the two girls and said indifferently, "That early-stage Battle Dan Realm cultivator has a strong law aura. He should be an experienced early-stage Battle Dan Realm cultivator. Indeed, he has at least 700 to 800 law forces. In our Lingwu mainland, he is already considered a top-tier expert. I did not expect the cultivators of the Slaughter Immortal Hall to be so strong. I am afraid that the War God Temple has encountered a great enemy. If it was me, I would rather rely on the Slaughter Immortal Hall. The Slaughter Immortal Hall is so strong. Relying on them might be beneficial." Everyone was not optimistic about the two girls and shook their heads. "Surrender yourselves?" Little Yu Er revealed a mocking smile. She looked at Zuoling. Suddenly, 2 white gas appeared above the two girls. A black gas, a white gas. The 2 white gas instantly gathered together and formed a Tai Chi diagram. The law of yin-yang. Little Yu. I had the law of yin, and Zuoling. I had the law of yang. These 2 types of laws were far beyond the ordinary elemental laws. Even if the group of cultivators from the Slaughter Immortal Hall had no knowledge, they could still feel the terrifying power that could be released after these 2 laws were fused together. The 3 intermediate stage Battle Dan Realm cultivators' faces instantly changed. A high-class law? No, it might be a supreme or even a supreme law of nature. How could an ultimate law appear in such a small place? That's the legendary power of law. I think it's most likely a supreme law. TSK, if Elder Mo Qing accepts these 2 girls, it'll be great help to his cultivation. Even I'm a little tempted by them. Don't act recklessly. Elder Mo Qing will be back soon. Don't worry, I'm just thinking about it. After the 3 middle-stage Do Dan Realm cultivators recovered from their shock, they looked at the 2 girls with greedy eyes. After the 8 companions behind the 2 ladies saw the Tai Chi Yin-Yang diagram, their faces were filled with worship. Back then, the 2 ladies had relied on this diagram to save the 8 of them from the hands of a middle-stage Do Dan Realm demon. How is this possible? A trace of panic flashed across Chu San's face. At this moment, the Tai Chi Yin-Yang diagram had already covered him. The surrounding air seemed to have frozen. No matter how Chu San stimulated the power of law in his body, he couldn't move his body at all. He could only watch helplessly as the Tai Chi Yin-Yang diagram smashed him away and landed heavily on the ground. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive. Hiss! The surrounding cultivators inhaled a breath of cold air one after another. They looked at this scene in shock. They knew that the 2 saintesses were very strong. However, they never thought that the 2 girls would be strong to this extent. It should be known that they had only broken through to the Do Dan realm a few years ago. It's definitely a supreme law. The 3 middle-stage Battle Dan realm cultivators from the Slaughter Immortal Hall looked at each other and nodded excitedly. After that, they waved their hands, and the remaining 11 early-stage Battle Dan realm cultivators attacked the 2 ladies in unison. Suppress! Little Yu Er's eyes turned white in an instant, while Zuoling Er's eyes turned black. The 2 of them were instantly enveloped by the law of yin and yang. 2 dragons, 1 black and 1 white, swam out from the yin-yang diagram. These 2 dragons were completely different from the ones that everyone had seen before. They did not have fat bodies, nor did they have wings. Instead, they had the bodies of snakes, and 4 claws grew out from their abdomens. From head to toe, they carried a divine aura. What's that? It looks like a certain martial technique of the North mystic archdevil. He shot out 6 silver dragons. Dragon? I seem to have read about this kind of dragon in ancient books. The surrounding cultivators revealed a trace of shock on their faces. The giant dragons, formed by the law of yin and yang, charged directly at the 11 early-stage Battle Dan realm cultivators. The early-stage Battle Dan realm cultivators couldn't withstand the attacks for more than 10 breaths. What a strong power of law! My law seems to be restrained by it. No, we're going to lose. Boom! The 11 figures flew out and landed heavily on the ground. Coincidentally, they landed on Chu San's body. Chu San was already seriously injured. After being hit a few more times, his limbs started to twitch. I think you guys should take action personally. Little Yu. Ar's white eyes looked at the 3 mid-stage Battle Dan realm cultivators of the Slaughter Immortal Hall indifferently. They seemed to feel a trace of deep mockery from Little Yu's eyes. Arrogant. Watch how I take care of you. The 3 of them looked at each other. They didn't choose to attack together as it would be too embarrassing. There were so many cultivators of the Ling Wu mainland watching. If they attacked together, it would affect the reputation of the Slaughter Immortal Hall even if they could take down the 2 girls. Therefore, one of them roared and attacked the 2 girls. He had condensed the power of 1,800 laws. He was considered an outstanding existence among the mid-stage Battle Dan realm. In the Slaughter Immortal Hall, other than the late-stage Battle Dan realm and the Eternal Life Realm Old Ancestor, there were only 3 or 4 mid-stage Battle Dan realm cultivators who were stronger than him. He was also the strongest existence among the 3 mid-stage Battle Dan realm cultivators. As soon as he made his move, everyone felt a boundless power of laws envelop an area of several thousand kilometers. Everyone's hearts shuddered. Little Yu, and Zhueling looked at each other. Suddenly, their hair moved without any wind. In the next moment, the law of yin and yang surged out from the 2 girls' bodies. At this moment, the 2 girls were like goddesses who had descended to the mortal world. Roar. Chapter 1106. If they don't leave, they will die. Not good. The 3 intermediate stage Do Dan realm cultivators from the Lucian Hall felt their hearts palpitate. It was as if a terrifying existence was about to descend from the Tai Chi Yin-Yang diagram. Suppress. The crazy power of law surged towards the 2 girls like a tide. In the next moment, the claw that came out from the Tai Chi Yin-Yang diagram firmly pressed the opponent's power of law. The 2 girls trembled. Their power of law was too little. Their faces revealed a trace of strenuous expression. However, the body behind the huge claw was still slowly stretching out from the Tai Chi Yin-Yang diagram. So powerful. Seeing that the 2 girls could actually contend with the intermediate stage Do Dan realm cultivator, the nearby cultivators immediately gasped and looked at the scene in shock. At the same time, figures broke through the sky and arrived. Dongfang Haojie, Li Minji, Niu Dezhuang, Jiang Qing, and the others stood in the void and frowned as they looked at the scene. How is it? What's the situation? Duan Yingjun and Duan Feifei followed closely behind the crowd and asked nervously. The 2 girls are fighting with the intermediate stage Do Dan realm cultivator. From the looks of it, they should be able to gain the upper hand. However, if the 3 of them were to attack together, I'm afraid. Dongfang Haojie slightly frowned and a trace of worry flashed across his eyes. So powerful. They are much more promising than me. Duan Yingjun looked at the 2 girls and sighed. He paused for a moment and said with a smile, the late-stage Do Dan realm cultivator from the Lucian Hall has been lured by us to run around the Ling Wu mainland. I reckon that he can buy us some time. However, it seems that the time is not enough. Dongfang Haojie's expression was somewhat solemn. Roar. Another roar came from the Tai Chi Yin-Yang diagram. The huge dragon that was a few miles long finally broke out of the diagram. It was like a god that had descended, bringing endless pressure to everyone. The intermediate stage Do Dan realm cultivator from the Lucian Hall revealed a trace of anger on his face. In the next moment, he was swept away by the huge dragon's tail and instantly disappeared from everyone's sight. Attack together! The remaining 2 people looked at the scene in shock. They immediately reacted and did not care whether it was shameful or not. If they were unable to suppress the 2 girls today, the Lucien Hall would truly lose face. The situation is not good. Dongfang Haojie and the others revealed a hint of worry in their eyes. After the 2 of them attacked together, the 2 women clearly felt a little strained. The giant dragon was also unable to gain the upper hand against the 2 of them. Instead, it was constantly being beaten back. If we can condense the power of laws to 1,000, these 2 won't be so difficult to deal with. Little Yu thought to herself. A feeling of weakness came from her body. Her and Zuoling, law energies were about to be exhausted. The dragon's body became fainter and fainter. Ha ha ha! You can't hold on much longer, can you? The 2 opponents laughed maniacally as a cold glint flashed across their eyes. One of them restrained the dragon while the other reached out to grab the 2 women. Not good. The lass is in danger. Duan Yingjuan's face revealed a trace of anxiousness. Without waiting for everyone to react, he directly sent a palm strike towards the 2 of them. However, with his cultivation, it was impossible for him to injure a Do Dan realm cultivator. Courting death. Feeling the provocation of an ant, the mid-stage Do Dan realm cultivator who was hit turned around and glanced at Duan Yingjun coldly. He deeply remembered Duan Yingjuan's appearance in his heart. After dealing with the 2 women, he would capture this ant who dared to provoke him and make him suffer a fate worse than death. Ling, are you leave first? Little Yu suddenly released her hand that was tightly holding Zuoling Oi's hand. She stretched out her hand and pushed Zuoling Er's chest. Zuoling could not react in time and was pushed a few hundred feet away. She could only look at the scene in shock. Her face revealed a trace of despair and sorrow. Suppress her. The mid-stage Do Dan realm cultivator revealed a ferocious expression. Just as he was about to suppress little Yu, suddenly, a black palm print fell from the sky and directly landed on the mid-stage Do Dan realm cultivator's body. He let out a miserable howl as his body instantly entered a state of being poisoned. His skin and flesh uncontrollably peeled off from his body. No matter how he used the power of law to resist the terrifying poison that had invaded his body, it was useless. This unforeseen event stunned the other mid-stage Do Dan realm cultivator. In the blink of an eye, he was bitten by the huge dragon and was seriously injured. Soon after, the huge dragon completely disappeared into the air. Sister Yu, are you all right? Zuoling quickly flew to little Yu. I sighed and asked anxiously. I'm fine. Little Yu nodded her head subconsciously. Who is it? Who dares to interfere in the matters of the Slaughter Immortal Hall? The 2 seriously injured middle stage Do Dan realm cultivators immediately stood together. Their gazes vigilantly raised their heads and looked over. The middle stage Do Dan realm cultivator, who was sent flying by the huge dragon earlier, also slowly flew back. When he saw this unforeseen event, a trace of surprise flashed across his eyes. However, the 2 of them still quickly activated the power of the law and continuously poured it into the body of the poisoned cultivator to help him expel the poison. Only then did the speed at which his flesh and blood peeled off slow down. The rest of the people couldn't help but raise their heads in shock. Under the sunlight, they saw a purple figure standing in the sky. Dongfang Haojie and the others immediately revealed a trace of suspicion. This figure seemed to be somewhat familiar to them. Sister Macho? Little Yu suddenly shouted in surprise. Sister Macho? A face immediately flashed through Zuoling Er's mind. Immediately, her face also revealed a trace of surprise. the purple figure slowly landed in front of the two girls. Limacho glanced at them indifferently. Seeing that the two girls were only a little tired and not injured, she nodded her head as a greeting. After that, she coldly looked at the three mid-stage Dan realm cultivators from the Slaughter Immortal Hall and said, "I will give you 5 breaths of time. If you don't leave, you will die. Who are you? Do you know that the 3 of us are disciples of the Slaughter Immortal Hall? Elder Mo Ching will be here soon. If you insist on helping the remnants of the War God Temple, don't blame the Slaughter Immortal Hall for being impolite. 5 breaths of time is up." Limacho indifferently stared at the 3 of them. In the next moment, she waved the horsetail whisk in her hand. The horsetail whisk expanded with the wind. The 3 of them revealed a trace of anger on their faces. They could feel a power of law that was stronger than theirs from Limacho's body. Limacho was at the peak of the mid-stage Dan realm. The 3 of them would definitely not be a match for such an existence. They could only turn around and flee, not forgetting to leave behind some ruthless words. "Mountains and rivers will meet again. You." Before they could finish their words, they were already hit by the horsetail whisk. Like birds with broken wings, they fell to the ground. At the same time, 3 black palm prints hit their backs. Chapter 1107. 5 poisons, goddess. I've said it before. 5 breaths have passed. Don't leave. Limacho looked at the 3 people who were struggling on the ground as if she was looking at ants. Everyone swallowed their saliva and looked at Limacho in fear. A mid-stage battle Dan realm cultivator had become so miserable in a blink of an eye. Who was this woman? Could she be a disciple of the War God Temple? It's the woman beside Sect Master. Dongfang Haojia and the others had a strange expression on their faces, especially Dongfang Haojia. He had seen Limacho in the past. At that time, Limacho's cultivation was much lower than his. But now, it seemed that she had broken through to the Battle Dan realm before him. Furthermore, she was not just an initial stage Battle Dan realm, but a mid-stage Battle Dan realm. "Sister Macho, you're so powerful." The 2 girls had a trace of admiration on their faces. They had been admiring Limacho for more than 10 years. Back at the dragon-slaying Marquis Mansion, they had been following Limacho everywhere. Now that Limacho's cultivation was higher than theirs after so many years, the admiration they had for Limacho immediately returned. "Wait, horsetail whisk. Poison palm. 5 poisons, goddess." That's the 5 poisons goddess? Isn't she afraid? Why would she appear in the Ling Wu mainland? I heard that she had killed a dragon with a mid-stage Battle Dan realm cultivator. A total of 300 dragons were turned into a pool of blood. She's a fiend. A few of my good friends died in her hands. I just took a second glance at her. I didn't expect the 5 poisons goddess to have such a close relationship with the War God Temple. North Mysterious Archdevil, 5 poisons goddess. The War God Temple is a demonic sect, right? Some of the cultivators recognized Limacho after recovering from their shock. They were shocked and subconsciously retreated a few miles. Among the group of cultivators, some revealed expressions of anger, some revealed expressions of hatred, and some revealed expressions of terror. Most of them had friends who had died at Limacho's hands. Even the 8 young men and women behind Little You were looking at Limacho with complicated gazes. Limacho had visited their continents before, and some of their acquaintances had died at her hands. Fortunately, they were only acquaintances and not friends. Otherwise, they really did not know how to interact with Little Yuer and Zwilling. After all, the relationship between the 2 girls and the 5 poisons goddess was clearly not ordinary. Marshal Aunt Macho, Dongfang Haojia, and the others arrived in front of the 3 women. Among them, Niu Dezhuang smiled and cupped his hands. Yes, Limacho nodded indifferently. She glanced at the crowd and said, "Let's return to the War God Temple first." Yes, everyone glanced at the 3 fellows on the ground, who were breathing less and exhaling more, and nodded. One by one, the silhouettes turned into white light and disappeared under everyone's stunned gazes. The methods of the War God Hall are indeed mysterious and unfathomable. Everyone couldn't help but sigh. Sister Macho, these 8 are our good friends. Can we take them to the War God Temple? Little you, or pointed at the 8 youths behind her. You guys go back first. I will bring them to the War God Temple. Li Macho's eyes flashed with a trace of hesitation. In the next moment, her eyes moved slightly and she nodded solemnly. After that, the power of law broke out from her body and carried the 8 of them. Little Iwer and Zwillinger glanced at each other before turning into white light and disappeared. Just 10 breaths after they left, Mo Ching finally rushed back. When he saw the scene in front of him, his face instantly became extremely pale. Puff, puff, puff. Mo Ching continuously slapped the bodies of the 3 middle-stage Dan realm cultivators. The poison in their bodies was expelled out of their bodies by Mo Ching, saving their lives. The cultivators who had yet to leave secretly compared Mo Ching with Li Macho. In the end, they came to the conclusion that Mo Ching was much stronger. Elder Mo, the 3 of them revealed a look of shame. Under Mo Ching's cold gaze, they told him what happened. Yin and Yang Law. 5 poisons, goddess, Mo Ching muttered to himself. A trace of greed flashed in his eyes. Suddenly, he looked around and said to the surrounding cultivators, "If anyone can find the location of the War God Temple, I will reward him handsomely." A handsomely reward for a late-stage battle Dan realm cultivator? Everyone's eyes instantly became fiery, especially those cultivators who had a grudge against Li Macho. They immediately racked their brains to recall the flaws that the War God Temple had revealed all these years. They wanted to find the location of the War God Temple from these flaws. Suddenly, an early-stage battle Dan realm cultivator appeared in front of Mo Ching. "You know the location of the War God Temple?" Mo Ching coldly stared at the figure. "I am the former Azure, Dharch Sacred Ground, one of the 72 Sacred Kings, Ma Yuansheng." The early-stage battle Dan realm cultivator respectfully bowed and said, "Ma Yuansheng?" The group of cultivators looked at the figure in surprise, especially the cultivator who was standing with him. He subconsciously opened his mouth. Before the world changed, Ma Yuansheng's name was well known in the Lingwu mainland. Among the 72 sacred kings of the Azure Dharch Sacred Ground, Ma Yuansheng was ranked in the top 10. However, the North Mystic Overlord appeared and killed 2 of his direct descendants, Ma Minrong and Ma Shinji. Ma Shinji was the pride of the Azure Dharch Sacred Ground and had the highest chance of breaking through to the D realm. Later on, it seemed that the Azure Dharch could not avenge him. Ma Yuansheng was disheartened and the world changed, so he resigned from the position of Sacred King. No one had heard any news about him for many years. They did not expect to see him here today. Moreover, his cultivation seemed to have improved greatly. He was already at the early stage battle Dan realm. "I'm not interested in knowing who you are. Tell me, do you know the location of the War God Temple?" Mo Ching coldly scolded. Ma Yuansheng nodded and said, "I do have some clues." "Still not going to tell me?" Mo Ching's face turned cold. "Senior's reward," Ma Yuansheng smiled. "This divine item contains 1,000 fish of law. It is already a great reward for you." Mo Ching sneered and took out a small lantern from his pocket and threw it to Ma Yuansheng. Ma Yuansheng was ecstatic when he saw the lantern. The cultivators nearby looked at the scene with envy. "I have already taken the item. If you can't tell me, you can die." Mo Ching said indifferently, "Senior, don't worry. Although I don't know the location of the War God Temple, I know someone who definitely knows." Ma Yuansheng said confidently. Mo Ching was ready to kill Ma Yuansheng when he heard the first half of the sentence. However, he frowned when he heard the second half. Who? Azure Tharch, the master of the Azure Tharch sacred ground. Chapter 1108. Attacking the War God Temple Emperor Qing. Isn't this person not in the Lingwu continent? What nonsense are you talking about? Do you think the Slaughter Immortal Hall is easy to fool? Before Mo Qing could speak, the intermediate stage battle Dan Realm cultivator, who was almost killed by Limacho, scolded in a low voice. Emperor Qing has returned. He is here now. Ma Yuansheng looked at a corner with a smile. The cultivators there subconsciously retreated, revealing a middle-aged man who was more than 9 feet tall and had an ugly expression. This person is Emperor Qing of the sacred ground of Emperor Qing? A look of shock appeared on the faces of the cultivators, and they regarded each other curiously. Many of the cultivators here had heard many legends about Emperor Qing since they were young, but they had never seen him. In their impression, Emperor Qing was a high and mighty existence that could not be blasphemed. However, after the change of the world, cultivators who surpassed the Battle Emperor realm were no longer so mysterious. They had more or less learned about Emperor Qing's cultivation from other sources. It was very likely that he was just an ordinary initial stage Battle Dan realm cultivator. Ma Yuansheng, I haven't seen you for a few years. Your cultivation has improved very quickly. Emperor Qing glanced at Ma Yuansheng coldly. Ma Yuansheng smiled back, unwilling to be outdone. However, he felt some resentment in his heart. He had personally asked Emperor Qing to avenge his direct descendant, Ma Xinji, but Emperor Qing was indifferent. Even though Ma Yuansheng knew that Emperor Qing could not do anything about the War God Temple's forbidden technique, it still created a gap between Ma Yuansheng and Emperor Qing. Now that he was also an initial stage Battle Dan realm cultivator, the last bit of respect he had for Emperor Qing was naturally thrown away. He had already discovered that Emperor Qing was hiding in the crowd. After mocking Ma Yuansheng, Emperor Qing respectfully bowed to Mo Qing and said, I am Qing Zhongxin. Greetings, senior. Mo Qing smiled and nodded. I heard that you know the location of the War God Temple? Yes. Emperor Qing nodded. He also had a trace of hatred for Ningqi. Now, that someone could help him teach Ningqi a lesson. Why not? After that, he would hide in the immortal martial continent. Even if Ningqi came back to his senses, he wouldn't be able to find trouble with him. Qing Tharch had thought things through very thoroughly. In the past few years in the Inner Territory, he had secretly paid attention to Ningqi's news. If Mo Qing wanted to find trouble with Ningqi, it would be akin to the god of longevity hanging himself and seeking death. However, Ningqi had clearly not returned to the Lingwu mainland yet, so he could let Mo Qing find trouble with the War God Shrine. Qing Tharch could also vent his anger. Take me there, Mo Qing said calmly. Senior, please. The Lotus Tharch made an inviting gesture. At the same time, he glanced coldly at Ma Yuansheng, a trace of undetectable fear flashing in the depths of his eyes. The War God Temple had been found by the Slaughter Immortal Hall. The news spread like a plague across the Lingwu continent. Cultivators who had been curious about the War God Shrine for a long time all came. Old Master Ning, Dongfang Haojie, Zhonglong, Zhao Hu, Sacred Concubine Cold Sky, Schwelling, and all the elders and disciples of the War God Shrine came to the War God platform and looked outside worriedly. They saw Mo Qing standing in the air with a group of cultivators from the Slaughter Immortal Hall, looking at the War God platform with a sneer. Cultivators below the Battle Dan realm couldn't see anything strange about this place, but cultivators above the Battle Dan realm could see through the thick fog and faintly see the people on the War God platform. This is where the War God Shrine is. I have passed by this place many times before, but I have never found anything strange about it. There should be no mistake. Qing Tharch is personally leading the way. He can't possibly deceive that late-stage Battle Dan realm cultivator, right? TSK, if the War God Shrine is breached today, we will be able to experience the glory of the war god shrine. We will see what kind of place can cultivate two geniuses like the Saintess. The group of cultivators whispered to each other as they sized up the world curiously. I will give you a chance. Open the mountain gate and surrender in 10 breaths of time, and I will spare your lives. Otherwise, no one will be left in the war god shrine. Mo Ching said indifferently. Everyone watched this scene intently. Not long after, a voice came from the war god shrine. Go to hell. Get lost as far as you can. When the boss returns, it will be the time of your death. What slaughter, Immortal Hall? They will all be buried together with you. Hiss! Everyone gasped. They didn't expect the war god shrine to be so unyielding in the face of a late-stage battle Dan realm cultivator. Even Emperor Qing and Ma Yuanqing were dumbfounded by this scene. All right, I will remember your voice. Mo Qing was so angry that he laughed. So what if you remember my voice? Have you forgotten that I have been teasing you all over the place? That arrogant, provocative, and infuriating voice came from the void again, courting death. The anger in Mo Qing's eyes was like a volcano that was about to erupt. As one of the 3 late-stage Battle Dan realm elders of the Slaughter Immortal Hall, he hadn't been insulted like this for countless years. He couldn't suppress the anger from the bottom of his heart. After letting out an angry roar, Mo Qing attacked. The power of over 2,800 laws instantly condensed. Thunder rumbled in the sky, and lightning streaked across the sky. Law of thunder and lightning. Law of thunder and lightning belongs to the upper middle law. Just a little bit more, and it will become an upper middle law. The eyes of the initial stage Do Dan realm cultivators nearby immediately revealed a shocked expression. Upper class law was a legendary law. In their knowledge, a middle class law was already considered extremely powerful. Lower class laws were also divided into various grades. Most of the cultivators who condensed the power of the law would only be able to condense the power of the middle class law. Those who could condense the power of the middle class law were the pride of their generation. The thunder and lightning law that Mo Qing displayed was even more powerful. It was firm and yang and could restrain all Yin laws. Boom! A purple thunderbolt that was as thick as a small mountain bombarded the void. The heaven and earth immediately shook violently. The nearby cultivators couldn't bear the incomparably powerful aura and turned around to flee. They only calmed down after fleeing for dozens of miles. They quietly watched the law of thunder and lightning bombarding the war god temple. Inside the war god temple, the earth and mountains were shaking. When the first thunderbolt struck, the ancient forbidden technique, ancient war god / had already been activated. A huge illusory saber that was more than 1,000 feet long broke through the sky and slashed at Mo Qing once again. When Emperor Qing saw this, he immediately felt a dull pain in his chest. Previously, he was seriously injured by this forbidden technique, and his cultivation had almost dropped. Break. The thunderbolt was like a whip that was freely controlled by Mo Qing. It was directly thrown at the illusory image of the ancient war god / When the 2 attacks collided, Mo Qing won. The ancient war god / was broken. The whip that was condensed by the law of thunder and lightning bombarded the war god temple. Dongfang Haojie and the others seemed to have heard the sound of glass shattering. Humph! This forbidden technique is only equivalent to the attack of a middle-stage Battle Dan realm cultivator. A trace of disdain flashed in Mo Qing's eyes. Next, he was going to destroy the war god temple and capture the guy who spoke rudely just now. He would ruthlessly torture him to vent the anger in his heart. Not good. Chapter 1109. Who does your boss think he is? The restrictive spell of the war god temple won't last much longer. The surrounding cultivators had already discovered that the ancient war god / was a little weak against Mo Qing. At this moment, dozens of figures broke through the air and arrived. Hiss! Everyone inhaled a breath of cold air. All of these people were actually late-stage Do Dan realm cultivators. The 3 intermediate-stage Battle Dan realm cultivators from the Slaughter Immortal Hall had a slight change in expression when they saw this group of cultivators. They recognized all of them as they came from the same place and belonged to sects that were not weaker than the Slaughter Immortal Hall. However, why would they come to such a small place and form a group? Why are you here? Mo Ching stopped what he was doing and frowned as he looked at the group of advanced stage Battle Dan realm cultivators. Ha ha ha. Mo Ching, I didn't expect to see you here. I heard a rumor that the archenemy of the Slaughter Immortal Hall, the War God Temple, has reappeared. Therefore, I came here to take a look. It's the same for us. Come here to take a look? Humph! Aren't you just looking for a few magic weapons in the War God Temple? Mo Ching sneered. How could he not know the purpose of this group of people? They were wolves that smelled blood. No matter what, the War God Temple was an existence that was on par with the Immortal Slayer Hall and many other sects in the past. A starving camel was still bigger than a horse. Now that the War God Temple had reappeared in the world, it was hard to say whether there would be a few magic tools passed down from ancient times in the temple. If they could obtain them, their combat strength would naturally be greatly enhanced. Mo Ching, I see that you seem to be struggling. Why don't we work together to break this restrictive spell? An advanced stage Battle Dan realm cultivator said with a smile. He looked to be in his 40s or 50s. His eyes were small, but his mouth was big. When he smiled, it was as if a tiger was grinning. Tiger Lay, this is a matter between the Slaughter Immortal Hall and the War God Temple. There is no need for you to take action. If you are too bored, just stand aside and watch. Mo Ching sneered. This Lei Dongxing had always held a grudge against him, and now he wanted to take over the War God Temple. Mo Ching wanted nothing more than to kill him with a single palm strike. Unfortunately, Lei Dongxing's cultivation was about the same as his, so it was almost impossible for him to kill him. Mo Ching glanced at the crowd coldly and used all his strength to break the restrictive spell of the War God Temple in a short period of time. On the Battle God platform. Elders, what should we do? Duan Ingjun laughed dryly as he looked at Dongfang Haojie and the others. That old fool has come to help again. With so many late-stage Do Dan realm cultivators, how long can our restrictive technique last? At least until the sect master returns. Dongfang Haojie hesitated for a moment before resolutely saying, If young master was here, I would have taught them a lesson. A hint of anger appeared on little Yu Er's face. Zwillinger nodded in agreement. She clenched her fists and said, They are definitely no match for young master. The North Mystic Demon Lord, the 8 friends of the 2 women, immediately let their imaginations run wild. They had long heard of Ningqi's power, but they had never seen Ningqi. Now that they saw the 2 women worshipping Ningqi so much, a trace of curiosity arose in their hearts. The War God Temple's restrictive spell was in imminent danger, but it was still able to hold the final line of defense. When Mo Ching thought that his next attack would be able to break through the War God Temple's restrictive spell, the result was disappointing. 3 to 4 days had passed in a flash. The defensive power of this restrictive spell is too shocking. The War God Temple was almost annihilated. How could they find a place like this to rebuild their sect? Many late-stage Battle Dan realm cultivators were secretly surprised. When Mo Ching saw Lei Dongsheng and the others looking at him with eyes full of ridicule, the anger in his heart nearly reached the sky. Mo Ching, can you do it? If you can't, how about we help? Although a few days is a short period of time, our time is precious. We shouldn't waste it if we can, right? Lei Dongsheng laughed mockingly. Forget it. Why do we need his permission to attack? Everyone, let's break the restrictive spell, and we will split the magic tools in the War God Temple equally. A late-stage Do Dan realm cultivator wished for the world to be in chaos as he shouted loudly. Immediately, countless people responded. In an instant, dozens of late-stage Do Dan realm cultivators attacked at the same time. Ripples immediately appeared in the empty space as cracks that were visible to the naked eye appeared in everyone's eyes. The War God Temple is about to appear. With dozens of late-stage Battle Dan realm cultivators attacking, the War God Temple can only resist for 15 minutes at most. Many cultivators revealed looks of anticipation, including Emperor Qing and Ma Yuanqing. The two of them looked at each other and saw the disdain in each other's eyes. After that, they tacitly stared at the void in front of them. Elder Mo. The three mid-stage Battle Dan realm cultivators from the Slaughter Immortal Hall were a little worried. Forget it. If this group of people wants to participate, let them. As long as we can destroy the War God Temple and vent our anger, it doesn't matter. Mo Qing sighed in his heart. With a pale face, he joined the group and launched the final attack on the War God Temple. Colorful power of law bloomed in the void like fireworks. In the War God Temple, many buildings had already started to crack and were on the verge of collapse. Boom! A cloud of smoke rose. A mountain range appeared out of thin air before everyone's eyes. Not far away, a tall platform appeared in the void, on which stood thousands of people. This is the War God Temple. Everyone looked at the scene in shock. Emperor Qing murmured to himself, "It is even bigger than my Emperor Qing, sacred ground." The endless mountain range was simply terrifying. TSK, TSK. There are not many experts in the War God Temple. Lei Dongxing glanced at Dongfang Haojie and the others with a trace of disdain in his eyes. I gave you a chance, but you didn't cherish it. Now, the guy who spoke arrogantly just now, step forward. Otherwise, all of your souls will be destroyed. Mo Qing moved and stood in the sky above the War God Temple, staring coldly at Dongfang Haojie and the others. Damn it, the guy who scolded you is me. So what? You dare to show off in front of the War God Temple while my boss is not around. If my boss is back, you won't even dare to fart. Duan Yingjun stood up angrily and scolded Mo Qing while pointing at his nose. Haha, who does your boss think he is? Mo Qing was so angry that he laughed. Who do you think I am? Do you have the right to judge me? An indifferent voice suddenly came from behind everyone. Emperor Qing and Ma Yuanqing's body instantly stiffened. They were very familiar with this voice. The North Mystic Demon Venerable is back? The group of cultivators quickly turned around and saw two figures standing in the void. One of them was the popular North Mystic Demon Venerable in the Lingwu mainland. They recognized Ning Qi. You are Ning Beixian. Mo Qing looked at Ning Qi mockingly. The dozens of late-stage Battle Dan realm cultivators who came from the same place also looked at Ning Qi curiously. Chapter 1110. Imposing aura. They could feel a terrifying aura from Ning Qi's body. This aura was stronger than all the peak late-stage Battle Dan realm cultivators they had seen before. Boss. Sect leader. Young master. When the people of the Combat God Temple saw Ning Qi, their faces immediately revealed an ecstatic expression. Ning Qi was back, their backbone was back. Today, regardless of whether it was a battle or an alliance, they had nothing to fear. Ning Qi calmly nodded his head at the crowd. After that, his gaze landed on Mo Qing. He frowned and asked, "Who are you? Why did you come to the Combat God Temple?" This man's aura is a little strange. Mo Qing also reacted. The sarcasm in his eyes gradually faded, and his face revealed a trace of fear. Ning Qi realized that the restrictive spell of the Combat God Temple had been destroyed. The entire Combat God Temple was exposed in front of everyone. His face instantly turned gloomy. The aura of this group of people were all late-stage Battle Dan realm. It was obvious that they were not from the Lingwu mainland. At this moment, two figures were quietly retreating. Ning Qi saw the two of them at a glance. Without waiting for Mo Qing's reply, he directly extended his hand and grabbed. Ma Yuansheng and Emperor Qing involuntarily flew in front of Ningqi. Ma Yuansheng? Early stage battle, Dan Realm? Ningqi looked at Ma Yuansheng with a faint smile. Huh, so it is sect leader Bei Xian. Ma Yuansheng laughed dryly. Emperor Qing's face was a little ugly. He did not expect that Ningqi would coincidentally return to the combat god temple. If he had known earlier, he would have left this place and hid in the divine martial continent. Ningqi's sixth sense told him that today's incident might be related to the two of them. Therefore, after using the power of law to restrain them, he looked at Mo Qing and said, "You have not answered my question just now. So many people came to the combat god temple and even destroyed the restrictive spell of the combat god temple. Are you looking for trouble with me? You are a remnant of the combat god temple. You deserve to die." Mo Qing did not speak, but the intermediate stage Do Dan Realm cultivator beside him spoke first. He looked at Ningqi with a ferocious expression. His cultivation was relatively low, and he was not like Mo Qing and the others who could feel the vigorous aura from Ningqi that far exceeded the late-stage Do Dan Realm. Surviving members of the War God Temple? Ningqi's expression slightly changed. At this moment, little Ai's voice transmission resounded in his ears. She explained everything in an orderly manner, and from her words, Ningqi finally knew who the other party was. A hint of joy appeared in Ningqi's eyes. He didn't expect that Zhang Wuyu's dying wish would be fulfilled today. He finally found the true culprit behind the destruction of the War God Temple. You guys are from the Slaughter Immortal Hall? Were you the ones who destroyed the War God Temple? Ningqi looked at Mo Qing with a faint smile. Mo Qing finally spoke. There was a hint of fear in his eyes. You are the current temple master of the War God Temple? The eternal life realm cultivators of my Slaughter Immortal Hall will be here soon. You'd better surrender. There's no need to surrender. I'm not that polite. Why don't you give it a try? Ningqi smiled faintly. All right, let me ask for some advice from you. Mo Qing narrowed his eyes. It was impossible for the other party to be an eternal stage cultivator, since all of them were late-stage Do Dan Realm cultivators. Even if his cultivation was a little higher, he would not be able to change the outcome of today's battle. Now Mo Qing was very glad that Tiger Lei and his group had arrived. With them here, the War God Temple would be destroyed again no matter what. Mo Qing attacked Ningqi. Lei Dongsheng and the other late-stage Do Dan Realm cultivators stared at the scene. They wanted to see the details of the battle between the two of them and see what level Ningqi's cultivation had reached. The cultivators nearby were very nervous and somewhat expectant. The name North Mysterious Archdevil had been like the sun in the sky in the Linggu mainland for the past few years. There would be cultivators talking about it in almost every place. Today, they were able to see the North Mysterious Archdevil fight with their own eyes. They felt that this trip was not in vain. Dongfang Haojie and Li Minji looked at each other and revealed a faint smile on their faces. They understood Ningqi's cultivation the best. Old Master Ning, Sacred Concubine Cold Sky, Xueling, Little Yu Air, Niudezhuang, and the others revealed a trace of worry in their eyes. After all, the other party was a late-stage Do Dan Realm cultivator. Could Ningqi handle it? Ningqi looked at the solemn Mo Qing indifferently. He ignored the majestic power of law around him. When Mo Qing's attack was about to land on his body, Ningqi slightly raised his hand. 5 kinds of power of law immediately broke out of his body. Each of them was condensed to the limit of 3,000 laws. At this moment, the aura emitted from Ningqi's body caused everyone to feel an indescribable palpitation. Mo Qing's expression slightly changed. After feeling the 5 different kinds of power of law, he involuntarily cried out, 5 kinds of law! Boom! Without any details, Ningqi's light palm directly bombarded Mo Qing, and stunned him on the spot. The hair on his body and clothes turned into ashes at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, Mo Ching became naked. In the next moment, he spurted out a mouthful of blood. After a short delay, his arms and thighs seemed to be slowly folded by an invisible force. The sound of bones breaking made people's hearts go cold. Plop! Mo Ching's limbs were tightly clasped around his body. Apart from his head and body, he fell heavily to the ground. Blood flowed out from his nostrils, eyes, ears, and mouth. When the 3 intermediate stage battle Dan realm cultivators from the Slaughter Immortal Hall saw this scene, they stood dumbstruck on the spot. Their bodies uncontrollably trembled. Hiss! Lei Dongsheng inhaled a breath of cold air. He looked at Mo Ching's miserable appearance in horror. He could not believe it. How could this be? Both of them were advanced stage battle Dan realm cultivators. How could Mo Ching not even be able to withstand a single attack from his opponent? He was actually beaten to such a state. It was as if he had lost all of his dignity. So strong! Duan Jun was dumbstruck as he looked at Ning Qi, following which his eyes flashed with ecstasy as he loudly cheered. A sense of glory surged in the hearts of the disciples of the War God Temple. The advanced stage battle Dan realm cultivator, who was insufferably arrogant just a moment ago, was beaten into such a state by their sect leader. It was really satisfying. War God Temple. War God Temple. At this moment, the imposing manner of the War God Temple was like a rainbow. As for Lei Dongsheng and the other advanced stage battle Dan realm cultivators, they had a thought of retreating. However, Ning Qi's gaze fell on them at this moment. They wanted to leave, but they did not dare to. Everyone, please wait for a moment. Ning Qi smiled. He stretched out his hand and casually pointed a few times. The group of Slaughter Immortal Hall cultivators who were still standing in the void immediately fell. Dongfang Haojie made a hand gesture, and immediately the disciples of the War God Temple flew out and captured the group of Slaughter Immortal Hall cultivators, including Mo Ching, who was beaten into a daze, onto the War God platform. Chapter 11:11. Holy Land! Everyone's heart skipped a beat as they exchanged glances with each other. A trace of regret rose in their hearts. If they had known that the leader of the War God Hall was so strong, they wouldn't have come here so hastily. Now that even Mo Ching was suppressed in a single move, it was likely that none of them would be a match for him. Lei Dongsheng laughed awkwardly and cupped his hands towards Ning Qi. He said, "Your Excellency, this was a misunderstanding from the beginning to the end. We were also deceived by the Immortal Slayer Hall. Fortunately, we did not make a big mistake. Now that Mo Ching has been suppressed by Your Excellency, we have no business here. We will take our leave." After saying that, he signaled the crowd with his eyes and was about to leave. Ning Qi smiled. "Since you have come to my combat god temple, don't think about leaving so easily. You want to keep us here?" Lei Dongsheng was slightly startled and said with some surprise, "We belong to various sects and there are many eternal life realm cultivators among us. Although your cultivation is strong, can you be stronger than an eternal life realm cultivator? Why don't we turn hostility into friendship? As I said, since you have come to my combat god temple, don't leave for now." Ning Qi smiled faintly. "How arrogant. Let's attack together. I don't believe that he can defeat a dozen of us." The group of advanced Dan realm cultivators were instantly enraged. Over the years, when had they ever been threatened like this? The opponent was merely a Dan realm cultivator, not an eternal life realm cultivator. "Sir, are you sure you want to be enemies with our sect?" Lei Dongsheng looked at Ning Qi with a faint smile. As soon as he finished speaking, Ning Qi had already made his move. "You are going too far. Suppress him." Suddenly, the power of the five-colored law shrouded Ning Qi like an inescapable net. Roar! 6 silver dragons that were a few miles long broke out of his body and swept towards the group of cultivators. In the blink of an eye, the dozen of cultivators were suppressed. Not good. Lei Dongxing did not plan to use his full strength from the beginning. Seeing that the situation was not good, he immediately turned around and fled. One of them escaped. Wu Yin stood beside Ning Qi and said with a faint smile, "I want him to escape so that I can avoid future troubles." Ning Qi said lightly. The nearby cultivators who were watching the battle had different expressions. Excitement, shock, disappointment, and various kinds of emotions were growing in their hearts. However, in the end, when the dozens of late-stage Dou Dan realm cultivators were suppressed by Ning Qi, their expressions changed and turned into shock. How can he be so strong? I clearly remember that he is not even a Dodi. Ma Yuansheng stared blankly at Ning Qi. The Azure Emperor already knew that Ning Qi had monstrous means. However, this was the first time he saw Ning Qi suppress dozens of late-stage Dou Dan realm cultivators at such a close distance. Fear and panic slowly grew in his heart. Young master! Ning Qi landed on the battle god platform, and two fragrant figures instantly rushed into his arms. "Oh, you've grown so big?" Ning Qi had a strange expression on his face as he hugged the two girls on his left and right. These two girls were different from before. They were tall and big, and he couldn't hug them like before. All right, come down quickly. Now that you're all grown up, you can't hang on to me like before, understand? Ning Qi put the two girls down. The two girls immediately revealed a disappointed expression. However, they were still very happy that Ning Qi had returned this time. Good. You're already at the early stage Dou Dan realm. Your cultivation speed is quite fast. Ning Qi sized up the two girls for a moment and smiled in a gratified manner. Wu Yin curiously swept a glance at everyone. When he discovered that Dongfang Haojie and the rest were also at the Battle God Temple, his eyes revealed a trace of surprise. "Why are you guys faster than us?" Dongfang Haojie and the rest recognized Wu Yin and knew that his cultivation was even more terrifying than Ning Qi's. When they heard Wu Yin's question, their faces immediately revealed a strange expression as they looked at Ning Qi. "You don't have to bother about it." Ning Qi rolled his eyes at Wu Yin. He paused for a moment before walking in front of Grandfather Ning. After not seeing him for many years, the old man's cultivation had already broken through to the Dousheng realm. There was a world of difference compared to the past. However, with the old man's talent, he would probably be stuck at the early stage Dou Dan realm for the rest of his life. "Old man." Ning Qi cupped his hands and greeted. Good. Grandfather Ning happily patted Ning Qi's shoulder. He felt very gratified that his grandson, who was not related by blood, had grown to such a level in just a dozen years. Ning Qi's eyes swept across Xueling and sacred concubine Cold Sky. He smiled and nodded. Finally, his eyes fell on Huangfu Tao and the rest who were hiding behind the crowd. "Do you want to go back to the Qin Tang Empire? After being away for so many years, your family must be very worried, right?" Ning Qi smiled faintly. Huangfu Tao, Chaozhang, Kong Tianqi, and the rest were suddenly moved. They originally thought that Ning Qi would not have time to care about them. It seemed that they were from the same hometown after all. "Sect Master, if we can go back, we naturally want to go back and take a look. At the same time, we can also lock the location of the outer sect disciple token to the Qin Tang Empire. At that time, we can also go back often." Huangfu Tao cupped his hands and said. Sacred concubine Cold Sky hesitated for a moment and transmitted a message to Ning Qi. "I also want to go back to the White Tiger Empire. Now it is time to give up my identity as a sacred concubine." "All right, I will go back with you." Ning Qi nodded. However, before leaving, he still had one thing to do. "System, I want to upgrade the sex building," Ning Qi said faintly. "To upgrade a top-notch sex building to a primary sacred ground with a summer world, it will cost 100 dragon-slaying crystals. 100 it is. Deduct it. Now that the restrictive spell of the War God Temple was broken and its location was exposed, the upgrade could not be delayed. 100 dragon-slaying crystals were deducted by the system, and there were now 2,600 left. In the next moment, everyone was shocked to find that a white mist appeared out of nowhere and instantly enveloped the entire War God Temple, including the endless mountain range. The cultivators who had been watching the War God Temple from outside suddenly found that the War God Temple had disappeared without a trace, and the void in front of them returned to its original calm state. Inside the War God Temple, one building after another rose from the ground. The most eye-catching one was a tall pagoda. The pagoda was 999 jong tall, reaching into the clouds, and a few golden words were carved on it. Immortal Ascension Pagoda. Everyone looked at this scene in shock. They knew that all this was probably because of Ning Chi, and they were once again shocked by Ning Chi's means. Immortal Ascension Pagoda, 1,000 floors high, with countless demonic beasts and dragons inside. It is the Pagoda of Trial. Chapter 1112. Han Tian asks to resign Ding. Congratulations, host! The sect building has been successfully promoted to a sacred land. The system prompt sounded, and Ning Chi felt that there was suddenly a stone tablet in his mind. The stone tablet was engraved with the words, War God Temple. Ning Chi's mind moved, and everyone except Wu Yin disappeared in an instant. The War God Temple under their feet also disappeared without a trace. What happened? Wu Yin was a little surprised. Ning Chi did not answer him, but closed his eyes and immersed his mind into the stone tablet in his mind. He saw Dongfang Haojie and the others standing on the War God platform, looking around as if they were looking for Ning Chi. Sure enough, Ning Chi opened his eyes, and there was a flash of joy in his eyes. At this moment, the War God Temple had been stored in the stone tablet in his mind, which meant that no matter where Ning Chi went in the future, he could take the War God Temple with him. However, there was a disadvantage. If Ning Chi was killed one day, the War God Temple would probably be destroyed. Therefore, whether he should store the War God Temple in his sea of consciousness was a question that needed to be discussed. It's not that there are no benefits. At least I can bring the War God Temple to the Azure Dragon continent this time. I just need to find a safe place to put it. Ning Chi smiled slightly and flew directly in the direction of the Qin Tang Empire. Wu Yin followed behind him with a puzzled look. He secretly wondered what Ning Chi had done to make such a big sect disappear in front of him. A dignified transcendence, realm expert. Wu Yin didn't figure it out until he flew to the Qin Tang Empire. He asked Ning Chi countless times, but Ning Chi either ignored him or ignored him completely. In the void above the Qin Tang Empire, the air slowly vibrated, and Wu Yin was shocked to see the War God Temple appear in front of him again. On the War God platform, no one left. After seeing Ning Chi again, a trace of curiosity appeared on their faces. "Hey, boss, where have you been these days?" Duan Ingjun asked curiously. "Nowhere, Huang Futao. The Qin Tang Empire is just below us." Ning Chi smiled faintly and looked at Huang Futao and the others. "What? The Qin Tang Empire?" Huang Futao and the others were shocked. Why did they arrive at the Qin Tang Empire after Ning Chi disappeared for a day or two? They were absolutely certain that they had not left the Battle God platform for the past 2 days. Old Master Ning walked to the edge of the War God platform and looked down. His gaze pierced through the thick clouds. After a while, he raised his head in shock. It is indeed the Qin Tang Empire down there. Only then did Huang Putao and others react. Suppressing the shock and curiosity in their hearts, they bowed respectfully to Ning Chi and flew toward the Qin Tang Empire. "Aya, we haven't been back for a long time." Little Yu and Zhuoling looked at each other before pulling Ning Chi's arm like a spoiled child. "Young master, why don't you accompany us for a walk? Go play by yourself. I still have things to do." Ningqi smiled and rubbed their heads. The two girls were a little disappointed, but they immediately cheered up and rushed to the Qin Tang Empire with Xue Ling and Xianche. As for the others, they had no interest in the Qin Tang Empire at all. They stared at the immortal Ascension Pagoda, waiting for Ning Qi's explanation. This immortal Ascension Pagoda is like a trial ground. With your strength, you should be able to make it to the 10th level. If you want, you can try the 11th level. However, it is extremely dangerous inside. If you really can't make it, you must retreat immediately. Otherwise, your life and death will be determined by fate. Ning Qi smiled faintly. 10th level? Everyone's faces were filled with shock. This immortal Ascension Pagoda had far more than 10 levels. There were at least 1,000 more. Brother Dongfang, you guys discussed the number of times each disciple can go in, what cultivation level they can go in, and how long they can go in. Come up with a guideline. Ning Qi smiled at Dongfang Haojie. All right, I got it. Dongfang Haojie nodded. Ning Qi walked to sacred concubine Cold Sky and smiled. Back to the White Tiger Empire? Mother, I want to go back too. Bai Hao appeared out of nowhere, his face full of anticipation. Then let's go back together. Sacred concubine Cold Sky nodded. That's great. Bai Hao's eyes were filled with joy. He was no longer the Bai Hao of the past. In a few short years, he had broken through 2 major realms and reached the Dozun realm. This cultivation level was nothing special in the War God Temple. Even Zhao Er, a servant who had started cultivating in his middle age, had a cultivation level similar to his. However, his father was the only one in the White Tiger Empire who possessed the cultivation of a Dozun. Bai Hao was currently planning to return home in glory and let the princes and princesses who had a grudge with him take a look. Then I'll go back too. The unruly princess also appeared. She looked at Ning Qi with some fear. Dang San, who was behind her, bowed respectfully to Ning Qi. Then let's go together. Ning Qi smiled and nodded. This unruly princess didn't dare to shout at him anymore. It was quite funny to see her like a quail. The unruly princess seemed to sense the smile in Ning Qi's eyes. She subconsciously wanted to say something, but when she remembered that Ning Qi was different from before, she didn't dare to speak. White Tiger Empire. Sacred concubine Cold Sky is back? Quickly report to the Saint Emperor. In the imperial palace, the guards, eunuchs, and palace maids were shocked when they saw sacred concubine Cold Sky's group. She had disappeared for several years, and there were many rumors in the palace. There were even eunuchs who personally saw the furious White Tiger Saint Emperor standing in her courtyard for 7 days and 7 nights. In the end, he reached out and smashed the sacred concubine Cold Sky's favorite cherry blossom tree. Not long after, dozens of figures broke through the air. At the front was a middle-aged man sitting on a white tiger. The aura of this white tiger was quite dense. It should be a rank 8 demonic beast. That middle-aged man's eyes were like a hawk's. They immediately landed on sacred concubine Cold Sky, then looked at the unruly princess and Bai Hao. Finally, his eyes landed on Ning Qi. Father! Bai Hao happily waved his hand. The White Tiger Saint Emperor, who was unfathomable in front of him, was now able to see through his cultivation with a glance. Only Bai Hao could experience such a feeling. You're back. The White Tiger Saint Emperor landed on the ground and coldly looked at sacred concubine Cold Sky. Yes, I came back to ask for your resignation. It's time to end our relationship. Sacred concubine suddenly held Ning Qi's hand and said to the White Tiger Saint Emperor. Everyone was stunned when they saw this. Sacred concubine Cold Sky asked for her resignation? Could it be that the rumors were true? She fell in love with someone else? The ministers and sacred concubines behind the White Tiger Saint Emperor all looked at sacred concubine Cold Sky and Ning Qi in shock. At the same time, a strange look appeared in their eyes. Mother, you. Chapter 1113. His name is Ning Qi. Bai Hao had his suspicions in the past. However, after personally seeing the sacred concubine holding Ning Qi's hand tightly, the suspicions in his heart immediately became reality. Anger, disappointment, and various other emotions lingered in his heart. However, when he thought of Ning Qi's current cultivation, for some unknown reason, his irritated emotions gradually calmed down. "It can't be!" The unruly princess and Deng Sen stared at Ning Qi with stunned eyes. A trace of disbelief flashed across their eyes. "Slut, I will give you one last chance on account that you are a member of the Fong family. Kill this brat and stay in the palace in the future. I will let bygones be bygones." The White Tiger Saint Emperor was silent for a moment before he finally gnashed his teeth and spoke. The gaze he used to look at Ning Qi was filled with murderous intent. This was the hatred of stealing his wife. Although he did not have any actual marital relations with the sacred concubine due to his body, their status was still there. If this news were to spread, where would he put his face? "Your body is weak. Don't occupy the latrine without taking a shit." Ning Qi opened his mouth indifferently. "My body is weak?" The officials behind the White Tiger Saint Emperor revealed a doubtful expression. Only the sacred concubines looked at the sacred concubine in shock. It was unexpected that she would even say such a thing. The White Tiger Saint Emperor's expression suddenly changed. He directly struck a palm at Ning Qi. "Go and die." This matter was the only pain in his life. Now that Ning Qi had said it, the anger in his heart was like a volcano that could not be suppressed. "Definitely. You must kill this brat." "Pooh!" The White Tiger Saint Emperor flew backwards. The one who attacked was not Ning Qi, but the sacred concubine. "Roar!" The rank 8 White Tiger roared loudly and pounced at the sacred concubine. In the end, it flew backwards just like its master. At this point, the sacred concubine had only lightly struck twice. Everyone from the White Tiger Empire was stunned by this unforeseen event. How could the White Tiger Saint Emperor be defeated? He was a 4-star dozun. Before the sacred concubine disappeared, she was merely a dozong. How could her cultivation have risen to such a terrifying level in just a few short years? Very serious expressions could be seen on everyone's faces as they looked over at the Saintess cold sky, Bai Hao and the others. They were even more shocked than before. Not only were they unable to see through the Saintess Koldsky's cultivation base, they couldn't even see through Bai Hao's cultivation base. "You are already a Doshang?" The White Tiger Saint Emperor stood up with the support of a few ministers. Blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth. His face was uncertain as he looked at the sacred consort cold sky. He had clearly sensed an aura that far exceeded the Dozun realm. However, he was well aware of the sacred consort cold sky's cultivation. She was merely a Do-zong a few years ago. How could she reach the Doshing realm within a short few years? Saint Consort Cold Sky nodded indifferently. Everyone looked at her with a trace of fear in their eyes. Dosheng! Even though the world had changed and various experts were emerging one after another, the strongest person in the White Tiger Empire was still the White Tiger Saint Emperor. Now that the sacred concubine had become a Dosheng, it was likely that the initiative was completely in the hands of the sacred concubine. No wonder she dared to come today. Everyone came to a sudden realization. How can this fellow be compared to me? I know him. He is the chief disciple of the White Tiger Pill refinement room, right? Isn't he one of my subjects? The White Tiger Saint Emperor pointed at Ning Qi unwillingly and said, "You don't know." Sacred Consort Cold Sky was slightly startled. "What do I know?" The White Tiger Saint Emperor's face was somewhat ashen. He was a dignified Saint Emperor of a country, but his subordinate had inexplicably stolen away. If this spread, he would become a laughingstock for 100 years. His name is Ning Qi, also known as Ning Beixian. Have you really not heard of this name? Sacred consort Cold Sky sighed. Due to his body's condition, the white tiger Saint Emperor had been in seclusion all year round. It was unexpected that he had not heard of the most frequently mentioned name in Dongxian. Ning Beixian? He is Ning Beixian? Not only the white tiger Saint Emperor, but the others also inhaled a breath of cold air and looked at Ning Qi in shock. How could they not know Ning Beixian? He was the sect leader of the Rising Cloud clan that suppressed the 9 superclans. However, they had never associated Ning Beixian with the chief alchemist of the White Tiger Pill refinement room, Ning Qi. Is he really Ning Beixian? The White Tiger Saint Emperor said with difficulty. A trace of fear flashed across his eyes as he looked at Ning Qi. Sacred consort Cold Sky looked at the White Tiger Saint Emperor and slowly nodded. All right, I understand. I will announce it to the world. The White Tiger Saint Emperor was like a defeated rooster as he said dejectedly, Let's go. Ning Qi smiled faintly. Okay. Sacred consort Cold Sky nodded. Seeing this, Bahao hesitated for a moment, but in the end, he still chose to follow the others, although he was a little uncomfortable. Knowing that Ning Qi might be his stepfather in the future, it might not be a bad thing. Thinking about Ning Qi's cultivation and methods, his heart instantly burned with passion. After the matter with Sacred Consort Cold Sky was settled, she no longer used this name. Instead, she used her own name, Fong Lingming. In the Qing Tang Empire, the return of Huang Putao and the others shocked all the nobles. When they learned that Huang Putao and the others had joined the Rising Cloud clan, it was as if hundreds of nuclear bombs had been dropped in the capital, causing a storm. After Huang Putao was summoned by Qin Zheng, he returned to the Xinwu public house. His father, Huang Fu Zhengxiao, immediately brought him to the main hall. His uncles were there too. Everyone looked at Huang Putao with a strange expression. During the 6 years in the inner region, Huang Putao's cultivation had reached the Grandmaster realm. He was much slower than the other disciples of the War God Temple, but he was already very satisfied. Before this, he had never thought that he would one day become a Grandmaster realm fighter. Tao, you're already a Grandmaster realm fighter? Huang Fu Zhengxiao finally said after a moment of silence. Huang Putao nodded. I have indeed become a Grandmaster realm fighter. Is the sect leader of the Rising Cloud clan really a dragon slayer, Marquis? Huang Fu Zhengxiao asked cautiously. Indeed, it was him, father. You must not harbor any resentment toward the sect leader. Let the grudges from before go with the wind. My cultivation base was taught to me by the sect leader's guard, Master Zhanglong. Huang Putao said, I know Zhanglong. He was the commander of the Dragon Knights. You're already a Grandmaster realm fighter. Doesn't that mean his cultivation is? Huang Fu Zhengxiao's eyes revealed a trace of astonishment. Master is already at the peak of the Grandmaster realm. He's only half a step away from entering the Saint realm. Huang Putao said indifferently. Hiss! The uncles sucked in a breath of cold air, their eyes filled with disbelief. Good, very good. I'm also happy for you. Look, there are still many young talents in our Huangfu clan. Can they join the Rising Cloud clan? Chapter 11:14. Can't keep you young talents? The corner of Huangfu Tao's mouth curled into a disdainful smile. Father, uncles, the sect leader only took us in because of our past relationship. Which of those senior brothers isn't a prodigy of their generation? Even the supreme prodigies of the 9 great clans can't be compared to them. You know the background of our Huangfu clan very well. I'm afraid the young talents you speak of won't even catch the attention of an ordinary sect. How can you belittle our Huangfu clan? Don't forget that you are also a disciple of the Huangfu clan. One of the uncles couldn't stand it anymore and frowned. A trace of disappointment flashed in Huangfu Tao's eyes. If it was 10 years ago, he would probably have the same thoughts as this uncle. However, he had experienced a lot in the outside world now. His horizons had been broadened by hundreds of times. How could he still think that the Shimu public house was a great existence? If they still had this thought, the Shinmu public house would only become weaker in a few decades. In the end, it would be replaced by a new force. Father, I came back this time to inform you that I will be training in seclusion for a long period of time. Maybe I will be wandering in the outside world. If you need any help, you can go to the Champion Marquis's mansion. Huangfu Tao cupped his hands and left. Sai, Huangfu Zhengshao sighed, and the other brothers were slightly dissatisfied. After all, they also had children, and they wanted to arrange for their children to be under Ningqi. Therefore, they all tried to persuade Huangfu Zhengshao and asked him to persuade Huangfu Tao to speak to Ningqi. Don't even think about it. Huangfu Zhengshao looked at them coldly and left with a wave of his sleeve. Now that his son had this opportunity, he must cherish it. Asking him to speak to Ningqi? If Ningqi was angry and his son came back, the loss would be great. Huangfu Zhengshao was very clear that Huangfu Tao had broken through to the Dozong realm in just a few years. In the future, it would not be a problem for him to reach the Dozun or Dosheng realm. As long as the Shinmu public house could produce a Dosheng, the Huangfu clan would be able to continue for at least 1,000 years. It was even longer than the history of the Qin Tang Empire. Similar scenes were playing out in the Kong clan, the Chao clan, and the other clans. However, without exception, Kong Tianqi and the others all refused the requests of their relatives to let their children enter the Cloud Rising sect. Secretly, people called them ingrates, but on the surface, no one dared to say anything. 3 days had passed, and everyone had returned to the War God Temple. Ningqi had planned to return to the inner sanctum with Wu Yin, and then go to the Azure Dragon continent through the passage he controlled. However, he suddenly remembered something. Inside the War God Temple, Emperor's door, Li Macho and Ningqi stood side by side. As for Wu Yin, she had gone to the Immortal Ascension Pagoda. Right now, there were countless War God Shrine disciples standing outside the Immortal Ascension Pagoda. As long as someone entered a certain level, that level would flash with a faint white light. At this moment, the first 10 levels all had a white light. If one went up further, they would reach the 300th level where Wu Yin was. The white light was still rising. Too scary. I didn't expect the fellow beside the sect master to be so strong. I thought he was the sect master's new disciple. Everyone murmured in astonishment. Hall, Master Dongfang, do you think the chaotic world demon venerable can make it to the 1,000th level? Li Minji looked at the Immortal Ascension Pagoda in astonishment. At this moment, Dongfang Haojia, Jiangqing Beihongqiu, Dongfang Beitian, Duaning Jun, and the group of people with the highest cultivation in the War God Shrine were all here. I can't say for sure if he can make it to the 1,000th level, but at least 500 or 600 shouldn't be a problem, right? Dongfang Haojia rubbed his chin. Actually, he couldn't say for sure either. Li Macho's gaze shifted from the Immortal Ascension Pagoda to Ningqi. Last time, you entered the Emperor's door. I wasn't strong enough. This time, I want to go in with you. Going in together is not a problem. Ningqi rubbed his nose and looked at Li Macho. At first, Li Macho didn't think much of it. However, when Ningqi looked at her for a full 10 minutes, her expression changed slightly. She frowned and said, "Is there something on my face?" "Your cultivation has increased so quickly. I heard that you have a nickname now, the 5 Poisons Goddess? Your hands are stained with many lives, right?" Ningqi said. "They all deserve to die." Li Macho said indifferently. "Fine, let's go in." Ningqi sighed in his heart. Li Macho had relied on killing to grow to her current cultivation level. Her killing intent was almost solid. She probably had more enemies than he did. The two of them entered the Emperor's door. The scenery around them changed, and they appeared in a dense forest. This place is called the Immortal Martial Continent. After the world changed, this place should have merged with the Central Continent. There are 7 great sects here. the Wancheng sect, the 9 Netherworld Devil sect, the Sky Province sect, the Heaven Mending sect, the Sky Demon Valley, the Vajra Temple, and the mysterious Heaven Sword sect. Each sect has an eternal life, realm, cultivator. If you provoke them, remember to come find me. I have some personal matters to deal with first, Ning Chi told Li Macho. Li Macho nodded and left. After Li Macho left, Ning Chi walked in the direction of the Boga sect. In addition to getting revenge on Wu Guodong, he also wanted to see Wen Su. After all, he had devoured many fish of law in the forbidden area of the Boga sect. Giving him a divine item was compensation. Ghost Cat, don't run. Obediently surrender. As long as you tell me where your clan is hiding, I will spare your life. Elder Wu, don't talk nonsense with him. Just kill him. No, we finally found a living ghost cat. How can we just kill him like this? Capture him alive and force him to tell us where his clan is hiding. Then we will be rich. I already said that the cultivators of the Purple Micro sect are more vicious than the cultivators of the Withered Bone sect. Last time we were provoked by that kid, but no one got his bloodline. This time you should listen to me. Just kill him. I will split his skull with you. Ning Chi stood in place. He saw a black shadow quickly flash in front of him. Then he saw 2 familiar people. Wu Guodong of the Purple Micro sect and Old Een of the Withered Bone sect were leading a large group of disciples in the 10th rank of the Qi refining realm. They were madly chasing the figure in front of them. Ghost Cat, the raw material for refining the cultivation blood jade. Ning Chi smiled faintly. With a flash, he appeared directly in front of the fleeing figure. When a youth with a sinister expression discovered that someone was blocking his way, he unhesitatingly attacked the youth's vitals, intending to kill him directly. You have such a strong killing intent. I can't let you live. Chapter 11:15. Where is he? Wu Guodong and Old Een brought a group of disciples and chased after them. They found that the ghost cat's aura that they had locked onto was suddenly gone. At the same time, they were shocked to find that a young man was playing with a red object in his hand. Wasn't that the skull of the ghost cat clan? It's you. Wu Guodong and Old Een recognized Ning Chi almost at the same time. Different from Wu Guodong's shock, Old Een was ecstatic. He laughed and swept towards Ning Chi. Quickly kneel down and worship me as your master. Ning Chi looked at Old Een with a faint smile and let the old man's palm fall on his shoulder. A look of surprise appeared on Old Een's face. Why was the other party not moving at all? He subconsciously exerted force again, only to find that Ning Chi was looking at him with a faint smile. Ning Chi's body seemed to be fixed in the void, motionless. Have you pressed enough? Ning Chi smiled. Kid, what sorcery did you use? Old Een frowned. Soon after, he discovered that Ning Chi's palm had unknowingly landed on his body. Before he could react, an incomparably majestic nomological power fell on his body like a mountain. In the next moment, Old Een was directly suppressed from the sky to the ground. The nomological power made him assume a kneeling posture. Elder Een, the disciples of the Withered Bones sect, were shocked. They quickly stood in front of Old Een and looked at Ning Chi with vigilance. The disciples of the Purple Micro sect were also shocked and looked at Wu Guodong. Late-stage fighting Dan realm, Wu Guodong looked at Ning Chi in horror. If he was not wrong, the power of law that Ning Chi had erupted was more than 2,000. Do you still want to accept me as a disciple? Ning Chi landed in front of Old Een and played with the skull in his hand while looking at Old Een with a faint smile. Old Een looked at Ning Chi in surprise and doubt. How can your cultivation be so terrifying? In the next moment, he thought he had recognized the wrong person and hurriedly apologized. Senior, I might have recognized the wrong person. Please forgive me. Your appearance is slightly similar to a friend of mine from many years ago. That's why I was so rude. Did you mistake me for someone else? Ning Qi nodded with a faint smile and then looked at Wu Guodong. He said he mistook me for someone else. What do you think? Wu Guodong's expression was very unsightly. He hesitated for a moment, then walked up to Ning Qi, cupped his hands, and said, "Say, Senior, I have offended you in many ways. Please forgive me." Wu Guodong, are you blind? We clearly recognized the wrong person. How could this senior be that kid from back then? Can that kid have this kind of cultivation? Old Yin cursed in a low voice. He was afraid that Wu Guodong would provoke the other party again. After all, every late-stage Do Dan realm cultivator was an old monster that had lived for tens of thousands of years. Their temperament was unpredictable. Wu Guodong looked at old Yin with pity. He did not say anything, but looked at Ning Qi nervously. After a few breaths of time, old Yin Ghost's expression changed from anger to shock. He stammered, he really is. That's right, it's me. It's only been a few years, and Elder Yin has already forgotten about me? I still remember how the two of you chased after me. Ning Qi said with a faint smile, I did not expect to meet the two of you here today. You want this ghost cat parietal bone, right? We don't dare. Wu Guodong quickly waved his hand. What ghost cat parietal bone? No matter how valuable a treasure was, it was not as valuable as his life. When he thought of how he had chased after Ning Qi for so long, his heart gradually sank. If the other party wanted to settle the score, his ending today would probably be very miserable. You don't dare? The smile on Ning Qi's face gradually faded. He coldly stared at Wu Guodong. Elder Wu, you nearly caused me to die in that river back then. Shouldn't we settle this score? When old Yin Ghost saw this, a trace of fear flashed across his eyes. Fortunately, he had lost the competition with Wu Guodong. If he had won, the person who chased after Ning Qi would be him. Today, he would probably lose his life. What do you want? Wu Guodong forced a smile and said. When Ning Qi saw that Wu Guodong's eyes were flickering, he was afraid that Wu Guodong was plotting something. Ning Qi smiled and said, I also don't want to do anything. Since you did not kill me back then, I will not kill you today. When Wu Guodong heard this, his heart immediately heaved a sigh of relief. However, his heart immediately tensed up. If the other party did not kill him, how would he punish him? However, it is not my character to not take revenge when there is a grudge. How about this? I will take away your cultivation. I will not take much. You can try again and see if you can break through to the Do Dan realm for the second time. Ning Qi smiled and extended his hand and placed it on Wu Guodong's shoulder. Wu Guodong looked at Ning Qi with a shocked and angry face. He subconsciously wanted to resist, but he realized that he could not move his body. Following that, a power of law that was several times stronger than his surged into his body. In an instant, it reached his dantian. The Do Dan that he had nourished for hundreds of years was instantly swallowed by this power of law. The aura on Wu Guodong's body was weakening at a speed visible to the naked eye. Everyone looked at Wu Guodong in horror as he gradually turned from an initial stage Do Dan realm expert to a 10th rank Qi refining realm expert. Elder Wu. The group of purple micro-sect disciples were so angry that their eyes almost popped out. However, they did not dare to act rashly. After all, there were 2 initial stage Do Dan realm cultivators in front of them. One was kneeling and the other had his Do Dan realm cultivation destroyed. They were merely 10th rank Qi refining realm cultivators. It was impossible for them to be Ning Qi's opponent. You might as well kill me. Wu Guodong stared at Ning Qi. The power of law that he had painstakingly obtained had already disappeared along with the Do Dan realm. His cultivation had regressed to the 10th rank Qi refining realm. Then I will fulfill your wish. Ning Qi smiled. I was wrong. Wu Guodong's expression changed. He immediately put away the look of grief and anger on his face. He respectfully bowed and said, I have such an ending today. It is also the mistake I made in the past. I am willing to accept it. Scram. Ning Chi smiled. Yes. Wu Guodong's expression did not change. He led the purple micro sect disciples and fled. Say, Senior, I did not chase after you in the past. You are a magnanimous person. Please spare me. Seeing that Ning Chi was looking at him, Old Yin's face immediately revealed a look of horror. When the disciples of the Withered Bones sect saw this scene, their worldview almost collapsed. Why did the domineering elder Yin in front of them look so cowardly at this moment? It is not impossible to spare you. Do you have medium-grade refining godstone? Ning Chi smiled and said, Yes, yes. Old Yin's face revealed a look of surprise. At this moment he realized that he could move. He quickly handed the Qian Kuan ring to Ning Chi with both hands respectfully. He smiled and said, All my belongings are inside. Senior, please feel free to choose. Chapter 1116. The bogus sect's crisis. Ning Chi glanced at Old Yin's Qian Kuan ring and found over 100 pieces of medium-grade refining godstones. A trace of surprise flashed across Ning Chi's eyes. He had been running the Ning family's miscellaneous goods store in the inner region for so long and had sold so many things. He had only earned over 2,000 pieces of medium-grade refining godstones, and they were all lying in his spatial bag. He didn't expect that an early-stage Battle Dan realm cultivator from the immortal Martial continent would have over 100 pieces of medium-grade refining godstones in his Qian Kuan ring. Could it be that this place was rich in refining godstones? Old Yin, where did you get these medium-grade refining godstones? Ning Chi asked. Old Yin's heart ached. I have accumulated them for 500 to 600 years. Accumulated for 500 to 600 years. A look of disappointment flashed past Ning Chi's eyes. He then nodded and took away all the god-refining stones. As for the other things, Ning Chi did not care about them at all. He threw the universe ring to Old Yin and flew in the direction of the bogus sect. After Ning Chi left, Old Yin heaved a sigh of relief. He looked at the Qian Kuan ring and found that all the medium-grade refining godstones were gone. The other things were still there. He didn't feel that much pain anymore. He could earn more refining godstones, but everything was over if he lost his life. Bogus sect. Ning Chi flew to the mountain gate. When the disciple guarding the gate saw Ning Chi, his face immediately revealed a vigilant expression, and he shouted, Who goes there? I want to see Elder Wen-Su. Ning Chi smiled. You are... The disciples guarding the gate looked at Ning Chi and suddenly revealed a trace of suspicion. After sizing him up for a full 10 breaths, someone exclaimed, Ning Beixian? Yes. Ning Chi nodded. Senior Brother Ning, please wait a moment. One of the guarding disciples cupped his hands respectfully, then turned around and rushed to the main peak. The other guarding disciples looked at Ning Chi curiously. Senior Brother Ning, I heard that you went to cultivate with the seniors from the Wansheng sect and the Vajra temple. Did you come back to the bogus sect for some business? A disciple asked curiously. I'm not here for anything special. I'm just here to see Elder Wen-Su. Ning Chi smiled. Ning Beixian? A few figures came from outside and landed at the mountain gate, looking at Ning Chi with some surprise. Ning Chi looked over and smiled. Lu Qing, Lu Feng, Lu Yanran, long time no see. The three of them looked at Ning Chi with complicated expressions and nodded their heads slightly. A few years ago, Ning Chi was already an expert at the initial stage of the Dodan realm. Now that they had met Ning Chi again after a few years, their emotions were naturally very complicated. After all, Ning Chi was brought back to Bogus sect by the three of them. Originally, they had the chance to become fellow disciples. However, his talent was rejected by their master, Lu Qianzhan. Later on, their relationship grew weaker and the estrangement between them grew deeper. Why have you come to the bogus sect today? Lu Feng asked curiously. Ning Chi smiled faintly and did not reply. Seeing this, Lu Feng could not help but curse in his heart. His expression was a little ugly. Perhaps it was out of curiosity that the three of them did not enter the sect. Instead, they stood at the mountain gate and looked at Ning Chi. Not long after, a hearty laugh was heard. A few figures flew out from the sect. Elder Wen Su, Elder Wang Quan, Master Lu Qing, and the other two revealed a trace of surprise. Could it be that their master and the other two elders had specially come out to welcome Ning Chi? Wen Su, Wang Quan, and Lu Qianzhan landed in front of Ning Chi. Kid, you are finally willing to come back to take a look? Wen Su said with a smile. Wang Quan and Lu Qianzhan didn't have a good relationship with Ning Chi, so they didn't smile much. They only looked at Ning Chi with scrutinizing eyes. However, the more they looked, the more suspicious they became, and the more shocked they became. That was because they discovered that they couldn't see through Ning Chi's cultivation. Elder Wen, what are you talking about? Didn't I specially come back to see you? Ning Chi said with a smile. Oh, the two from the Wansheng sect and the Vajra temple did not come this time? When Su glanced around, I'm afraid they thought that Empress Han Go and the Buddha Emperor had also come. Otherwise, why would Wang Quan and Lu Qianzhan be willing to come? Ning Chi laughed in his heart. Then he shook his head at Wen Su and said, They have something to do, so they will not come this time. All right, a trace of disappointment flashed in Wen Su's eyes. Then he smiled at Ning Chi and said, Come, let's talk inside the sect. The Bogus sect has not been very peaceful these days. You may have to leave after a day. Not peaceful. Ning Chi's eyes moved slightly, but he did not say anything. He followed Wen Su to the guest hall of the main peak. For some reason, Wang Quan and Lu Qianzhan also followed. In the guest hall, Ning Chi chatted with Wen Su for a while. Then he took out a small lantern with a smile. When the three saw the lantern, their expressions changed. Wen Su looked at it in surprise. Wang Quan and Lu Qianzhan's eyes lit up, and a trace of greed flashed in their eyes. Elder Wen, back in the forbidden area, I made the Bogus sect lose a lot of divine items. This divine item contains more than 1,000 fish of laws. I will give it to you. You decide how you want to deal with him. Ning Chi smiled and handed the lantern to Wen Su. Obviously, he was giving the lantern as well. Wen Su received the lantern, dumbfounded. After confirming that it was a divine item, he looked at Ning Chi in disbelief and said, You are giving me this divine item? Occasionally, experts from the 7 major sects would give away divine items. It was a good story. A small sect like the Bogus sect had never received a divine item as a gift since its inception. Of course. Ning Chi smiled and nodded. Wen Su quickly put the divine item away and smiled bitterly. Sigh. Although we have one more divine item, the Purple Fire Glaze sect will soon bring people to merge with our Bogus sect. From then on, there will be no more Bogus sect. However, thank you for your divine item. At least I can rely on it to get a good position in the Purple Fire Glaze sect. Wang Quan and Lu Qianzhan were extremely jealous. They were already secretly calculating in their hearts. Purple Fire Glaze sect? Why do they want to merge with the Bogus sect? Ning Chi asked curiously. He knew that the strongest sect in this world was the Purple Fire Glaze sect. There were experts in the late-stage Battle Dan realm. Sai, because of Kong Sankai from the Righteous Sword sect. He has a close relationship with an elder of the Purple Fire Glaze sect. I heard that he is a direct descendant of the elder. After he was forced to retreat by the 2 cultivators from the Wansheng sect and the Vajra temple, he was unwilling to accept it. He came to our Bogus sect many times and wanted our divine item. In the end, he made up a reason and conspired with the elder of the Purple Fire Glaze sect. Chapter 1117. Swallowing 10,000 Lining Chi's expression was a little strange. Did this mean that he was the cause of all this? No wonder Wen Su was a little disappointed when he didn't see Empress Han Ge and the modern world's Buddha Emperor. Elder Wen Su, I can help you with this matter. However, I will only stay here for 3 to 4 days. Ning Qi smiled. You? You can help? Lu Qianzhan's eyes showed a trace of disdain. Wang Quan frowned. Are you planning to let the two from the Myriad Sect and Diamond Temple show up? They aren't free. I can handle such a small matter, Ning Qi said indifferently. You? Lu Qianzhan's eyes showed even more disdain. Wen Su glanced at him coldly, then looked at Ning Qi. Are you confident? About 80 to 90%. Ning Qi smiled. Good. Kong Sankai and his old ancestor will arrive at the bogus sect in a day or 2. Wen Su's eyes flashed with joy. For some reason, he had a little confidence in Ning Qi. Perhaps it was because Ning Qi had casually given him a god item. This matter is of great importance. If we fail, how will the purple fire glazed sect view us? We must inform the sect master and let him decide. Lu Qianzhan said coldly. With that, he got up and left the reception hall. Before he left, he took a deep look at Ning Qi. Don't mind him. When Su glanced at Lu Qianzhan's back and smiled at Ning Qi, I'm afraid he's the only one in the bogus sect who wants to join the purple fire-glazed sect the most. There's such a thing? Ning Qi was startled. Why not? Lu Qianzhan was just a rogue cultivator and joined the bogus sect later. Compared to us, he has no feelings for the bogus sect. He's just after benefits. Now that the bogus sect can't bring him any benefits, he naturally wants to hug a stronger thigh. When Su said bluntly, Wang Quan nodded slightly when he heard that. After Lu Qianzhan left, he never appeared again. There was no news from bogus sect's sect master Feng Bujin either. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. At noon, the bogus sect's disciples and elders arrived at the mountain gate under the lead of Wen Su and Wang Quan. The group of disciples already knew that an elder from the Purple Fire Glazed Glass sect would be coming to the bogus sect. Anticipation, dissatisfaction, worry, and all sorts of other emotions filled their hearts. He's here. When Su's expression changed slightly as he looked into the distance with a grave expression. More than a dozen black shadows broke through the air and appeared in front of everyone in the blink of an eye. Ning Qi recognized one of them as the leader of the Zhang Yi-sword sect, Kong Sankai. At this moment, he was respectfully following behind an old man. The aura of the leading old man was extremely rich. He was a late-stage Do Dan realm cultivator. However, he did not have a lot of condensed power of laws. There were only around 2,100 of them. Late-stage Do Dan realm cultivator. Wang Quan's face revealed a trace of fear as he subconsciously glanced at Ning Qi. He was somewhat curious as to how much of the 80 to 90% confidence that Ning Qi had mentioned was left. The leading old man glanced at everyone and smiled. I am the Purple Fire Glazed Glass sect's inner sect elder, Kong Zhengsheng. Where is your bogus sect master Feng Bujin? Everyone subconsciously glanced at Kong Sankai when they heard his surname. The rumors were indeed true. This person must be Kong Sansai's old ancestor. Sect master is in seclusion. When Su cupped his hands together. Seclusion? Why is he still in seclusion at this time? What does that mean? Is he unwilling? Kong Zhengsheng said coldly. Old ancestor, I'm afraid that Feng Bujin is trying to buy time. At the end of the day, he still can't bear to leave the bogus sect. Kong Sankai said with a faint smile. After saying that, his gaze suddenly landed on Ning Qi. A trace of fierceness flashed across his eyes. Why is this kid back in the bogus sect? Could it be that the two from the Myriad Appearance sect and the Vajra Temple are nearby? Thinking of this, Kong Sansai's eyes flashed with a trace of fear. He glanced around and only heaved a sigh of relief when he did not see Empress Hangu or the modern World Buddha Emperor. His eyes slowly turned as he stared at Ning Qi. No one knew what he was thinking. Ha ha ha! I was late. Please forgive me, Elder Kong. A voice came from behind everyone. Feng Bujin and Lu Qianzhan broke through the air and landed in front of everyone. Feng Bujin respectfully greeted Kong Zhengsheng. Sect Master Feng, it's good that you are here. How are the preparations for the specific matters? Can you follow me to the Purple Fire Glazed Glass sect? As for this place, it will naturally be taken over by the Jingyi Sword sect in the future. Do you have any objections? Kong Zhengsheng said indifferently. I dare not have any objections. Feng Bujin cupped his hands together and smiled. After a pause, he continued. Actually, a few days ago, my sect's elder, Lu Qianzhan, reported to me that someone is willing to help the bogus sect deal with the matter of this place being merged. I did not dare to make a decision on my own, so I had to wait until today and hand this person over to Elder Kong. Sect Master, you. When Su's face revealed a trace of disbelief. Even Wang Quanwen was shocked by Feng Bujin's actions. Oh, there's such a person? Who is he? Is he here? Kong Zhengsheng revealed a trace of curiosity. His gaze swept across everyone's faces, but he did not find anyone suspicious. Ning Beixian, explain this matter to Elder Kong yourself. If not for Elder Lu notifying me in time, I'm afraid that my bogus sect would have made a huge mistake. Feng Bujin looked coldly at Ning Qi. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Countless gazes gathered on Ning Qi at this moment. There was curiosity, doubt, and even a trace of anger and contempt. Is it you? Kong Zhengsheng coldly stared at Ning Qi. The next moment his expression changed slightly, and his eyes revealed a trace of a strange expression. Could this person have cultivated some kind of aura-concealing cultivation technique? Was that why he could not see through his cultivation? Feng Bujin, you are really shameless. And Lu Qianzhan, I will settle this matter with the two of you. Ning Qi coldly swept his gaze across Feng Bujin and Lu Qianzhan. Arrogant. Settle the matter with my master? Who do you think you are? You are merely an initial stage battle Dan realm cultivator. Lu Feng could not help but scold. Behind Wang Quanwen, Lu Dongtao coldly stared at Ning Qi. The corner of his mouth curled into a trace of a gloating smile. Feng Bujin's expression changed slightly. He coldly smiled and said, Settle the matter with me? I will wait for you. Lu Qianzhan did not say anything. After all, he was still a little afraid of Ning Qi's background. Wait. Ning Qi coldly snorted and walked straight towards Kong Zhengsheng. First step, the law of wood instantly surged out from his body. Second step, the law of ice surged out. Third step, the law of fire surged out. Fourth step, the law of wind surged out. Fifth step, the law of thunder surged out. Chapter 1118. Refine. Hiss. Everyone gasped as they looked at Ning Qi in horror. What kind of cultivation is this? Not to mention Kong Zhengsheng and the rest. Even the rank 9 and rank 10 Qi refinement realm disciples could feel a destructive aura from Ning Qi's body. Kong Zhengsheng's eyes were filled with horror. He could not help but take a dozen steps back before he could stabilize himself. Kong Sankai and the rest were in an even worse state. Because Ning Qi was facing them directly, Kong Sansai's blood and qi surged due to the impact of the aura. He immediately spurted out a mouthful of blood and looked at Ning Qi in horror with a face of disbelief. So powerful. Wen Su's eyes were filled with shock as he muttered to himself. Wang Quan's throat moved up and down as he looked at Ning Qi in horror. Feng Bujin stood on the spot with a dull look on his face. Lu Qianzhan stood beside him like a wooden chicken. At this moment, endless fear rose in the hearts of the two of them. What was going on? Who could tell them? Impossible! How could he be so powerful? Lu Feng shook his head in disbelief and clenched his fists. Lu Dongtao and the rest were filled with shock and fear. Bogu sect is Bogu sect. It will not become Zhengyi sword sect or merge with your purple flame glazed sect. Do you understand? Ningqi looked at Kong Zhengxing and said faintly, Say, Senior, I had eyes but failed to see and have offended you. Please forgive me. Kong Zhengxing quickly cupped his hands and bowed as he stammered. It was imaginable how terrifying the pressure Ningqi gave him was to make a late-stage battle Dan realm cultivator stutter. This scene, once again, brought great shock to everyone. Many frightened and complicated gazes landed on Ningqi. Do you remember what I just said? Ningqi looked at Kong Zhengxing coldly. Yes, I remember. Kong Zhengxing hurriedly nodded, then glared vaguely at Kong Sankai. He had almost been killed by this bastard today. The bogus sect actually had such a powerful being backing them up, yet he had not received any news at all? Ningqi's aura was several times stronger than the purple fire glazed tile sect's sect master. A cultivator, like him who had just stepped into the late-stage Battle Dan realm, couldn't even compare to Ningqi's pinky. If you remember, then scram. Ningqi said faintly, If you feel indignant, you can ask your sect master to come here personally. I wouldn't dare. I dare not. Kong Zhengxing waved his hand repeatedly, indicating that he did not dare to have any resentment. He carefully turned around and left. Seeing that Ningqi really did not stop him, he sped up and disappeared from everyone's sight in the blink of an eye. The dozen or so subordinates he brought hurriedly followed behind him. Kong Sankai also wanted to leave, but Ningqi gently reached out and grabbed him, causing him to involuntarily fall into Ningqi's palm. Sect leader Kong, why are you leaving? Ningqi said with a faint smile. Kong Sansai's heart was beating wildly as Ningqi grabbed his neck. His face revealed a trace of a pleading expression. Please forgive me next time. Senior Ning, if I forgive you, you will still find trouble with bogus sect in the future. There is only one way to eliminate this trouble forever. Ningqi said faintly. Kong Sansai's eyes revealed a look of horror, and his body uncontrollably trembled. He hurriedly said, I wouldn't dare. When I return, I will disband the Righteous Sword sect and go to the Dragon God battlefield. I will never step into this place again. Senior, please give me a chance. Ningqi smiled, just when Kong Sankai thought that he had a trace of hope to leave this place alive. Ningqi smiled and said, No, you. Kong Sankai roared in shock and anger. In the next moment, his entire body was surrounded by the law of karmic fire. In almost a breath's time, he turned into a pile of white ashes, which were scattered by the wind before falling to the ground. Kong Sankai was dead? The Righteous Sword sect master, the ruthless Kong Sankai who had plundered the various sects' divine treasures, had died just like that? Everyone stared at this scene in a daze. After several breaths of time, they all sucked in a breath of cold air, looking at Ningqi with eyes filled with shock and fear. Ningqi turned around, looking at Feng Bujin and Lu Qianzhan. Feng Bujin's expression was extremely ugly. He gave a sheepish laugh and took the initiative to walk in front of Ningqi. He cupped his hands together and said, It's a misunderstanding. There's a trace of a misunderstanding here. Please listen to this one's explanation. I'll give you the time to drink a cup of tea. Say your last words. Ningqi said lightly. The smile on Feng Bujin's face instantly froze. When Su Wangquan, Lu Qianzhan, and all the elders and disciples of bogus sect looked at Ningqi in a daze. Did he mean to kill Feng Bujin? Senior Ning, when Su hesitated for a moment, but still spoke up. Elderwin, do not interfere in this matter. It is your misfortune that the bogus sect has such a sect master. I plan to let this person be reborn, so that in his next life he may become a smart person. Ningqi said lightly, when Su immediately shut his mouth. He wanted to plead for Feng Bujin, but it was obvious that Ningqi had no intention of showing mercy. Even the late-stage Battle Dan realm cultivator, Kong Zhengxing, was like a mouse seeing a cat when he saw Ning Chi. Wen Su knew that he could not persuade the other party, so he did not say anything else. He just looked at Feng Bujin with some sadness and sighed in his heart. Feng Bujin had harmed himself. You want to kill me because of this? Aren't you here to stand up for my bogus sect? Feng Bujin looked at Ning Chi in disbelief. His heart was filled with a trace of fear. After living for so many years, this was the first time he felt so close to death. So you turned around and sold me to Kong Zhengsheng. Is this your proof of allegiance? Are you trying to tell Kong Zhengsheng that you have no other intentions and are willing to join the Purple Fire Glaze sect? The corner of Ning Chi's mouth rose in a mocking manner. Feng Bujin was instantly speechless. Nothing else to say? Come and die. Ning Chi said indifferently. No, I will not die. Feng Bujin roared, turned around, and fled. In the blink of an eye, he was already 100 miles away. He immediately heaved a sigh of relief. Everyone from the bogus sect looked at Ning Chi with a trace of suspicion in their hearts. Could it be that Ning Chi was only threatening Feng Bujin verbally to force him to leave the bogus sect? Lu Qianzhan hesitated for a moment and was about to apologize. At this moment, Ning Chi waved his hand and sent out 6 silver dragons that were a few miles long. When Feng Bujin heard the commotion behind him, he couldn't help but turn around. His face instantly revealed a look of despair. No, accompanied by his desperate roar. His entire body was instantly enveloped by the 6 silver dragons. In the blink of an eye, he was turned into ashes. Everyone felt a chill rising from the soles of their feet to the top of their heads. They looked at Ning Chi in horror. Elder Lu, it's your turn. Ning Chi looked at Lu Qianzhan indifferently. Chapter 1119. Set off. Don't kill my master. Lu Feng shouted. He ran to Lu Qianzhan and knelt down in front of Ning Chi. He looked at Ning Chi bravely and said, Kill me if you want to. I mocked you so often in the past. You can vent your anger by killing me. On the other hand, Lu Qing and Lu Yanran didn't dare to come out. They just stood there in fear. Lu Qianzhan's heart ached when he saw this. Kowtow 3 times and I'll let this go. Ning Chi said indifferently. What? Lu Feng and Lu Qianzhan were shocked. They looked at Ning Chi in disbelief. You won't even kowtow 3 times. Ning Chi looked at them with a faint smile. I will. I will. Bang, bang, bang. The 2 of them kowtowed 3 times. Ning Chi ignored them and cupped his hands at Wen Su and said, The matter has been resolved. It's time for me to leave. Although bogus sect lost Feng Bujin and a mid-stage battle core realm expert, I don't think any other sects will dare to make things difficult for you after today's matter is over. If there's anything you can't resolve, go find Kong Zhengsheng at the Purple Fire Glaze sect. You're not staying for a few more days? Wen Su was a little reluctant to part with Ning Chi, but more than that, he was curious. He wanted to know what Ning Chi had experienced for his cultivation to advance by leaps and bounds in just a few short years. I'm not staying. Ning Chi smiled and waved his hand. Then he turned into a bolt of lightning and disappeared from everyone's sight. War God Temple. When he returned to the War God Temple, Ning Chi found that Wu Yin was still in the Immortal Ascension Pagoda. He flew to the front of the pagoda and stood with Dongfang Haojie and the others. When they saw Ning Chi, they quickly bowed and looked up at the Immortal Ascension Pagoda. They had been feeling nervous and excited these past few days. This was because Wu Yin had already made it to the 810th level. However, compared to his previous speed of 1 incense stick's worth of time, or even the time to brew a cup of tea, he had stayed on the 810th level for quite a long time. Everyone was very curious as to whether Wu Yin could pass this level or not. This guy. Ning Chi smiled. With Wu Yin's experience, he now knew that even early-stage Transcendence realm cultivators might not be able to pass the 1000th level of the Immortal Ascension Pagoda. Suddenly, the 810th level of the Immortal Ascension Pagoda flashed with white light. In the next instant, Wu Yin flew out of the pagoda in a sorry state. She landed in front of Ning Qi, waving her arms and legs, creating a huge crater in the ground. Seeing this, the crowd could not help but sigh in their hearts. It seemed like he really would not be able to pass the 810th level. After a short while, Wu Yin let out a painful groan and crawled out of the hole. Her clothes had already been reduced to strips of cloth. Many female disciples hurriedly turned their heads away in embarrassment, but there were also some who were secretly sizing her up out of curiosity. "How is it?" Ning Qi asked with a faint smile. "Fudge, this sect of yours is really strange. The Immortal Ascension Pagoda, it really lives up to its name. There's actually an early stage law, phase, realm demonic beast on the 810th floor. I'm not its match." Wu Yin rolled her eyes, her expression one of dissatisfaction. She glared fiercely at the Immortal Ascension Pagoda. "I suspect that there might be a late-stage law, phase, realm cultivator on the 1000th floor. How did you get this Immortal Ascension Pagoda?" Wu Yin asked curiously. He had seen the Immortal Ascension Pagoda rise from the ground with his own eyes. With just a bit of preparation time, he could also create such a thing. However, there was actually a Dharma phase demonic beast inside. This was incomprehensible. At least, with Wu Yin's knowledge, he really could not imagine how Ning Qi had created this Immortal Ascension Pagoda, unless you're a master of creation. But that's definitely impossible. Even if Feng Jiuxian had cultivated nonstop for hundreds of years, she definitely could not have the cultivation of a master of creation. Wu Yin rubbed his chin and guessed. He looked at Ning Qi from the corner of his eyes, but he was disappointed to find that Ning Qi's expression had not changed at all. He could not see anything from Ning Qi's face at all. "All right, stop guessing. You won't be able to guess it in this lifetime. When I'm in a good mood one day, I'll tell you." Ning Qi smiled. What a miser! Wu Yin's heart itched. "Let's go back to the inner region. I'll borrow your passage." Ning Qi smiled. "What? You're going to the Azure Dragon Continent? Don't forget, although the Law Manifestation Realm cultivators don't care about the immortal bloodline in your body, the Eternal Life Realm and Battle Dan Realm cultivators are eyeing your bloodline covetously. After all, Feng Jiuxian grew from a greedy wolf sex odd-job disciple to the Azure Dragon Continent's top existence in the Law Manifestation Realm. She seduced the Wang family's patriarch's favorite granddaughter, Wang Muting. This story is still being spread to this day. If your traces are discovered, you will definitely be hunted down. The Wang family's patriarch will also send people to capture you." Wu Yin frowned. If it was not necessary, he really did not want to return to the Azure Dragon Continent. What was so bad about hiding here and living so comfortably? He still wanted to pass the 810th level of the Immortal Ascension Pagoda one day. "If you don't say it, I won't say it. How can my identity be so easily discovered? Moreover, I have my own methods to conceal the aura of my bloodline." Ning Qi smiled. No, I won't go back." Wu Yin still shook his head. "You really won't go back?" Ning Qi said with a faint smile. "No, I won't go back even if I'm beaten to death." Wu Yin said resolutely, "Return the high-grade blood jade to me." Ning Qi said, "No, I won't return it even if I'm beaten to death." Wu Yin shook his head. Ning Qi was a little speechless. The other party was going to go back on his words, but he could not do anything to Wu Yin. Ning Qi rolled his eyes and said with a smile, "Don't you want to find Feng Jiuxian's whereabouts?" "You're willing to tell me?" Wu Yin's face showed a hint of surprise. "I don't know his whereabouts either." Ning Qi shook his head. "Then what do you mean?" Wu Yin rolled his eyes. "Didn't you find Feng Jiuxian because you want him to join forces with you to fight against the Wang family's ancestor? How about this? You bring me to the Azure Dragon Continent and give me 10 to 20 years. At that time, I will help you get rid of the Wang family's ancestor. For a transcendence realm cultivator like you, 10 to 20 years will pass in the blink of an eye. Ning Qi said with a faint smile. You helped me get rid of the Wang family's ancestor? Don't joke around. He is in existence in the late transcendence realm. Even I am no match for him. Wu Yin sneered. Have you forgotten how long it took for me to reach my current cultivation from the early stage of Dodan realm? Ning Qi said with a faint smile. Wu Yin was slightly startled and immediately fell into deep thought. After a while, he slowly raised his head. You won't go back on your words, right? A gentleman keeps his word. Ning Qi said with a smile. All right, I will believe you this time. Let's go now. Chapter 1120. Smash Dragon Territory, Inner Area. Due to the fact that the Daoyan Celestial Emperor had fused all the mainland fragments with the central mainland, there were many cultivators who were searching for cultivation resources in the inner district. Even eternal life stage cultivators were not rare. There were originally only 7 or 8 eternal life stage cultivators in the inner district, but the current power structure was slowly changing. First, the Six Ears Demon Clan was provoked by a demon clan from the outside world. That demon clan had the bloodline of the ancient divine beast Azure Dragon. They were considered half demon and half dragon. The Six Ears Demon, the Arch, was no match for them. If it were not for Mulan Hung, he, Fortune Dragon Emperor, and the others, the Six Ears Demon Clan would have been wiped out. Dongxian City. Ning family's miscellaneous goods store. Xu Donglai happily opened the door of the shop early in the morning. Not long after, a group of incomparably tall people came in. Their bodies were emitting a powerful aura of the law. The leader was a young man. His face looked very strange. It looked like a dragon, but not a demon. It was extremely ugly. I heard that this store specializes in selling rare treasures. Are you the shopkeeper? Take out your best elixirs. Do you sell any divine items? Take them out if you do. The young man sized up the Ning family's miscellaneous goods store, then looked at Xu Donglai and said proudly, Sir, you're right to come here. Let me introduce you to the best-selling elixirs in this store. Look, this is the beauty pill. Whether you buy it for yourself or give it to a woman, it's very stylish. There are no beauty pills in other places. Even if you resell it, you can still make a fortune. Xu Donglai greeted him enthusiastically. After all, he was the first customer. The young man frowned and glanced at the beauty pill. Then, he looked at Xu Donglai coldly. Are you implying that I'm ugly? You've misunderstood. I'm running a store. Why would I offend a customer? Xu Donglai glanced at his face and quickly explained. He was sure that this guy was ugly. If he was not a human, then he must have been struck by lightning when he transformed. Otherwise, how could he be so ugly? Bullsh *T. You're either scolding me or mocking me. Someone, smash this store for me. The young man did not listen to Xu Donglai's explanation. He suddenly roared, and the people around him immediately started to attack. In the blink of an eye, the Ning's general goods store was smashed. Xu Donglai wanted to stop them, but he was also sent flying by one of them. He fell heavily in the middle of the street and spat out a mouthful of blood. When the cultivators nearby saw this, they all gathered around curiously. When they found out that the Ning family's general goods store had been smashed, they immediately showed a look of schadenfreude. They were not gloating at the Ning family's sundry goods store and Xu Donglai, but at the group of smashing things in the store. They saw with their own eyes that they were smashing things and putting the elixirs and spiritual materials that were scattered on the ground into their interspatial rings. Since when did such a group of blind bandits come to Dongxian City? Haven't they heard about the background of Ning's sundry goods store? You're courting death. Xu Donglai covered his chest and stood up angrily. When he saw that the sundry goods store had been smashed, he was so angry that he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. At the same time, a few figures flew over. Chu Kuang, Celestial Venerable Luo, Dongfang Yanji, and Luo Qingyi all landed in front of the Ning's general goods store. A white figure slowly walked from the street and appeared next to Xu Donglai in just a few steps. Meng Qingling frowned and glanced at Xu Donglai. Then her eyes fell on the group of people smashing things in the store. Fairy Meng, this group of people is too much. They smashed our store just because of a disagreement. Xu Donglai saw Meng Qingling and complained angrily. Although Meng Qingling's cultivation was weaker than his, she was Ning Beishuan's master. In Dongxin City, and even in the entire inner area, she had an extremely high status. I know. Let them smash it. Meng Qingling said lightly. The things in the store were not expensive. Even if they lost a few hundred beauty pills, it was not a big deal. Chu Kuang and the other two looked at each other. Celestial Venerable Luo was the first to speak. Who are you? Why are you smashing the Ning's general goods store for no reason? After a few breaths, the ugly young man walked out with a group of subordinates. His cold eyes swept across Chu Kuang and the other two and finally landed on Celestial Venerable Luo. He said with a mocking smile, You don't have the right to know who I am. This is just a small store. If you want to be nosy, I will kill you as well. After saying that, a terrifying aura suddenly erupted from his body. The eternal realm. Everyone's expression changed slightly. Even the group of subordinates around the young man was exuding a faint, advanced stage Battle Dan aura. From this aura, everyone could tell that this group of people was not human. I'm afraid this person is not a cultivator from the inner area. Chu Kuang and the other two looked at each other with a trace of fear in their eyes. I heard people talking about how amazing this Ning's general goods store is. I think it is just SOSO. I heard that there is a very powerful person behind him. Where is he? Where is he? I, the Green Dragon tribe, would like to meet him. If his cultivation is not even comparable to the 6 Ears Demon Monarch, then he can only die. The young man sneered and scanned the crowd with his sharp eyes. The cultivators quickly lowered their heads and did not dare to look at him. At the same time, they had guessed the identity of this young man. He claimed to be from the Green Dragon tribe. He must be the foreign demon tribe that had defeated the 6 Ears Demon Monarch and had to ask the Mulan Hung, he and Fortune Dragon Emperor, to help them. Could this young man be the leader of the Green Dragon tribe? Xu Donglai and Meng Qingling were sure that this young man was here to cause trouble. However, they could not rule out the fact that this young man was arrogant and would start a fight at the slightest disagreement. If you are here to buy something, we welcome you. If you are here to cause trouble, please leave your name. Someone will come and fight us. Meng Qingling said indifferently. So many Dan realm cultivators are keeping quiet. You are just a rank 10 Qi refinement realm kid. How dare you speak? But your looks are not bad. The young man's eyes fell on Ning Qi. After scanning him up and down, he laughed lewdly. He moved and appeared next to Meng Qingling and lifted his hand to grab her chin. At this moment, 2 figures broke through the air and exchanged blows with the young man. After that, the 2 figures were sent flying and landed heavily on the ground. Demon tribe? Dragon tribe? The young man looked at Wu Jin and Tai Tan with a gloomy expression, and a hint of disdain flashed in his eyes. Have you really not heard of the person behind the Ning's general goods store? Since you are here, you should know about the chaotic demonic lord, right? Chu Kuang knew that things would get out of hand if he did not speak. He had no choice but to use Wu Yin's name to scare the young man away. Chaotic demonic lord? What's that? The young man frowned. Chapter 11:21. Send them on their way. The chaotic demonic venerable is our inner district's #1 expert. A loud voice sounded. Mulan Gongha, Fortune Dragon Emperor, and 6-eared demonic beast arch landed in front of everyone. Mulan Gongha and the Fortune Dragon Emperor wore a faint smile on their faces, while the 6-eared demonic beast arch glared at the young man with hatred in his eyes. Your inner district's #1 expert? Interesting. How strong can he be? Can he fight the three of you alone? The young man sneered when he saw the three of them. 1 against 3? His words seemed to carry a deeper meaning. Everyone was taken aback. Then they had a strange look in their eyes. This person must be the leader of the Green Dragon clan. Fight the three of us? I'm afraid it's simple. Mulangongha smiled. The young man frowned and his eyes turned solemn. At this moment, 2 figures flew across the sky and landed beside Meng Qingling. You're back? Meng Qingling smiled. Ning Qi nodded and glanced at the smashed Ning's sundry goods store. His eyes darkened. When Shu Donglai saw Ning Qi and Wu Yin, he immediately stepped forward and pointed at the young man and the others. Master, these people didn't listen. They came into the store early in the morning to make trouble. They even smashed the store. Many elixirs fell into their pockets. The chaotic, demonic, venerable, and Ning Beixian are back. This is going to be a good show. Mulangongha and the others bowed to Wu Yin and greeted Ning Qi before standing aside with a smile. Since the main character was here, there was nothing else for them to do. You're the chaotic, demonic, venerable. The young man sneered at Ning Qi. I'm not the chaotic, demonic, venerable. He is, Ning Qi said. Him. The young man's gaze fell on Wu Yin. His subordinates took a step forward, subconsciously to protect the young man. I can't see through this person's cultivation. The young man's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. He was at the peak of the early stage of the eternal life realm, only half a step away from the middle stage of the eternal life realm. With such cultivation, even if Mulan and Hung he joined forces, he would still be able to fight evenly with them. However, when he looked at Wu Yin, he felt a heavy feeling in his heart. Brother Ning, I think you can solve this matter by yourself. Wu Yin looked at Ning Qi with a faint smile, seemingly not intending to make a move. Luo Qingyi had been observing the situation from the side. When she heard this, she immediately stepped forward and said, This person just said what the chaotic, demonic lord is. He is obviously humiliating you. What's the chaotic world, demon venerable? Wu Yin's expression changed. She stared coldly at the young man and said, Did you say that? Even though the young man couldn't see through Wu Yin's cultivation, he was already used to being invincible in his own world. At this moment, when he heard Wu Yin's unfriendly tone, a sense of pride rose in his heart. Yes, that's what I said. So what? Nothing much. Wu Yin laughed. Just when the young man thought that Wu Yin's cultivation base was only slightly higher than his, Wu Yin made her move. The young man and his subordinates didn't even have time to react before they were directly suppressed to the ground by a terrifying law aura, unable to move. What kind of cultivation is this? How can there be such a strong cultivator in a place like this? The young man's eyes showed a trace of shock and anger. He tried to mobilize the power of law in his body, trying to fight against the aura that was suppressing him. The result was that it was useless. In the face of Wu Yin's law aura, his power of law was as insignificant as an ant. As expected of the chaotic world demon venerable, this guy was so arrogant just now, but now he has to lie on the ground. What a shame! The cultivators nearby first exclaimed, then couldn't help but mock him. The young man's face turned green and then red. He couldn't wait to dig a hole and hide in it. He was the leader of the Green Dragon clan. Today he was suppressed to the ground and unable to move. The change in the situation was too great. He couldn't bear it for a moment and spat out a mouthful of blood. Don't kill him yet, Ning Qi said lightly. After that he walked in front of the young man and looked down at him. How many things did you just take from me? Hand them over. You'll let me go if I hand them over. The young man's face showed a trace of hope. He just wanted to leave this place as soon as possible. Let you go? Wishful thinking. You came to cause trouble and ran away when you couldn't win? The six-eared monarch beast mocked. Loser, this has nothing to do with you. The young man was enraged. You have no right to negotiate with me. If you don't hand them over, I'll take them myself. Ning Chi said calmly. Hand them over. I'll hand them all over. You bunch of trash. Why aren't you handing them over? The young man growled. Then, an interspatial ring gradually appeared above his and his subordinates' heads and fell to the ground with a clatter. Ning Chi grabbed the interspatial ring and put it away. As for what was inside, he was not in the mood to look at it for now. There's no need to trouble two masters. Send them on their way. Ning Chi smiled faintly at Wu Yin. You didn't keep your promise. Hearing this, the young man's face was filled with anger. I've never promised you anything. Ning Chi said calmly. That's enough. Let's go. Wu Yin laughed. With a bang, the young man and his subordinates turned into a cloud of blood mist. Even their divine souls couldn't escape. Mulan and Hung, he felt a chill in their hearts. The other party was an eternal realm cultivator who was stronger than them. But in Wu Yin's hands, he was killed like pigs and dogs. Master, we won't be opening this store for the time being. You should go back to the war god temple first. Ning Chi smiled at Meng Qingling. Meng Qingling was slightly startled. She didn't ask why and just nodded. Her body turned into a white light and disappeared into the air. Not opening. Shu Donglai had a bad feeling in his heart. Ning Chi smiled and said to him, Follow brother Qingyi from now on. You're quite talented in business. He's leaving the inner area. Could it be? Everyone was shocked. Just when Mulan and Hung, he wanted to say something, Ning Chi and Wu Yin had disappeared. Don't worry. Since you're brother Ning's man, I won't treat you badly in the future. Luo Qingyi nodded at Shu Donglai. Shu Donglai, who had an ugly expression at the moment, felt a little comforted. This is the passage you've mastered. Ning Chi stood in front of a light blue light curtain. It seemed to be a boundless universe, but it wasn't as dark as the universe. Instead, it was a mixture of blue, green, and red colors. Ning Chi threw a stone into the light curtain. A blue light flashed, and the stone suddenly turned into powder. Do you think that the passage to the Azure Dragon Continent is safe? This one is quite stable. Follow my previous route, and I can guarantee your safety. Chapter 11:22. A terrifying eye-bulging, Qi hesitated. The passageway looked very dangerous. He did not know if Wu Yin was reliable. If he played any tricks in the passageway, he would be in a passive position. Are you scared? Wu Yin said with a faint smile. If you are, then let's not go to the Azure Dragon Continent. There's nothing good there. We might as well act like a tyrant here. If we go to the Azure Dragon Continent, even I have to act like a coward. Ning Chi was about to say something, but suddenly the two of them looked up and saw a vortex formed by clouds in the sky. As the whirlpool continued to spin, all the cultivators in the inner region raised their heads with a hint of curiosity in their eyes. Wu Yin frowned suspiciously, as if he was trying to recall something. But the next moment, the vortex suddenly became extremely huge, covering an area of thousands of miles. A huge eyeball appeared in the vortex, as if it was looking down on all living beings. What is that? Its aura is too terrifying. All the cultivators felt their legs turn to jelly. If an eyeball was so huge, how terrifying would the person behind the vortex be? That's it. Ning Chi was shocked. He had seen this eyeball before. A few years ago, when he entered the dry bones forbidden ground for the first time, a huge eyeball appeared in the sky. The aura of this eyeball was exactly the same as this one. However, compared to back then, the cultivation of the owner of this eyeball must have increased greatly. Stubborn donkey. Ning Chi took advantage of the fact that the eyeball had not noticed him in Wu Yin and said, Let's go to the Azure Dragon Continent. The situation here seems to be getting more and more dangerous. Wu Yin nodded in agreement. He seemed to be afraid of the eyeball too. He pulled Ning Chi and fled into the passageway. With Wu Yin leading the way, Ning Chi was safe along the way. We're almost there. Wu Yin let out a sigh of relief and smiled at Ning Qi. Outside the passageway, the eyeball in the inner area finally noticed the passageway that looked like a small gap in front of it after scanning through hundreds of billions of living beings. A cold glint flashed across its eyes. The next moment, the passageway that Wu Yin and Ning Qi were in was destroyed by it. The passageway collapsed very quickly. In the blink of an eye, it was behind them. F***CK. What happened? Wu Yin's face turned pale. They had yet to safely leave the passageway. If something happened to the passageway, even he was not sure where they would end up. Didn't you say this was a safe path? Ning Qi shouted as he moved forward quickly. It is indeed very safe. How could this be? Wu Yin wondered as he ran. Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind. It must be the work of the owner of that eyeball. When Ning Qi heard this, he immediately knew that he had misunderstood Wu Yin. The eyeball had definitely come for the 9-spirited God Bell's aura. Strictly speaking, he had implicated Wu Yin. However, Ning Qi naturally wouldn't admit it. He only charged forward with Wu Yin, not caring about safety. He returned to his world devastator immortal tribe bloodline true body and allowed the dimensional slashes to strike him. Ning Qi grimaced in pain. However, the speed of the two could not keep up with the speed of the collapse of the passageway. Wu Yin and Ning Qi suddenly stopped. The collapsed tunnel was only 3 feet away from them. F***CK him. Life and death are up to fate. Wu Yin sighed. System, I want to enter the cultivation training ground. The host is currently under attack and cannot enter. The collapsed tunnel instantly drowned the two of them. Wu Yin, who was in front of Ning Qi, was instantly swallowed by a wormhole. As for Ning Qi, due to the strength of the world devastator immortal tribe bloodline and his physical body, he was not torn to shreds by the spatial crack. However, his physical body was severely injured and his life points were dropping rapidly. Inner District. Several hours later, the eyeball disappeared without a trace. The cultivators seemed to be able to see a trace of doubt flash through their eyes before the eyeball disappeared. Development Immortal Realm. You didn't find it? Dao Yen Immortal Emperor looked at the little donkey that was shaking its head in front of him with a faint smile. That's strange. Although I can sense the 9-spirited God Bell's aura, I can't find its existence. It must have been refined by someone. However, where did he hide the 9-spirited God Bell that even I, the true owner, can't sense it? The little donkey spoke in the human language with a hint of doubt in its eyes. Haha, forget it if you can't find it. As long as you can find the ancient Sky Dragon clan's treasure trove, you can have as many Dharma treasures like the 9-spirited God Bell as you want. During that war, I sacrificed hundreds of thousands of years to kill that young ancient Sky Dragon. It's a pity that I haven't found the Sky Dragon clan's treasure trove after so many years. Dao Yen Immortal Emperor sighed. We will find it. We have plenty of time. However, Master, now that the ancient Sky Dragon clan has been annihilated and you are the ruler of this world, the treasure trove is no longer important, right? No one in the central mainland or the tens of millions of continents under you is a match for you. The little donkey said, You don't understand. If you want to be immortal, you have to go to that place. I've been fighting with the ancient Sky Dragon clan for so many years, and I've found some clues. As long as we can find their treasure trove, we will be able to find clues. Dao Yen Immortal Emperor said lightly, Immortal world? That's just a legend. My current divine power is no different from the legendary Immortal Clan. In fact, I'm far stronger than them. The little donkey's face revealed a trace of disdain. You're only comparing yourself to the legendary Immortal Clan. However, have you forgotten where this legend came from? Since the Heavenly Dragon Clan was chased out from that place, they will naturally slander the Celestial Clan and not destroy their own prestige. Regardless of whether that place exists or not, I have to give it a try. Otherwise, with my current cultivation, I will at most be able to live for another 5 ancient eras before I die. Dao Yan Immortal Emperor said lightly. Some time ago, I heard from my subordinates that a guy with the bloodline of the Immortal Clan appeared in the Azure Dragon continent a few hundred years ago. However, he is nowhere to be found. The little donkey suddenly said, "Haha, bloodline of the Immortal Clan? That's just a joke. If he really has the bloodline of the Immortal Clan, would it be our turn to sit here?" Dao Yan Immortal Emperor's eyes flashed with a trace of disdain. However, he paused for a moment before he spoke again. "Perhaps you can pay attention to this person. If he appears again, bring him to see me." "No problem." The little donkey nodded. Where am I? Chapter 11:23. Seclusion for 1,000 years, not bad. Ning Qi immediately examined himself and discovered that his Do Dan was still there. The 5 types of power of laws had not disappeared but had been completely consumed. As long as he was given a bit of time, he would be able to recover. At this moment, there seemed to be a figure breaking through the air from afar. With Ning Qi's current state, if he encountered a more vicious cultivator, he would definitely not be able to resist. He immediately purchased a top-notch cultivation training ground for 10 days, and his figure instantly disappeared from the spot. Strange. I clearly saw a badly wounded cultivator earlier. How did he disappear in the blink of an eye? A cultivator with a gloomy expression looked around and muttered to himself. Top-level cultivation training ground. Ning Qi sat down cross-legged with the top-grade cultivation blood jade in his hand, recovering his law energy. Even so, it took him almost half a year to recover his cultivation to its peak. The bone-deep wounds on his body were also completely healed. System: purchase the medium-grade World Devastator Immortal Race bloodline, Ning Qi said lightly. Soon, 2,000 of his dragon-slaying crystals disappeared, leaving only 700. At the same time, a mysterious force poured into Ning Qi's body from the void. Ning Qi could clearly feel that the density of his bloodline was rising rapidly. It was several times stronger than before. In the next moment, Ning Qi's body uncontrollably returned to its origin. A small giant that was 50 to 60 feet tall appeared in the stone pavilion. Her black hair flowed like a waterfall, even though there was no wind. When his eyes opened and closed, golden light flickered. The strength of my body should have increased by 2 to 3 times. My HP has also increased by a whopping 50 million. The speed of devouring divine items has also increased. The power of the 18 dragon subduing palms has increased by 5 to 6 times. Overall combat power has increased by at least 8 times. The current me is enough to crush the previous me. If I meet Ying Qingning again, I should be able to beat him. Ning Qi spent several months to verify his current strength and came to a satisfactory conclusion. Now, as long as he upgraded his divine soul to the royal grade, he should be able to break through to the eternal life realm. Ning Qi took out all the universe rings that he had obtained from the Azure Dragon clan from a spatial bag and took out more than 2,000 mid-grade god refining stones. Adding on the ones he had saved up before, there were a total of more than 4,000 middle-grade god refining stone. Ning Qi held one in each hand, absorbing the soul power inside to condense his own soul. As the pieces of god refining stone turned into dust, the golden soul behind Ning Qi grew inch by inch. Half a year later, when the god refining stone was completely devoured, Ning Qi's soul was already 10 feet and 6 feet tall. It was only 4 feet away from reaching 100 feet. The soul itself was also a bit more condensed. The royal grade divine soul has to be at least 60 meters tall, and it has to be purple gold in color. It seems like I have to start buying medium-grade god refining stones. I just don't know if the place I am going to is the Azure Dragon continent. Ning Qi pondered for a moment. He wasn't in a hurry to leave the top-notch training ground. Instead, he held onto the supreme-grade blood jade and cultivated the dragon elephant Prajna art. He was now at the 7th level of the Dragon Elephant Prajna art, and his proficiency had already exceeded 10 million. He needed more than 100 million to reach the 8th level. Even with the supreme grade blood jade, he could only increase his proficiency by about 200 points a day. If he wanted to advance to the 8th level, he would need 1,000 years. The 9th level will take 10,000 years, and the 10th level will probably take 100,000 years. I don't even know if I have 100,000 years of lifespan, Ning Qi muttered to himself. His eyes slowly became determined. If he wanted to become a person above others, he had to first learn to endure hardships. 1,000 years it was then. At that time, his HP would increase by 1 billion, and he would have to spend a lot of effort to commit suicide. In this unknown place, his ability to protect himself would also greatly increase. System: I want to buy 1,000 days of top-notch training grounds. 10 million dragon-slaying coins were instantly deducted. Everyone said that danger forced people to make progress, and it was true. If it weren't for the reappearance of that eyeball, which made Ning Qi feel that he was one step closer to danger, he wouldn't have made up his mind to do closed-door training in the cultivation field for 1,000 years. However, before he went into seclusion, he did not forget to release the war god's temple from the stone tablet in his sea of consciousness. He told everyone not to leave the war god's temple without permission and to wait for his return. Afterward, Ning Qi returned to the top-notch training ground and entered seclusion. Spring passed and autumn came. Time passed like water. Ning Qi could no longer remember how long he had been in seclusion. He could only judge it by the number of days left in the training ground. Closed-door cultivation was a very boring thing. The first 100 years were really unbearable for Ning Qi, and he almost had the urge to give up halfway. However, after enduring this 100 years, Ning Qi directly entered a meditative state. In this state, he could not feel the passage of time. It was as if time had stopped. His body was motionless, and only the slowly rising and falling of his chest and the slight changes in his face could see the existence of time. 300 years, 500 years, 800 years, 900 years. When he had been in seclusion for 980 years, the system's notification finally sounded. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully advancing to the 8th level of the Dragon Elephant Prajna art. An incomparably turbulent aura of life was boiling in Ning Qi's body. His life force was rising at a speed visible to the naked eye. It had increased tenfold. Ning Qi slowly opened his eyes. As soon as he got up, there was a series of explosive sounds in his body. Every joint in his body was completely relaxed. At the same time, he felt that his body was sticky. A layer of black oil covered his entire body. This was the additional benefit of the advancement of the cultivation technique. Much of the impurities in his body had been expelled. If I think about it carefully, I am also an old monster that is more than 1,000 years old. Ning Qi laughed self-deprecatingly. The law of hellfire instantly enveloped his body and burned away the black oil. Ning Qi brushed the front of his clothes and left the training ground. He had been in seclusion for close to 1,000 years, but only slightly more than 2 years had passed in the outside world. The battle god hall was hidden in the void above where Ning Qi was. With a thought, Ning Qi arrived at the battle god platform. With a sweep of his soul, he found that everyone was either challenging the mortal ascension pagoda, cultivating in seclusion, or asking Ling Donglai and the others for advice on cultivation. Ning Qi found that after a few years, Ling Donglai and the others seemed to have broken through to the early stage of the Battle Dan realm. Chapter 11:24. Heaven clamping Manta seeing that the war god temple was peaceful. Ning Qi kept the war god temple back into the stone tablet in his sea of consciousness. He would find a suitable place in the future and let the war god temple develop naturally. At the moment, Ning Qi first had to figure out where he was, and then get some medium-grade god refining stone to improve the strength of his divine soul. Perhaps there would be high-grade god refining stone here, which was naturally a better choice than medium-grade god refining stone. After randomly choosing a direction, Ning Chi broke through the void. After flying for several tens of thousands of miles, the desert beneath his feet still seemed boundless. At this time, a green shadow suddenly broke through the void towards Ning Chi. Looking closely, Ning Chi saw that it was a large green mantis that was over 70 to 80 feet long. It was brandishing a scythe filled with the aura of laws, obviously making Ning Chi its prey. A demonic beast at the peak of the late-stage Battle Dan realm? No, it doesn't seem to be a demonic beast. Its spiritual wisdom has yet to be developed. Ning Chi's eyes flashed a trace of curiosity. Seeing that the other party treated him as prey, the corner of his mouth slightly curled up, forming a trace of a sneer, and directly hit it with a palm. Ning Chi did not kill it. He wanted to catch this mantis to see what was going on. Clang! After Ning Chi's palm hit the praying mantis, it violently collided with its shell, causing a loud bang. The praying mantis was instantly sent flying hundreds of feet away before it came to a stop. It shook its head as if it was a little dizzy. What a strong physical body! Ning Chi was a little surprised. He only used 30 to 40% of his strength in this palm, but the power was stronger than when he used all his strength in the past. However, it could not even break the opponent's body. This kind of defensive power was probably stronger than an ordinary Eternal Life realm initial stage cultivator, right? At least it was stronger than those few people from Mulanheng River. Just as Ning Chi was fighting with the mantis, a few figures broke through the air nearby. There were 3 men and 2 women. The aura on their bodies was very vigorous, and all of them were late-stage Battle Dan realm cultivators. When they saw Ning Chi fighting with the mantis, their faces immediately revealed a look of shock. One person fighting heaven-clamping mantis alone? When did our desert have such a cultivator? The strength of the heaven-clamping mantis is comparable to that of an Eternal Life realm cultivator. At least a team of 5 people like us is needed to surround it, right? The sky pincer mantis is worth a lot of money. Not only is its outer shell a good material for refining magic weapons, its flesh is also a divine antidote. Its eyeballs can be used to refine elixirs needed to cultivate God art. Its entire body is a treasure. A sky pincer mantis like this is worth at least 60 grand desert coins. How many elixirs and god items can it buy? We may not meet him even if we go out 100 times. Now that he hasn't caught the heaven pincer mantis alive, why don't we capture it and give him a share at most? A young man suggested. The other 4 were a little hesitant. They could see that Ning Chi was not someone to be trifled with. Ning Chi had long been aware of the arrival of the 5 people and had also heard their conversation. He immediately mobilized 80% of his strength and knocked out the pincer sky mantis on the spot. At this moment, the 4 people who were hesitating had a look of regret on their faces. If they had known this would happen, they would have made a prompt decision. Seeing Ning Chi walking towards them with the heaven pincer mantis in his hand, the 5 of them revealed a trace of fear and vigilance. I'm Beishian. Nice to meet you all. Ning Chi smiled with the heaven pincer mantis in his hand and greeted the 5 of them. He didn't say that he was Ning Beishian and only called himself Beishian. This was already a precaution. If this was the Azure Dragon Continent, then the Greedy Wolf sect was also a sect here. Ing Qingning and Ning Chi must have returned to the Greedy Wolf sect. Ning Chi wasn't very afraid of them, but he didn't want to be entangled with trouble. Other than the Greedy Wolf sect, the first-generation ancestor of the Meng family also remembered his aura. If they knew that he was in the Azure Dragon Continent, they would definitely come looking for him. Ning Chi wasn't confident enough to not be afraid of a transcendence, realm existence. So it's Taoist Beishian. I've heard a lot about you. The 5 of us are disciples of the Cold Wind Valley. The 5 of them introduced themselves to Ning Chi one after another. They were also quite interested in getting to know someone who could fight the heaven pincer mantis alone. The young man who first proposed to snatch the fruit of Ning Chi's victory kept staring at the heaven pincer mantis. Occasionally, a look of greed flashed across his eyes. The three male cultivators were Dian, Ling Dong, and Yi Zicheng. The two female cultivators were Gu Zhan and Yi Zilin. Yi Zicheng and Yi Zilin were siblings. The young man who had been staring at the heaven pincer mantis was called Ling Dong. Dian seemed to be the leader of the five. He was the calmest and the first to speak. Taoist Beishian, you're so lucky. It's rare to see a heaven pincer mantis in the desert. Sai, it would be great if the five of us got here first. Ling Dong looked away and looked at Ning Chi with jealousy. If you guys want it, you can take it and share it. Ning Chi smiled faintly. What? Everyone was stunned and looked at Ning Chi in disbelief. Even the calmest Dian opened his mouth slightly and said in surprise, Taoist Beishian, are you kidding me? Since you took the heaven pincer mantis, the five of us won't take it from you. The Cold Wind Valley is a righteous sect. Don't worry, Taoist Beishian. Taoist Dian, you misunderstood me. It's my first time here and I have some doubts. I'll give this heaven pincer mantis to you as a greeting gift. Ning Chi smiled. He had the dragon-slaying maul, so he didn't care about the small profits in front of him. The five of them were not weak and were obviously local cultivators. It would be better to build a good relationship with them so that he could quickly integrate into this place. Taoist Beishian, if you have any questions, just ask. We don't dare to be greedy for such a great gift. Dian hesitated for a moment and waved his hand. There was a hint of dissatisfaction in Ling Dong's eyes. He wanted to accept it as it would be a waste if he didn't take it. However, Dian was very prestigious, and he couldn't fall out with him over such a small matter. He could only frown and hope that Dian could see it. As for Yi Zicheng, Yi Zilin, and Gu Zhen, they were also quite tempted. If they sold the heaven pincer mantis, they could get at least 60 desert coins, which was enough to support their cultivation for 4 to 5 years. How about this? Let's each take a step back. This heaven pincer mantis is useless to me, so I'll sell it to you cheaply. Ning Chi smiled. He had just heard Ling Dong mention the desert currency. If he wanted to understand a place, the most direct way was to start with the currency of that place. The currency of each place basically represented the strength of each place. For example, the Qin Tang Empire used gold and silver. Dongxian used spirit crystals, and the dried bones forbidden ground used god refining stones. I see. Chapter 11:25. Desert Region D. Yen looked at the other four and saw them winking at him. He nodded and said to Ning Chi hesitantly, Taoist Beishian, what do you think about 40 desert coins? Then he blushed a little. After all, if he sold the mantis in the market or Cold Wind Valley, the price would be much higher. 40 desert coins? Ling Dong and the other three looked at each other. They could accept this result. If they sold it like this, each of them would be able to make a profit of 4 desert coins. The key was that they didn't have to use any strength at all. The 40 desert coins could be considered as the cost. After all, if they wanted to capture the heaven-clamping mantis alive, they would have to pay a price. If they were injured, they would have to consume elixirs to treat their injuries. Sure. Ning Chi smiled and threw the mantis to Dian. Dian quickly caught it and heaved a sigh of relief when he realized that the mantis didn't show any signs of waking up. At the same time, he was very happy. If he sold the mantis alive, its price would increase by 10 to 20%. Soon, the 5 of them collected 40 desert coins and gave them to Ning Chi. Dian thanked Ning Chi at the same time. They looked at Ning Chi with less vigilance and more gentleness. Ning Chi's attention was attracted by the grand desert coins. These 40 grand desert coins were about the same size as the 1 yuan coin on Earth. Ning Chi couldn't tell what material they were made of. They didn't have any aura similar to spirit crystals or smelting god stones. However, when Ning Chi squeezed them gently, they didn't deform. The hardness of the material was probably similar to the shell of the sky-clamping mantis. Taoist Beishan, is there anything wrong? Di Yen asked when he saw Ning Qi staring at the desert coins. Nothing. I'm just curious about the desert coins. I wonder what material they are made of and how much are they worth? Ning Qi smiled. The five of them immediately realized that Ning Qi knew nothing about the desert. Otherwise, he would have recognized the desert coins. Di Yen explained. The desert coins are made by the strongest sect in the desert, the Xianling sect. They are made from a type of spiritual material that can be used to make mid-grade Dharma weapons. But other than weapon forgers, normal cultivators like us can't use them to make Dharma weapons directly. But we can use them to buy elixirs, Dharma weapons, spiritual materials, etc. Even if we bring them to the outside world, we can use them. But the exchange rate is not satisfactory. So I suggest that you use them to exchange for cultivation resources in the desert. I see. Ning Qi slowly nodded his head. It seemed like the currency here did not directly use God refining stones, but materials used to refine magic tools. They probably valued magic tools more. Oh, Taoist Dian, how many mid-grade refined God stones can I get with one desert coin? Ning Qi asked. Middle grade refined God stone. This is a very rare existence. Basically, only those geniuses who have a divine soul of the top 3 grades and above can use it. Oh, in our desert, one desert coin can be exchanged for one piece of middle grade refined Godstone. Di Yen was stunned for a moment and said, Then how many low-grade refined Godstones can I get with one mid-grade refined Godstone? Ning Qi asked curiously, You can't. No one will use mid-grade refined Godstones to exchange for low-grade ones. Di Yen shook his head. Everyone looked at Ning Qi strangely. Why didn't he even know this common sense? He didn't look like an expert who could fight the sky-clamping mantis alone. Let's not talk here. If other cultivators see the sky-clamping mantis and get greedy, we'll be in trouble. Let's go back to the market first. Ling Dong hurriedly interrupted. All right, Taoist Beishan, since it's your first time here, why don't you come with us? If there's anything you don't understand, feel free to ask. I'll tell you everything I know. Di Yen invited Ning Qi to the market. After all, he knew that Ning Qi wouldn't give them such a big gift for no reason. He had to repay Ning Qi with something. Ning Qi smiled and nodded. On the way to the market, Ning Qi found out that the place he was in was called the Great Desert Region. It was under the jurisdiction of the Xianling sect. There were 10 palaces under each palace, 10 prefectures under each prefecture, and 10 valleys under each prefecture. The Chilling Wind Valley was one of the weakest forces. However, even though the Great Desert Region was huge, it was actually just a corner of the Azure Dragon Continent. Ning Qi had already confirmed that this was the Azure Dragon Continent. As for the Greedy Wolf sect, Dian had never heard of it. It was obvious that the Greedy Wolf sect was only a third-rate force in the Azure Dragon Continent. Or perhaps it could be said that Di Yen rarely left the Great Desert Region, so it was normal that he had never heard of it. Just the Great Desert Region alone has far more forces than Dongxian after the changes. The Emperor Imperial Demon Palace and the Ancient Water Dragon Palace are not even a valley in the Great Desert Region. The Fengsuan sect, Fortune Dragon Clan, and Six-Eared Demon Clan in the inner region are equivalent to a valley here. Ning Qi compared in his mind. This time, they flew for more than 300,000 miles before arriving at the desert marketplace that Dian had mentioned. Ning Qi looked up and saw buildings that stretched for countless miles not far away. Taoist Beishan, this is the Great Desert Region. There's a restriction that forbids flying. Let's go down first. Di Yen smiled. All right. Ning Qi nodded with a smile. The 6 of them landed at the entrance of the market. The passing cultivators looked at them enviously. Oh, they were looking at the mantis that Di Yen was holding high. Before the 6 of them entered the market, a cultivator came up to ask for the price. This pincer sky mantis is alive? How much? I'll pay 60 desert coins. Sell it to me. You want to buy a live mantis with 60 desert coins? I'll pay 65. The crowd rushed to increase the price. Dian's face was slightly red. The heaven-clamping mantis that he bought for 40 desert coins had been sold for 70 desert coins in the blink of an eye. Most importantly, the owner of the mantis was right beside him. He glanced at Ning Chi and heaved a sigh of relief when he saw Ning Chi's smiling expression. Soon, the mantis was bought by a cultivator with a gloomy face. He offered the highest price at 72 desert coins. Before he left, the cultivator looked at Ning Chi suspiciously. Because of this look, Ning Chi knew that his name was Fan Kong. It was a rare surname. Taoist Beishian, how about I make up for the difference in price? Dian and the others split 14 desert coins each. Then Dian took 2 desert coins and said to Ning Chi embarrassedly. Ning Chi found this person interesting, so he nodded with a smile and accepted it. It wasn't easy for the 5 of them to divide the 2 desert coins, so he might as well accept it. After all, it was 2 medial-grade refined godstones. Di Yen was obviously much happier. Only Ling Dong glanced greedily at the desert coins in Ning Chi's hand before looking away. Taoist Beishian, we're going to buy some elixirs. Shall we go together? Di Yen smiled. Let's go. Chapter 11:26. Dharma Enhancing Pill. The desert market was very, very big. Ning Chi and Di Yen were only moving around in a corner of the market. The most common pills that appeared there were only level 1 or 2. If a level 3 pill appeared, its price would no longer be something that ordinary cultivators could afford. A level 4 pill was the equivalent of a heaven-clamping mantis. Ning Chi discovered that whether it was other cultivators or Dian's group, as long as they saw a first-stage law elixir like the Dharma strengthening pill, they would plunder it clean. This elixir seemed to be one of the necessary elixirs. He specially went to the dragon-slaying mall to check. The price of the power-strengthening pill was 1 dragon-slaying crystal, and there were 12 of them. Its effect was to refine the power of law and improve one's cultivation. In the absence of divine objects to absorb, it was the best choice. 1 desert coin could buy a cultivation-increasing pill. If he used dragon-slaying crystals to buy cultivation-increasing pills and then exchange them for medium-grade god smelting stones, it would cost a lot of money and was not worth it. System: how much is the formula for the cultivation-increasing pill? 10 dragon-slaying crystals. I'll buy it. Ning Chi acted decisively. His mind felt refreshed, and he instantly knew the method to refine the cultivation-increasing pill like the back of his hand. At this moment, he followed Dian and the rest to a small stall. The items sold there were all sorts of things. Dian and the rest seemed to be very interested in a low-grade magic tool. However, this low-grade magic tool had over 2,500 traces of the power of laws, so the price was very high. The stall owner asked for 65 desert coins, and Dian and the rest were trying to buy it for 60 desert coins. Ning Chi's gaze fell on the corner of the stall. There was a small pile of spirit materials and spirit grasses there, which happened to be 5 of the 13 spirit grasses needed to refine the method strengthening pill. There were about a dozen to 20 of each. 63 great desert coins. This is the lowest price. If you don't want it, please leave. Don't block my stall. The stall owner seemed to be a little annoyed by the 5 of them and shouted in a low voice. Let's go then. Ling Dong said coldly, it's just a low-grade magic tool. It's not like you're the only one who has it. Boss, how much for these herbs? Ning Chi suddenly asked. The stall owner rolled his eyes when he saw that Ning Chi was with Di Yen and the rest. 3 desert coins. Take them all if you want. 3. Are you trying to rob us? It's only worth 4 at most. Ling Dong said in a strange tone. Forget it. You guys can leave. I'm not doing business with you. You're just wasting a few desert coins here. The stall owner took a deep breath and waved his hand coldly. 3 desert coins? I'll take it. Ning Chi waved his hand and kept the herbs into his spatial bag. He then threw 5 desert coins to the stall owner. Both parties were stunned. Ling Dong was right. These herbs were worth 2 desert coins at most. He offered 3 desert coins because Ning Chi was with Di Yan and the others. He offered this price on purpose because he didn't want to do business with Ning Chi. He didn't expect Ning Chi to buy it so decisively. The anger in his heart dissipated and the way he looked at Ning Chi changed. Little brother, you're really straightforward. Take a look at my stall and see if there's anything else you want. I can sell it to you at a lower price. The stall owner looked at Ning Chi with a smile. Ling Dong's expression was somewhat ugly as he muttered, "What a fool!" "Don't talk nonsense." Di Yan glared at him and walked over to Ning Chi. "Brother Beishian, you really paid too much just now. It's okay." Ning Chi had already looked around. There were more than 10 stalls nearby, and only this stall was selling these spiritual herbs. It was obvious that the ingredients for the cultivation increasing pill were not common. 1 or 2 desert coins were nothing to him. What he lacked was time. Seeing that Ning Chi did not seem to care about the loss of 1 or 2 desert coins, everyone's expression changed. Thinking back to how he had sold the sky pincer mantises to them at such a low price, everyone became curious about Ning Chi's background, especially Ling Dong. His eyeballs rolled around. No one knew what he was thinking. That stall no longer had the spiritual herbs that Ning Chi wanted. So Ning Chi followed Di Yan and the rest to other stalls. Di Yan and the rest's target were the finished pills and instruments, while Ning Chi needed the spiritual herbs to concoct the cultivation increasing pill. As long as he saw it, he would buy it. After half a day, Ning Chi had used up all the 42 desert coins he had. Di Yan and the rest also exchanged the desert coins they earned from selling the sky clamping mantis for cultivation resources. However, they didn't manage to buy any instruments. Either the price was too high or the quality of the instruments was not good enough. Ning Chi bought about 2,000 herbs. He didn't know how many Dharma strengthening elixirs he could make, but he promised that he wouldn't lose money. Gu Zhen and Yi Xilin looked at Ning Chi curiously. In the end, Yi Xilin, who was more impatient, asked, "Brother Beishian, are you an alchemist?" Di Yan and the others also looked at Ning Chi curiously. They had been wondering about this for a long time, but they weren't close to Ning Chi, so it wasn't appropriate for them to ask such a private question. "Little sister, don't ask too much," Yi Zicheng reminded. "I can be considered an alchemist, but I'm not proficient. I only know a little about it. I bought these herbs just to practice." Ning Chi nodded with a smile. When everyone saw him admit it so frankly, coupled with the content of his words, they immediately thought that Ning Chi was just a cultivator with a little interest in alchemy. There were many of such people in the great desert region. However, the cost of refining elixirs far exceeded the amount of great desert coins needed to purchase the finished elixirs. Only a small portion of them had the talent, and through hard work, they could finally make a living in this industry. The rest of them gave up after the craze died down. After all, alchemy was too expensive. If they didn't succeed in a few years, the desert coins they spent would be almost the entire wealth of a late-stage battle Dan realm cultivator. Such alchemists wouldn't hide their identity. Only those alchemists with great alchemy skills would keep a low profile and rarely expose themselves in public, so as not to attract the attention of others. Look, isn't that lower-grade Dharma artifact forged with 2,900 laws? Why is it only selling for 30 desert coins? Ling Dong suddenly pointed at a stall and asked in disbelief. Everyone looked in the direction he was pointing and were stunned. Then they rushed over to the stall. The stall owner had just taken out the Dharma artifact and marked the price. Therefore, other than Di Yan and the others, no one had noticed it yet. "Boss, is this Dharma artifact really only selling for 30 desert coins?" Chapter 11:27. The struggle of magic, Tools the stall owner, looked like a middle-aged man. His cultivation was similar to everyone else. He had just entered the late stage Do Dan realm not long ago. He raised his eyes and glanced at Ling Dong, nodded his head, and said, 30 desert coins, no bargaining. Ling Dong was very excited. He really wanted to buy it on the spot, but such a cheap price made him suspicious. Di Yen asked, this artifact is the best among the low-grade artifacts. There are more than 2,900 laws on it. To have such craftsmanship, it must be the work of a master blacksmith. If I'm not wrong, the law on it is the wood law, which is considered a medium law. Such an artifact can be sold for 200 desert coins. 30? I'm afraid there are flaws in it that we don't know about, right? Hearing this, Ling Dong's restless heart immediately calmed down. If he bought a defective low-rank magic tool, wouldn't that be a great loss? Thinking of this, he looked at the stall owner with a hint of coldness in his eyes. It's right here. The price is clearly marked. Take it or leave it. The stall owner did not choose to explain anything, and said calmly. This puzzled everyone. Gradually, the nearby cultivators also came over and pointed at the dagger. The price of this dagger was indeed very tempting. They really wanted to buy it, but such a low price indirectly proved that this dagger was not as simple as it looked. However, if they didn't buy it, they wouldn't be able to refine it, and if they couldn't refine it, they wouldn't be able to investigate the details of this dagger. Therefore, everyone was like Ling Dong, hesitant, yet reluctant to leave. Now that the number of people had increased, the other things in the stall were selling well, except for the dagger. People only asked about it, but no one bought it. Forget it. Let's get 5 desert coins each and take it. If there are any problems, we'll just accept it. At most, we'll just sell it. What do you guys think? Di Yen said telepathically. He included Ning Qi as well. Ling Dong, Yi Zicheng, and the rest were slightly stunned. They only considered for a breath's time before they made a decision and nodded their heads. How could they not have at least 10 desert coins to protect themselves? It wasn't a big deal for each of them to take out 5 pills. I've already used up my desert coins, so I won't be participating. Ning Qi smiled faintly. Di Yen gritted his teeth and said, How about this, Brother Beishian? I'll pay for your desert coins first. What do you think? That works too. Ning Qi nodded. He could clearly see that there was nothing wrong with this low-grade magical artifact itself. The reason it was sold at such a low price was probably because of its background. We want it, 30 desert coins. Di Yen stepped forward and said, Wait, I bid 32. A cultivator at the side suddenly made a bid. This is not an auction. First come, first served. Di Yen glanced at the cultivator with dissatisfaction. That depends on the boss. The cultivator looked expectantly at the middle-aged stall owner. The highest bidder wins. The middle-aged stall owner laughed, and a trace of slyness flashed across his eyes. Ning Qi couldn't help but smile when he saw that. This guy probably guessed that there would be a second person after one person made a bid. The price he set at 30 desert coins was actually just a starting price. Shameless. Anger flashed across Di Yan's eyes. The middle-aged stall owner smiled. He didn't mind Di Yan's opinion of him and looked at the crowd encouragingly. I bid 35 desert coins. Finally, the third cultivator made a bid. The cultivators who were hesitant at first were now overwhelmed by greed. One after another, they called out their prices. However, they still had the last bit of rationality. They still remembered that this dagger might be a defective, low-grade magic artifact. In the end, the price did not exceed 45 pieces. What do you think? Should we forget about it? Di Yen asked for the crowd's opinion. I have no objections. Ning Qi was the first to express his opinion. To him, this dagger could at most be sold for money and had no other value. His Dragon Slayer saber was much more powerful than this dagger. Let's do it. We'll bid 48 desert coins. If it's more than that, we won't take it. Ling Dong gritted his teeth and said, I agree. I agree too. Yi Zicheng was a little hesitant, but everyone made their decision quickly, including his sister. He couldn't hesitate anymore and could only nod his head. Everyone bid 8 desert coins. If the dagger couldn't be used, it would be a huge loss. All right. Di Yan nodded and said to the middle-aged stall owner, I bid 48 desert coins. 48 desert coins. Is there anyone willing to bid higher than this? The middle-aged stall owner nodded with a smile and glanced at the crowd. The cultivator who bid 45 desert coins was the one who wanted to rob them. He stared at Di Yan and the rest fiercely. His lips moved, but he didn't choose to speak. This dagger is yours now. The middle-aged stall owner picked up the dagger and looked at Di Yan with a smile, waiting for his desert coins. Di Yan heaved a sigh of relief. He didn't know if he was happy or disappointed. Either way, he felt a little complicated. Just as he collected the desert coins from Ling Dong and the others, a cold voice was heard. I bid 50 desert coins. Such a good, low-grade magic weapon for such a low price. It's really worth it. Di Yan, you 5 poor bastards dare to covet such a treasure? 48 desert coins. How can you bid at such a low price? I'm dying of laughter. The crowd parted to make a path. A young man walked in with 2 lackeys. After he bid, he looked at Di Yan and the rest with ridicule. When Di Yan and the rest saw the young man, their faces turned ugly. Young Valley Master, what is the meaning of this? Di Yan said with a pale face, He is the son of our Cold Wind Valley Master, Feng Rao. He is a late-stage battle Dan realm cultivator who has refined more than 2,600 storm laws. His cultivation is higher than Big Brother Di Yan. A few years ago, because of a small matter, he started to hate us. Don't say anything later. If he knows that you know us, he will hate you too. Given Feng Rao's character, he will definitely vent his anger on you. Gu Zhen, who hadn't spoken much, reminded Ning Qi when she saw that he was curious. Ning Qi was slightly startled. After that, he smiled and nodded at her. Gu Zhen had already turned her gaze and stared at Feng Rao. He must have been waiting outside for a long time to humiliate them. What do I mean by that? Don't you understand? What I mean is for you 5 paupers to scram as far as you can. This dagger, I want it. Chapter 11:28. How dare you set me up? Di Yan's expression changed, but in the end he chose to swallow his anger. Seeing this, Feng Rao laughed and threw 50 desert coins to the middle-aged stall owner. I want this dagger. The middle-aged stall owner took the desert coins with a smile and was about to give the dagger to Feng Rao when Ning Qi, who had been silent all this while, said with a smile, 55 desert coins. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Countless eyes fell on Ning Qi with surprise. Taoist Beixian, forget it. Don't fight with him. Di Yan tried to persuade Ning Qi through telepathy. At the same time, he was touched. He knew that Ning Qi wanted to help them vent their anger. However, Di Yan also knew that Ning Qi didn't have 55 desert coins with him. He would be severely punished if he didn't have any desert coins with him. Moreover, Feng Rao was a narrow-minded person. If Ning Qi became jealous of him, Feng Rao would definitely use the influence of Coldwind Valley to retaliate against Ning Qi. At that time, even Di Yan wouldn't be able to intercede. After all, Feng Rao's father was the Valley Master of Coldwind Valley, an existence at the early stage of Eternal Life Realm. Taoist Di Yan, I have my own plans. Ning Qi smiled and said to Di Yan through telepathy. Di Yan looked worried when he heard Ning Qi's words. At this moment, the middle-aged stall owner heard Ning Qi's offer, and his eyes flashed with suspicion. However, his greed made him take back the dagger that he was about to give to Feng Rao. Feng Rao's eyes flashed with anger. He looked at Ning Qi coldly and then at Di Yan. Suddenly he chuckled. Oh, so you know Di Yan. Stand up for them. Why don't you take a look at yourself? You bid 55 desert coins, and I bid 60. 65. Ning Qi smiled. 70. Feng Rao sneered. 75. Ning Chi smiled. 80. A trace of killing intent flashed in Feng Rao's eyes. Reason told him that this price was far too high. After all, the origins of this dagger were very questionable. But Ning Chi's smile seemed to have ignited the anger in his heart. That trace of reason was thrown to the back of Feng Rao's head. The two lackeys beside him wanted to remind him, but when they saw Feng Rao's expression, they tactfully shut their mouths. 80. Everyone was shocked. Some of the cultivators looked at Feng Rao with envy and jealousy. A mere valley master's son could take out so many desert coins in one go. It was no wonder that others would fight so hard to become the valley master. What should we do? Cold sweat appeared on Di Yan's forehead. He looked at Ning Chi and Feng Rao, feeling a bit regretful. If he had stayed one more day outside, he wouldn't have met Feng Rao in the desert market, and none of this would have happened. Yi Zicheng, Yi Xilin, and Gu Jin all had a trace of worry on their faces. Ling Dong, on the other hand, wasn't worried. Instead, he revealed a relieved expression as he smiled at Ning Chi and Feng Rao. When the middle-aged stall owner saw that the dagger was sold for such a high price, he couldn't suppress the smile on his face. Finally, when Feng Rao called out the high price of 180 desert coins, Ning Chi shut his mouth. The surrounding cultivators were silent. Why, not shouting anymore. Feng Rao looked at Ning Chi mockingly. 180 desert coins were nothing to him. As the young master of the Cold Wind Valley, he could save 50 to 60 desert coins a year through various channels. 180 desert coins were only 3 years' worth of his savings. You have already bid 180 desert coins. What else do I have to shout for? I'll let you have it. Ning Chi smiled. Mister, the dagger is here. Where are your desert coins? Let's exchange the goods. The middle-aged stall owner said to Feng Rao with a smile. Feng Rao was stunned, and a trace of heartache flashed in his eyes. However, as the young master of the Cold Wind Valley, he didn't have the guts to violate the rules of the desert market. After paying for the dagger, Feng Rao glared at Ning Chi. If it wasn't for this brat, he could have gotten the dagger for 50 desert coins. Now he had spent an extra 130 desert coins. Suddenly, he noticed that the middle-aged stall owner had packed up his stall and left. Feng Rao's face changed. He didn't have time to settle the score with Ning Chi and tried to refine the dagger on the spot. Brother Beixian, leave this place first. Feng Rao will definitely find trouble with you when he comes back to his senses. Di Yan immediately sent a telepathic message to Ning Chi. No need. Let's watch a good show. Ning Chi smiled. Di Yan was stunned. Watch a good show. What good show? Everyone looked at Feng Rao curiously. They wanted to know what was wrong with the dagger and why the middle-aged cultivator only offered 30 desert coins for it. If the flaw wasn't too serious, it would be worth it for Feng Rao to spend 180 desert coins. After all, it was a low-grade Dharma instrument that was close to a mid-grade Dharma instrument. Poof! Feng Rao was just about to refine the dagger when he felt a terrifying aura of the Dharma. His spiritual soul was severely injured, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Young master, are you all right? The two lackeys were shocked and went forward to support Feng Rao. Get lost! Feng Rao pushed the two of them away angrily. He tried to refine the dagger again, but the result was the same as the first time. His spiritual soul was severely injured, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. There's a restrictive spell on the dagger. The surrounding cultivators were astonished. Following this, many of them looked at Feng Rao with gloating expressions. They finally knew why the middle-aged cultivator offered such a low price for the dagger. If it was just an ordinary restrictive spell, he could have spent desert coins to ask an eternal life realm cultivator to break the restrictive spell. But he would rather take it out and sell it than ask an eternal life realm cultivator to help him. This showed that even an ordinary early-stage eternal life realm cultivator would not be able to break the restriction on the dagger. If he asked a stronger eternal life realm cultivator to help him, then the amount of desert coins he would need would even exceed the value of the dagger. If Feng Rao couldn't find someone to break the restrictive spell on the dagger, he would have spent 180 desert coins on a useless piece of garbage. Taoist Beixian saw through everything. Di Yan looked at Ning Qi in shock, but the others didn't think much about it. Forbidden techniques and flaws were not the same. Only when the refinement process started would the flaws appear. Even if an eternal life realm cultivator was present, they would also misjudge this dagger. Ha ha ha. Serves you right. Ling Dong laughed in his heart. When Feng Rao failed to refine the dagger for the third time, he immediately shouted at his lackeys, "Hurry up and catch that guy!" Chapter 11:29. You are not my son, haha, you must be joking. Why would I set a trap for you? Do you have any evidence? Ning Qi looked at Feng Rao with a faint smile. He had indeed set a trap for Feng Rao. He glanced at the dagger again and finally found some clues. However, he wasn't 100% sure. You collaborated with that guy to raise the price and made me spend an extra 130 desert coins to buy this instrument. So many people saw it. This is the evidence. Feng Rao was exasperated. Uft, Ning Qi sneered. You call this evidence? We were the ones who wanted to buy this dagger for 45 desert coins, but you interfered. Now you're reaping what you sowed, and you want to blame it on me? You're not my son, so why should I pay for your mistakes? Ha ha ha. The surrounding cultivators laughed out loud. Dian and the other four looked strange. They didn't expect Ning Qi, who usually didn't speak much, to say something like this. You dare to insult me? Feng Rao looked at Ning Qi in disbelief. What did I insult you? Ning Qi smiled. You. Feng Rao was so angry that he was seeing stars. Seeing that his two lackeys hadn't gone after the stall owner, he said angrily, Even you want to rebel? Why don't you hurry up and get her back? Young master, it's useless even if we get him back. After all, he only offered 30 desert coins at the start. According to the rules of the desert market, this isn't against the rules. The two lackeys said bitterly. Feng Rao calmed down. His lackeys were right. Even if they got the middle-aged man back, they could only criticize him on moral grounds. They couldn't do anything to him unless he broke the rules of the desert market first. Feng Rao knew that he only had one choice if he wanted to recoup his losses. Feng Rao pointed at Ning Qi. 130 desert coins. Take it out and I will let this matter go. Otherwise, you will be hunted down by the 300 cultivators in Cold Wind Valley. You want to rob me? Ning Qi was stunned. What do you mean by force? Don't distort the truth. I don't know how you could tell that this dagger was enchanted, but you purposely caused me to lose so many desert coins. This is a personal grudge between us. Even if it's the desert market, it has nothing to do with you. Feng Rao sneered. Then he glanced at Dian and the other four and said harshly, You are cultivators of my Cold Wind Valley. How dare you betray me, the young valley master, with outsiders? That's really impressive. Are you going to betray my Cold Wind Valley? Dian and the others' expressions changed slightly. If Feng Rao believed that they had betrayed Cold Wind Valley, they would be hunted down by the cultivators of Cold Wind Valley. This guy wanted to kill them and Ning Qi together. Young Valley Master, you've misunderstood. We have no intention of betraying the Cold Wind Valley. Di Yan hurriedly cupped his hands. Then why are you still standing with this person? Feng Rao said coldly. A trace of hesitation flashed across Ling Dong's eyes. Then he smiled apologetically at Dian. Without even looking at Ning Qi, he walked over to Feng Rao's side. When Feng Rao saw this, a cold smile flashed across his eyes. Brother Beixian, I'm sorry. Yi Zicheng cupped his hands and pulled Yi Xilin to Feng Rao's side. Gu Zhen didn't move. Di Yan smiled bitterly and said, Young Valley Master, there was a misunderstanding earlier. How about this? put the 130 desert coins on us. Brother Dian, you can't say that. This has nothing to do with me. Before Feng Rao could speak, Ling Dong had already said in a strange tone, "Then put it on me alone." Di Yen hesitated. 130 desert coins was not a small amount to him. If you pay the 130 desert coins, he will not be able to leave this place. He has to return to Cold Wind Valley with me. If he didn't set me up on purpose, I will naturally let him go. Feng Rao sneered. He had just been angered by Ning Qi. How could he let Ning Qi go so easily? This was no longer a matter of 130 desert coins. He wanted Ning Qi to know the consequences of insulting him. Dian didn't expect this outcome. He looked upset. "You want me to return to Cold Wind Valley with you to investigate? Sure, let's go." To everyone's surprise, Ning Qi agreed with a smile. Gu Zhen was slightly stunned. She looked at Ning Qi thoughtfully. Feng Rao was taken aback for a moment, and then his lips curled into a sinister smile. No matter what trump card Ning Qi had up his sleeve, as long as he followed him back to the Cold Wind Valley, with his father's help, Feng Rao didn't believe that Ning Qi could stir up any great waves. "Brother Beixian, hurry up and run. If you go to Cold Wind Valley, I'm afraid you won't be able to leave in this lifetime." Di Yen transmitted a message to Ning Qi. "Don't worry, I don't do things that I'm not confident about." Ning Qi reassured Di Yen through voice transmission. There were tens of thousands of valleys in the great desert region. Every valley master was at the early stage of Eternal Life Realm. Cold Wind Valley was no exception. Previously, Dian had mentioned that the valley master of Cold Wind Valley, Feng Dong, was a cultivator who had just entered the early stage of Eternal Life Realm. He had only stepped into this realm for less than 100 years. Ning Qi could fight 10 of such people now. Ning Qi was worried that he didn't have a place to get desert coins to exchange for mid-grade refined godstones. Feng Rao had delivered himself to him. How could he not accept it? Feng Rao's 2 lackeys immediately walked towards Ning Qi. They wanted to suppress Ning Qi. However, Ning Qi gently waved his hand and said, "I will go with you, but if you make a move, I will naturally resist." A trace of faintly discernible law aura was emitted from Ning Qi's body. The cultivators nearby immediately narrowed their eyes. This aura had obviously reached the peak of the late-stage Battle Dan realm. The limit was 3,000 law forces. Feng Rao's 2 lackeys immediately stopped and looked at Feng Rao. Feng Rao's eyes flashed with a trace of fear. He was a little surprised. He didn't expect Ning Qi's cultivation to be so much stronger than his. After weighing for a while, Feng Rao made a hand gesture. The 2 lackeys immediately returned to his side. "Dian, look after your friend. If he escapes, it will be because you let him go. You will be committing a crime of betrayal. When that time comes, even I can't save you." Feng Rao said in a sinister voice. Ling Dong and Yi Zicheng's faces instantly changed. They looked at Ning Qi with a solemn expression. The Cold Wind Valley was 300,000 miles away from the great desert market. They had to fly for more than a day before they reached the periphery of the Cold Wind Valley. There were hundreds of thousands of human race living here. They were the vassals of the Cold Wind Valley. Among them, only the most talented human race had the opportunity to enter the Cold Wind Valley to cultivate. However, there were very few of them. So far, there were only 300 of them in the Cold Wind Valley. Let's go. Chapter 1130. One move is enough, Brother Beixian. Are you sure you don't want to reconsider? I am confident that even if you escape, Feng Rao can't kill us. Seeing that they were getting closer to Cold Wind Valley, Dian could not help but try to persuade Ning Qi again. Fellow Taoist Dian, if I remember correctly, you said that the current Valley Master of the Cold Wind Valley rose to power by killing the previous Valley Master, right? Ning Qi said with a smile. Di Yen was stunned and nodded subconsciously. Then his eyes were filled with shock. Could it be that Ning Qi was thinking of That's enough. Don't worry. When we reach Cold Wind Valley, don't say or do anything. Just watch the show." Ning Chi smiled faintly. The forces in the Great Desert region, or rather the entire Azure Dragon continent, were different from the forces that Ning Chi had seen before. For example, the position of the Valley Master of the Cold Wind Valley wasn't passed down from generation to generation. Instead, it was through killing, and the most capable person would get the position. As long as Ning Chi killed Feng Rao's father, he would be able to take the position of the Valley Master of the Cold Wind Valley. Since Feng Rao could casually take out 1 or 200 desert coins, his father should have even more. Feng Rao's 2 henchmen, Yi Zicheng and Ling Dong, saw that they were getting closer and closer to the Cold Wind Valley. They were afraid that Ning Chi would run away out of fear and implicate them. Therefore, they consciously changed their formation and surrounded Ning Chi. A trace of dissatisfaction flashed across the eyes of Di Yan, Gu Zhan, and Yi Xilan. However, they also knew that at least Yi Zicheng had no other choice. Feng Rao vaguely glanced at Ning Chi, and a sneer flashed in his eyes. Not long after, everyone finally arrived at Cold Wind Valley. The temperature here was lower than the outside world. Occasionally, a gust of cold wind would blow by. Even Ning Chi could feel a chill on his skin. It was obvious that this cold wind was extraordinary. It contained traces of the power of laws. If one could withstand this cold wind, then their cultivation speed in Cold Wind Valley would be much faster than in the outside world. The buildings in Cold Wind Valley were arranged in picturesque disorder. When they landed, an old man greeted them with a smile. "Young Valley Master, did you gain anything from your trip to the Great Desert Market?" The old man looked at Feng Rao and asked. "Of course I did." Feng Rao squinted his eyes and pointed at Ning Chi and shouted, "Elder Kohen, take some people to suppress this man." Di Yan wanted to say something, but he shut his mouth when he recalled Ning Chi's instructions. "Oh." The old man was slightly stunned, but he immediately reacted and hit Ning Chi with a backhand. At the same time, several figures flew out of the Cold Wind Valley and surrounded Ning Chi and the others. "Brat, do you really think that you don't need to be afraid of my Cold Wind Valley just because you are at the peak of the late-stage Do Dan realm? Today, I'll let you know the consequences of offending me, Feng Rao. At that time, I'm afraid you'll bitterly beg me to kill you." Feng Rao looked at Ning Chi and laughed sinisterly. At this moment, the old man's attack was about to land on Ning Chi's body. He was one of the 3 great elders of the Cold Wind Valley. He was also in existence at the peak of the late-stage Do Dan realm. Just when everyone thought that Ning Chi was about to be suppressed, an extremely majestic law aura surged out from Ning Chi's body. How can this be? Feng Rao was shocked. He looked at the scene in disbelief. With Elder Kohen's cultivation, why couldn't he take 1 hit? Di Yan and the others were just as shocked as him. Although they had seen Ning Chi fight the Pincer Sky Mantis alone, and his combat strength was extraordinary, it was impossible for him to kill someone of the same rank. Elder Kohen had already stepped into the peak of the late-stage battle Dan realm more than 200 years ago. If it wasn't for his poor aptitude, he would have already broken through to the eternal realm. Even so, he was still a famous existence among the peak of the late-stage battle Dan realm. The only person stronger than him in the Cold Wind Valley was Valley Master Feng Dong. The other 2 great elders were weaker than him. "Quick, take him down!" Feng Rao roared. The dozens of cultivators surrounding Ning Chi immediately attacked with bewildered expressions. Ning Chi let out a faint smile and casually sent out a few palm strikes. The silver dragon containing the power of 5 kinds of laws let out a roar and sent the group of cultivators flying to the ground. Only now did Feng Rao realize that Ning Chi was hiding his cultivation. His face revealed a trace of fear. He looked at Ning Chi, who was walking towards him, and said sternly, "Don't come over. The matter between you and me is written off. I don't want the 100 30 desert coins as compensation. Who are you? Why did you come to my Cold Wind Valley to create trouble? A loud voice was heard. A middle-aged man with a red face led a large group of cultivators and landed in front of Feng Rao. There were more than 200 cultivators behind him. The weakest among them was at the early-stage Battle Dan realm. Father, this person wants to kill me. Quickly help me kill him. Feng Rao saw Feng Dong, and his eyes were filled with surprise. He knew that his life was saved today. He immediately pointed at Ning Qi and said with resentment. Feng Dong frowned and looked at Ning Qi from head to toe. He then looked at Elder Kuan, who was unknown whether he was dead or alive. His eyes flashed with suspicion. Ning Qi's aura was clearly at the late-stage Battle Dan realm. He was definitely not an Eternal Realm cultivator. But why was he able to defeat Elder Kuan in such a short period of time? Feng Dong's eyes revealed a trace of seriousness. He knew that even if he wanted to suppress Elder Kuan, he would need at least 3 moves. Which family are you from? What misunderstanding do you have with my son? Feng Dong said coldly, You don't need to know which family I am from. If you can't teach your son how to behave, let me teach him. Ning Qi smiled faintly. How dare you? How dare you speak to the Valley Master in such a manner? You must be tired of living. Take him down. He must be a spy sent from somewhere else. Arrogant brat. Since you want to kill my son and injure my Cold Wind Valley elder, no matter where you come from, don't you dare leave today. Feng Dong sneered. Di Yan and the rest had already retreated. How would they dare to stay beside Ning Qi? Seeing that Feng Dong was about to take action personally, other than Di Yan, the rest of them looked at Ning Qi as if they were looking at a dead man. No matter how strong a Battle Dan realm cultivator was, how could he be a match for an Eternal Realm cultivator? A Battle Dan realm cultivator would not be able to deal with a beheaded cultivator. The rest of the cultivators of the Cold Wind Valley surrounded Ning Qi, as if they were trying to block his escape route. At this time, the other 2 Grand Elders also arrived. One of them took Elder Kuan away to treat his injuries, while the other looked at Ning Qi and Feng Dong thoughtfully, a glimmer of light flashing in his eyes. Make your move. I will let you have 10 moves. Feng Dong stood with his hands behind his back and said faintly, 1 move is enough. Chapter 1131. New Valley Master Ning Qi's slash had 5 types of power of laws attached to it. The last time he went into seclusion to cultivate the dragon elephant prajna art, it had been nearly 1,000 years, and the power of laws was even more condensed and vigorous. In addition, the Dragon Slayer sabers, 3 dragon pearls, were a special addition. The power of this slash let alone Feng Dong. Even if Ying Qingning was present, she would also have to kneel. Impossible. How can a slash from a late-stage Battle Dan realm cultivator make me feel afraid? Feng Dong's eyes flashed with a trace of horror. He couldn't care less about his previous words, and quickly threw out a defensive Dharma artifact to block the slash. Didn't Valley Master say to let him have 10 moves? A trace of doubt appeared in everyone's eyes. Only Feng Dong could understand just how terrifying Ning Qi's saber was. His defensive immortal artifact was split into 2 in the blink of an eye. The over 2,000 laws on it didn't even give Feng Dong a few breaths of time. The saber's momentum instantly cut down from Feng Dong's head, all the way to his lower body, splitting him in 2 like a watermelon. Hiss! Dian and the others gasped. Feng Rao looked at the scene in disbelief. They had never thought that Feng Dong, who was at the initial stage of the Eternal Life realm, would be split into 2 by Ning Qi. If it wasn't for the terrifying physical characteristics of the Eternal Life realm, Feng Dong would have died on the spot. Valley Master is no match for this kid. Elder Kuan had regained consciousness after being treated. He stood together with the other 2 elders with a pale face and watched the scene in shock. Although they couldn't believe it, they still came to this conclusion. How could this be? Even Valley Master is no match for him. Is he hiding his cultivation? Is he also at the Eternal Life realm? A look of shock appeared on Ling Dong's face. He suddenly realized that if Ning Qi had killed Feng Dong, then his situation would not be good. After all, under Feng Rao's pressure, he was the first to betray Ning Qi. Thinking of this, Ling Dong quickly looked at Feng Dong and prayed in his heart. Valley Master, this kid is definitely no match for you. Hurry up and use your full strength. You must win. To everyone's relief, although Feng Dong's body had yet to heal, the two halves of his severed limbs had each transformed into a brand new body. The two Feng Dongs stared at Ning Qi with fear flickering in their eyes. Who the hell are you? The shock in Feng Dong's heart was more intense than anyone else present. He had a bad premonition that the enemy his son provoked this time was likely a prodigy trained by a transcendence realm cultivator. Such a prodigy had the strength to fight those of a lower cultivation level, and a few of them even had the strength to fight those of a higher cultivation level. Ning Qi smiled and did not reply. He waved his saber again. Pooh-pew! Feng Dong's resistance was futile, and he split into 4 again. Let's see how many times you can die. Ning Qi could clearly feel that Feng Dong's physical aura was declining. His lips curled into a cold smile as he raised his saber and charged forward again. Cease fire. I surrender. I'm not fighting anymore. I'll fight with you. Everyone in the Cold Wind Valley stared blankly at Feng Dong, who had no strength to fight back in front of Ning Qi. He was beaten into a sorry state. Of the dozens of avatars that he had split into, several had already disappeared. After half a day, when the last avatar disappeared, Feng Dong looked at Ning Qi in horror. At this moment, as long as he died again, he would disappear completely. Eternal Realm cultivators originally abandoned their original physical body and focused on the divine soul with the power of law as a supplement. Once again, they reconstructed this almost immortal body. However, if such a body died, it would turn into ashes. There was no way for the divine soul to escape. When Feng Dong saw that Ning Qi had no intention of letting him go, his eyes immediately showed despair. He planned to self-destruct. If an early-stage Eternal Realm cultivator self-destructed, the power would at least be equivalent to a late-stage Eternal Realm cultivator. After all, the physical body of an Eternal Realm cultivator was condensed from the divine soul and the power of law. Valley Master, self-destructed. Father! Feng Rao didn't expect things to turn out like this. His face turned pale, and his heart was filled with regret. You want to self-destruct? Die! Ning Qi's face turned cold. His whole body was filled with the law of thunder and lightning. At this moment, his speed reached an extremely terrifying level. Before Feng Dong could self-destruct, he had already cut off his head. The law of karmic fire burned Feng Dong's severed limbs, leaving no trace behind. The Cold Wind Valley was incomparably silent. All the cultivators stood in place, feeling a huge impact on their minds. Ning Qi looked at Feng Rao with a faint smile. At this time, Feng Rao reacted. He screamed and turned around to escape. He just wanted to save his life. Revenge, or whatever. He could think about it later. Still want to escape. Ling Dong shouted before Ning Qi could make a move. At the same time, countless Cold Wind Valley cultivators who didn't like Feng Rao also reacted. They followed Ling Dong and chased after Feng Rao. In 2 or 3 moves, they suppressed Feng Rao and brought him in front of Ning Qi. Valley Master, how do you want to deal with this remnant? Ling Dong smiled at Ning Qi in a flattering manner. Valley Master. Ning Qi looked at him with a smile that didn't seem like a smile. His gaze then landed on the panicking Feng Rao. Young Valley Master, where do you think you're going? Don't kill me. My mother was from the Wong family. Even though she's dead, I still have half of the Wong family's blood flowing through my veins. If you kill me, my uncle will definitely not let you off. Feng Rao exclaimed in fear. Wang family? The three elders of the Cold Wind Valley and the surrounding cultivators were shocked. Could the Wang family that Feng Rao was referring to be that Wang family? The old master of the Wang family was one of the 7 sages of the Green Dragon sect. The land under his rule was extremely vast. In a way, the Xianling sect could be considered as a subsidiary force of the Wang family. But how did Feng Rao suddenly get involved with the Wang family? Wang family? Ning Qi's eyes flickered slightly. Feng Rao thought that Ning Qi was afraid and heaved a sigh of relief. But unexpectedly he felt himself flying in the next moment. Thump! Feng Rao's head landed on the ground, but his body remained kneeling. He glared venomously at Ning Qi for more than 10 breaths' time before his eyes lost their luster and he died. From now on, I'm the Valley Master of the Cold Wind Valley. Anyone who's not convinced, step out now. If I find out that you're up to no good, I'll hunt you down to the ends of the earth. Ning Qi looked around coldly, and his voice rumbled like thunder. Greetings, Valley Master. Everyone exchanged glances and cupped their fists in greeting without hesitation. It was only now that Di Yan could confirm that Ning Qi had really killed Feng Dong and Feng Rao and had become the Valley Master of the Cold Wind Valley. His face was filled with joy, and his entire body was trembling with excitement. Chapter 1132. Alchemy. You 3 are the 3 great elders of the Cold Wind Valley? Ning Qi's gaze fell on Elder Kuan and the others. The 3 of them quickly stepped forward and introduced themselves. These 3 people were in charge of the 3 departments of the Cold Wind Valley. Elder Kuan was in charge of the hundreds of thousands of humans in the Cold Wind Valley. If there were demonic beasts causing trouble, he would lead people to suppress them. If the humans found any treasures, they would hand them over to him first, and he would hand them over to Feng Dong. The other 2 were Elder He, who was in charge of the Cold Wind Valley's Pill Refining Hall, and Elder Lung, who was in charge of the Cold Wind Valley's Fierce Battle Hall. As for the treasury of the Chilling Wind Valley, it was under Feng Dong's care. The things inside were all public property, such as the cultivation resources needed by the 300 cultivators of the Chilling Wind Valley, as well as the cultivation resources that had to be presented to the Qing State Prefecture. The Chilling Wind Valley and the other 9 valleys were all under the jurisdiction of the Qing State Prefecture. With a wave of his hand, the Qiankuan ring left behind by Feng Dong and Feng Rao flew into Ning Qi's hand. With a quick scan with his spiritual force, he was able to see everything inside. Feng Dong's Qiankuan ring contained more than 1,000 desert coins. Apart from that, there were other miscellaneous items. As for the Dharma weapons, they had already been destroyed by Ning Qi during the battle. Feng Rao's universe ring was much less valuable. There were only around 200 desert coins. However, the inferior grade magic dagger that he had bought earlier was still there. There were also 3 other inferior grade magic artifacts. However, there were not many laws forged on them. They were 1,800, 1,900, and 2,000. Cold Wind Valley is the same as it used to be. However, I want to create a new position, the Chief Steward of Cold Wind Valley. Di Yan will be the candidate for this position. In the future, when I am in closed-door cultivation, he will be in charge of the affairs of Cold Wind Valley. If you have any problems, just report to him. Ning Qi said lightly. The first half of the sentence made Elder Kuan and Elder heave a sigh of relief, but the second half of the sentence made them slightly startled. Cold Wind Valley's Chief Steward? Wasn't this even higher than the young Valley Master's authority? I agree, Elder Lung said calmly. Hearing this, Elder Kuan and Elder He nodded and said with an awkward smile, "We also agree." Since the 3 great elders had agreed, the rest of the people naturally did not have any objections. In any case, Dian was one of the late-stage Do Dan realm cultivators in the Cold Wind Valley. In terms of cultivation, he was already qualified. Only Di Yan himself was stunned on the spot, as if he hadn't come back to his senses. Yi Zicheng hurriedly pushed him. Brother Dian, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and thank the Valley Master. Ah, yes, your subordinate. Thanks, Valley Master. Di Yan reacted and hurriedly cupped his hands towards Ning Qi. All right, come with me to take a look at the treasury. Ning Qi smiled. Yes. Di Yan nodded respectfully. With Di Yan leading the way, Ning Qi not only went to the treasury of the Cold Wind Valley, but also to the forbidden area of the Cold Wind Valley. Sure enough, the cold wind here came from the forbidden area. Inside, there was a divine item that contained the power of tens of thousands of laws. Ning Qi asked Di Yan on a whim, how many desert coins can this divine item be sold for? What? Valley Master, please don't. This divine item is the foundation of the Cold Wind Valley. If we lose it, the Qing state government will remove the Cold Wind Valley, and the 300 cultivators will become rogue cultivators or be taken in by other forces. Di Yan was startled. I'm just curious. Has no one ever sold a divine item before? Ning Qi smiled. Someone has sold it before. The divine item's price varies according to the level of the power of laws. This divine item in the Cold Wind Valley contains the law of cold wind, which is considered to be above average. There are still tens of thousands of law, fish left in it. If we sell it, it should be able to sell for 1,000 desert coins. Di Yan thought for a while and said, 1,000? Ning Qi's eyes lit up. A divine item that contained 1,000 law fish in the dragon slaying mall could be bought with 1 dragon slaying crystal. Although a divine item that contained 10,000 law fish would be much more expensive, it would only cost about 15 dragon slaying crystals. If he sold it, it would be 1,000 mid-grade refined divine stones. He needed 80 to 90,000 mid-grade refined divine stones to advance his king-grade spiritual soul to the royal grade. As long as he sold the divine item, he would be able to gather the required amount within a year. However, the dragon-slaying crystal would be used sparingly. After all, he would still need it to upgrade his bloodline in the future. Therefore, Ning Qi planned to start refining FA-increasing elixirs. 1 pill could be exchanged for 1 desert coin, which was a very profitable business. There's still more than 1,000 desert coins in the treasury. Take all of them and exchange them for these 13 spiritual herbs, Ning Qi instructed Di Yan. Di Yan was slightly taken aback. Then he said in a low voice, Valley Master, 70% of these desert coins have to be handed over to the state government of Qing. There is only 1 month left before the tribute day. If we use them and the state government of Qing does not receive enough desert coins, the prefecture master might be furious. Don't worry, 1 month is enough. Ning Qi smiled. Di Yan's eyes flashed with worry, but he still nodded and went to carry out Ning Qi's orders. The purchase of the spiritual herbs went smoothly. Within 3 days, Di Yan had spent all the desert coins in the treasury and brought back a huge pile of spiritual herbs. However, he was not an alchemist and did not know the recipe of the FA-increasing elixir. Naturally, he did not know the usage of these spiritual herbs. Thinking of Ning Qi's identity as an amateur alchemist, Di Yan was deeply worried. He was afraid that Ning Qi would lose a lot of money. Ning Qi took the spiritual herbs from Di Yan and announced that he would go into seclusion to refine the elixirs. He left Di Yan in charge of the affairs of the Cold Wind Valley, the top cultivation training ground. After dozens of failures, Ning Qi finally mastered the technique of refining the FA-increasing elixir. His success rate increased from 30% to 80%. Half a year later, his success rate finally increased to 100%. Ning Qi finally refined almost 10,000 FA-increasing elixirs with the spiritual herbs he bought with 1,000 desert coins. It seems like the alchemists here are filthy rich. Selling the FA-increasing elixirs makes more money than selling the divine items. Ning Qi could not help but let out a sigh. Even if the success rate of other alchemists was not as high as 100%, As long as it was 50%, it would still be a profitable business. Holding a FA increasing elixir in his hand, he threw it into his mouth. Ningqi closed his eyes and felt the effects of the elixir. He finally understood why the elixir was so expensive. After the elixir entered his stomach, it would directly increase the number of the power of laws. However, because Ningqi's limit was 3,000, the power of laws was only slightly condensed.